Yeah, like they make like coffee pots. Okay, just one moment. Is Hamilton Beach a real place? No, I know that. But do they have a beach? All right. What before I check it out? What did you are you sad that Canada hasn't won a Stanley Cup in 33 years? I think it's rigged. Well, I'm certain like that's been proven in like court, like at least in the United States, like referees have gone to jail for this, for rigging games and stuff. Um, but here's the thought. Here's why it's rigged. Yeah, because it's really good for the economy of that area. Well, it means that it means that people are going to buy more merchandise and they're going to be in happier mood, so they're going to go out to dinner and they're going to spend more when the home team wins. Well, they bring it that the home team does win, but I mean, an argument to be made is they have home field advantage. So when like the crowd gets to cheer, they're cheering for their team. That's why they want you. I could absolutely see that they don't want to piss off 80,000 people in the stands or whatever. Okay, so the idea, why hasn't Canada won in 33 years? I think this has been done purposefully. So the last Canadian team, to my knowledge, to win the Stanley Cup is the Toronto Maple Leafs. But traditionally, the Montreal Canadiens have been like the biggest dynasty in hockey of all time. And you would think that they would be dominant still, but they haven't won in a long time. Now, why is it that Canada, where the sport of hockey is literally like a religion, has not won in 33 years? They have the best talent, they have the best fans, and it's by far the biggest sport in the country. And the reason is because and this has been proven, but the NHL has wanted to push hockey in the United States for many years. The United States is a bigger market, and specifically, they've wanted to push hockey in warm climates. So that's why we have like the Kings and the Ducks, and we have the Coyotes. But you've got the Panthers, and you have like the Hurricanes, and the Stars, and you had like the Wild, or not the Wild North, but uh, basically the southern states because there's more money than in Canada. And the idea is that when you're trying to sell out a stadium, it's much easier to sell out a stadium when the team is winning. So that's why teams like Florida Panthers, who normally Florida doesn't care about hockey, you get them a winner there a couple years in a row, and that's a dynasty. And then people start showing up, and it means they make more money. When the teams play in Canada, it's a sellout either way. Whether you have a good team or a bad team, they'll still show up. But it's not the same in the United States. All right, I'm going. Um, hold on. I'm watching your thing. We'll talk about it in a second.
Facade, perfectly chosen stones, patio with lots of seats for even got spoons for handles. And just when you thought you've seen it all, come here. No, seriously, come. There's a drive-through. When have you ever seen a drive-through at a Dairy Queen? I think this is the first I've ever seen, and inclusive to tall people, 9 feet. So I was just here downtown Port over from this DQ Grill and Chill. I saw the facade. It looked absolutely stunning to me, and I want to show you. So that's what I've done, and you can go away now, and I just hang out here for a bit.
I am completely underwhelmed by the first video.
Now, is this not one of the
I'm not saying that it's not a funny premise, and I'm sure that guy has funnier videos, but he just didn't sell it to me that well. All right. I mean, I think it's funny. It's a funny idea, but he just didn't do that good of a job on it. Okay. You would. Let me see the second one, though.
This is a moment in history. I am at Hamilton Beach, branded variable temperature kettle on a beach in Hamilton, Ontario, Canada. You've never seen anything like this before. This is the first time this has happened in recorded history where someone has been holding a Hamilton Beach variable temperature branded kettle on a beach in Hamilton, Ontario, Canada. We have never seen anything like this before. This is fascinating. We have never seen it.
Hey, okay, I get it. It's funny. You yeah. It's the funniest thing I've ever seen, perhaps. But in all seriousness, the Dairy Queen thing is, I like the premise of just totally mundane things and just saying like how amazing they are. I like that. I think that he could probably sell it better, but it's funny. He's a Girl Scout.
And you're listening to Coast to Coast AM. Hey there, it's Connie Willis. Haven't been here for a while. Seems like it's been a while. Be back tomorrow night as well. Back tomorrow night, we're going to have Wesley Dorr with us. He was Will on Lamb the Lost. We're going to be talking about Slee Stacks, having a good time. He is great, by the way. He likes to go to conferences. He's at all of the conferences out there. If there's any type of, I don't know if it's Comic Con, but all the different ones that, you know, get to support all the great older TV shows and things like that. So he wasn't just on Land of the Lost. He was also the host for Password, Match Game. You know, he got into some of the quiz games as well, just Days of Our Lives. But he is a wonderful person. I'm looking forward to him tomorrow night as well as we have a beekeeper. We got Charlie Bee coming in with us. And he's going to be talking about the life of a bee to the eyes of a bee. I can't wait. I've always wanted to have a beekeeper on, and I'm excited that we're going to do that tomorrow night. So that's tomorrow night, and we're going to be having some pretty cool music too along the way. You'll find out tomorrow. So that'll be fun. Let's see what else. I didn't even realize that yesterday was like the longest day of the year. I guess I was wondering when I went to sleep, but like it's still light outside. I might be that old and I'm going to bed when it's light outside. I do remember that, so that made me feel better when I was told that today. Otherwise, let's just have a good time. And if you want to know anything else about me, go to ConnieWillis.com and you can sign up for my Where's Willis newsletter. I hope that you do that. That lets you know where I'm going, what I'm going to do, when my shows are. I've got private membership shows. And coming soon, I cannot wait. I'm hoping to get back to a creepy hotspot because I love to do my investigations up there in the mountains and the Rockies.
Surrounded by people not necessarily we trust for a very long time, and a couple of times that's proven to be just right. People will try and take you if you need self-exposing, right? But essentially, it's been decades of work. I can't picture recollections of this. And remembering all that time, you've been acting you've been exposed to all of these different exposures. You've had so much that makes you probably not be able to because I think you can picture on that night this point, this was the intelligence picture we had. Simply not the case with
The story is about the SAS guys that were captured and taken hostage, and the other part of their team went in and rescued them against the country's wishes. Like I guess, the government said they didn't authorize it, they did it anyway.
so I wasn't.
Do you know any of the guys who were? No. That's a pretty great story.
Yeah. I mean, it all of them are you only hear about you plan for a hostage rescue is completely different from anything else. You see a lot more risk. So how do you take that nature of any of these types of operations? None of which any in there seems to be stuck in my mind. I was never a house full on top of me. I remember someone, ambushing us from the side, and then the plenty of context around that. But that's what happened after. That was an explosive device that set off the passiveness of the wind. It was dried out TNT, and there was contact of daughter engagement between those stuck in the doorway, passing around set charge so when they go and the building itself, the building structure was damaged on the side. And about 2 minutes after, it still hadn't got a wounded back from that particular engagement and fell on top of it. And in some, they were left buried for like 4 or 5 hours, and resulted in earthquake type injuries. So, again, these are very complex operations. When they get complex, they get really, really difficult. Where were you at? Those sorts of situations that you were faced with, you have to pick your way out. On that particular operation, that's 13 guys left on their feet, 28 number bed, and the rest of them. But that's the cost of going fun people that you know all about going do something else. Yeah. Just again, if you condition yourself in the mindset, retrain as we supported them. So, but none of these, the vernacular around military operations is not helpful. Like a surgical strike is not surgical. Right, so there's a lot of talk about the preciseness of it, although yes, it is very precise, but it's still a weapon. You're still going to an area where you're going to get contested in some way. On a number of significant majority of occasions, significant minority of occasions, sorry, not always. There's other ways we work where the British mainland, where we train and we're surrounded by the people we're surrounded by, there's no threat to us, but the focus is threat for terrorism. Mumbai scared everyone. Mumbai, by the way, you remember the Mumbai attacks, 1% of people got killed. About 70% of people got killed in the first 5 minutes or something. When was this? So this was back in 2005.
And until the truth comes out, these tyrants keep having their way. I'd like to know if there's anything the government is hiding from us. The better question would be, is there anything that they're telling the truth about? If you literally hypnotize evidence, you call they found footage that was false. My car was tampered with, and I was at one point abducted by the CIA. How can we survive it? How will we deal with this censorship? We do not have a that's they really scarce things. Poison in our water, poison in our air, poison in our food. Anything called any other major government cover-up. I would say one of the biggest secrets is 10 years and 1,300 episodes, but I've never done an episode like this, and I've been really looking forward to doing something wildly different. So, I'd like to know if there's anything the government is hiding from us. A better question would be, is there anything that they're telling the truth about? Which is very little. I doubt if they can tell the truth about the weather. You're in United Kingdom, right? I was just reading an article before this podcast how the United Kingdom arrests 12,000 people a year for posting things they don't like on their internet and social media accounts. Now, I divided that number by 365, and that comes to about 33 arrests a day. And then you have to figure they're sifting through at least 100 people, more than that, right? 330 people that they're not arresting and choosing to arrest those particular people. That's a lot of resources that the government is spending just because they don't like people's anti-government comments. Let's say that's a pretty scary world that we're in. And then that type of world with a government that, strong-armed against people expressing their criticism, which is about their lives and corruption, and we're in a pretty dangerous place. And so the landing fraud is obviously why you're contacting me. Could be, you could say, the epitome of the arrogance of the federal government. They didn't just fake it one time. They faked it 6 times. They embezzled that money 6 times in a row and treated the people under their care as a bunch of suckers. And that's the type of governments we have in the world, both in the United States and in the United Kingdom.
Wow, so I want to come up to the moon landings in a moment, because that was one of the reasons we contacted you, Bob. We've been waiting to do a very different Disruptors episode, and I've seen some of your content. I thought you were the guy. What are the main things they're covering up or hiding? Because you referenced social media posts. Is that just general anti-government rhetoric? Or are there certain things they don't want us to know that are really going on that we should?
Just a list of things. What came to mind as you asked that question, I would say one of the biggest secrets is who's actually running the show, because it's not the president of the United States. When Jimmy Carter was president, and any one-term president, they corrupted people probably don't like. He telephoned CIA Director George Bush Sr. and said, I want to know, now that I'm president, give me everything you got on UFOs and aliens. And the CIA Director said to the president, I'm not going to do that. So who is higher ranking in that particular scenario? And so who's above the president, the CIA Director, who's above him? I don't know. But the people who are running the world aren't the people who are out in the profile. Those are the puppet people. We have Robert Kennedy Jr., who has more access to the JFK files than Oliver Stone does. And it's his researched opinion, not mine, with 100% certainty, that the CIA killed the President of the United States, his uncle. And then when Johnson came over, he rescinded all of Kennedy's words about ending the Vietnam War, and the public was greatly against it. It was saying on December 6, 1941, 90% of Americans were against entering World War II after Pearl Harbor, and one day, 90% were for entering the war to get even. So President Johnson and Robert McNamara, the defense secretary, got together with the CIA and said, we need public support behind what we want to do, and we need something like Pearl Harbor. So Robert McNamara, before he died, said the fake attack from the North Vietnamese ship on an American ship never happened. It was completely contrived. None of it happened. They completely made it up. And then Congress and the Senate passed a law called the Gulf of Tonkin Resolution. So Congress and the Senate, our elected officials, don't know what's going on. They're passing laws based on lies that the intelligence agencies are doing. And that was in the 60s. Imagine the greater control that they have over the government and the population now. So we're in, deep trouble. The world is in deep trouble. Almost every government is mimicking the United States corruption. And I don't know what we can do about it other than pray.
Wow. So you're saying that wars have been created as essentially propaganda vehicles?
Well, I mean, there's a lot of reasons for doing wars. Financial reasons, to lower the population, probably, among people who are being killed or bombed, and to assert control. People that run the world are so rich, money doesn't really mean a whole lot to them anymore. It's simply control.
content.
And here in America, BlackRock, I didn't know this until recently, they're gobbling up all private real estate in the country. I found this out when my wife and I tried to put a bid on a home in Nashville, Tennessee. 30 people were bidding on every home, and the winning bid was 25% more than the asking price, because we were told that BlackRock is buying up everything. Now, that's pretty scary. That's what's going on. The people are trying to gain control over everything, and why there's so much censorship is if you can control what people think, then you can control what they do. And virtually everything that's censored, taken down, banned, or whatever, is criticism of the people in power, right? That should tell you something right there. If what they were saying, what the critics were saying wasn't true, why would they care?
Wow, so maybe I've got this BlackRock thing. Why would BlackRock buy up a load of American real estate? What's the goal?
Well, it's a great investment. There's only so much property. You probably know this from what I know about you. You're an investor and know a lot about finance. There's a finite amount of property. Real estate eventually always goes up. And I think all of these people who were gambling on the stock market, even though they can kind of rig it to their advantage, they realized that even better than that is to simply gobble up the property to own as much as they possibly can. And now people can't even buy a home anymore because billion-dollar, trillion-dollar corporations are outbidding them.
Wow, so you said earlier about who might control the world, and it's certainly not the president because the CIA above them. Is there an argument that BlackRock or whoever's got their money in BlackRock, all these huge funds, which are essentially massive banks, is there an argument they pull a lot of the strings in the world?
Yeah, there's people above them. The smart people who run the world, they don't want to be high profile. They don't want their houses burned. They don't want assassination attempts. So they get these people who are egocentric and run for office, and they generally collect skeletons in the closet on them. So if they don't cooperate, bribery is their first choice so that they're complicit. And if not, they use blackmail. And that has worked almost all the time. And really, the reason that has worked is because people pretty much don't believe in God anymore. And without a belief in God, they don't have a belief in right or wrong. And all that they have in their mind is this finite life. So they'll do anything to live 1 minute longer and hold on to their house 1 minute longer. People aren't willing to die for what is right anymore. And that's what our founding mothers and fathers did after the Boston Massacre. We call it a massacre. 5 people died, and it was probably as much the Americans' fault as it was the British. But they said that's enough. That's enough tyranny. We are willing to risk our property and our lives for what is right. No one's willing to do that anymore. And that has let evil run amok, and that's why we're stuck in this terrible world, in this terrible government world that we have now.
So are we arguing then that we, the people, are complicit? We have created the monster?
Well, it's not so much we've created it as we've allowed it to happen by not cleaning house. It's like I'm not complicit with ants and cockroaches. I don't like orchestrate what they do. But if I fail to do my dishes and take out the garbage, that's the inevitable result. And so that's what has happened. People are so mesmerized literally by screens that they spend as much time watching images that are not real, that are virtual reality, as they do at work every week. And then they have to sleep and do their dry cleaning and spend time with their family. There's really no time left over to make the world a better place. People are literally hypnotized, just like with the moon landing. They believe it was real because they saw it on TV.
Wow. So have you got an example that we might all be able to relate to, where someone with an ego is in a fairly high-profile, powerful position and has been controlled by someone more powerful, maybe thrown under the bus.
Well, I mean, pretty much every president we've had for the last 100 years that would, fit the bill for that one. And for example, Bill Clinton comes to mind. Very likable personality, and that's why they chose him to be president. And yet he wrote on page 156 of his biography that he suspected that the moon landings were fraudulent, but he didn't do anything about it while he was in power. You have the current president who claims he wants to, expose all the corruption in the government, JFK, MLK, and those people. But they think the moon landing. I think that you should start with that. People are now criticizing Musk and Trump, claiming that they're corrupt, when another way of looking at it, whether true or not, I don't know, is that they want to end the corruption. If they really want to end the corruption and get the public on their side, the number one tool is to show them that they were duped about the landing fraud. Not only did they embezzle an equivalent of $250 billion, they used that money, their tax dollars, not only to deceive them, but to hire people to murder whistleblowers. I have an eyewitness who saw them fake the moon landing at Cannon Air Force Base in 1968, who also admitted, as he was dying, that he killed a cohort to keep it a secret. This is what our government is doing. Our country was founded not by the Constitution, but what preceded that, the Declaration of Independence. That said, when any government becomes destructive of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, it is the right of the people to alter or abolish it. The people have the legal right to get rid of the federal government and to start over again. What's the first one? Life. I don't know anything about the JFK assassination that happened before I was born, but if a relative who's done a lot of research says the CIA killed him, then I take that as the truth. I interviewed someone who was the widow of the man who was going to be the first man to walk on the moon, who wouldn't cooperate with the fraud, so he was murdered. That's not my opinion, that's the opinion of his widow, who I interviewed for 4 hours. And that's what my book that just came out is about. It's kind of the behind-the-scenes adventures and the stories that I was not allowed to put in my movie. A funny thing happened on the way to the moon that are now in the book on demand. And just go to my website, Sabrel.com, and you'll see not only did they fake the moon landing, there are multiple homicides that the federal government did to cover it up, and these people are at large. This way of thinking, murdering people and getting your way, until they are caught, they will keep doing it. That's why exposing the moon landing fraud is essential to getting rid of corruption.
Okay, so I definitely want to talk about this moon landing fraud. I want to put out something you just said. You said they chose Bill Clinton. So are you saying there is no democracy?
I mean, they control both political parties, and they control who is nominated in each political party. They want the most popular person to win, and once they put their candidate, corrupt candidate A in one party and corrupt candidate B in another party, they don't really care who wins. Just as Bernie Sanders or Ron Paul, an outsider, can get a fair shake. Bernie Sanders got twice as many votes as Hillary Clinton in multiple states, and yet she got twice as many delegates. And when someone said, isn't this voter an election fraud? They said, no, the Democratic Party is a private club, and we can, change the votes and have one vote counted in, and 10 votes count for one any way that we want. But they are using taxpayer voting machines and taxpayer voting personnel, and it is a step toward the President of the United States, so I don't really think that is legal. And then Ron Paul on the other side won the first straw polls, won the first primaries, and yet he got 1% of the media coverage because there was a concerted effort to make sure he didn't become president of the United States. So yeah, they're faking the moon landing, they're faking assassinations, and they're faking that we have a democracy. Remember, Congress and the Senate voted on the Gulf of Tonkin resolution to start the Vietnam War,
based on an event that never happened. So Congress and the Senate are completely deceived. So we do not have a democracy. That's another deception.
So, are you on the CIA radar or head list of?
Well, that's what my book goes into. I have it at Sabrel.com. It's an audio that I read or Kindle or print. And for the first time ever, I go into the backstory about what happened when I found classified footage of them faking part of the mission right in front of your eyes. I was a big fan of their missions. I was godmother, and yet I had an open mind. I found footage when I worked as a reporter in NBC of them faking part of the mission right in front of your eyes. And I'm like, oh my gosh, they really did fake it. And that day, when I found that footage, I had major problems. I was followed. My car was tampered with, the brakes and the accelerator pedal tampered with. And I was at one point abducted by the CIA, interrogated with truth serum to the point of vomiting, and told them everything they wanted to know. The fact is, two NBC news directors wrote show this footage to absolutely agreed and proves with 100% certainty that the moon missions were falsified, and yet they were threatened not to broadcast it. So we don't have a free press either. What a surprise.
Wow, so you were kidnapped. How come you survived it then?
Well, divine intervention, in addition to the fact that as I was trying to get this footage, literally in the back door of CNN, I'm surrounded by government agents who take, these Betacam, high-end tapes and the fake footage, arrested me, and at that moment, some lawyer who I guess wanted a CNN center address as cheaply as possible had an alley entrance law firm steps out. And I'm like, well, hey, I'm being illegally arrested here. I'm a journalist trying to get a tape to CNN, and then being stopped by the government. He gets out a notepad and starts writing down everything. Had that not happened, I might not be here today.
Why do you keep speaking out about it? Are you not scared that they might get you next time?
Well, anything happens to me, it's a little more obvious that I'm correct. And the reason, it's kind of like, let's say I come over to your house and you've got a bucket there, and there's water dripping into the bucket from your ceiling. I come over, 6 months later, you got 2 buckets. A year later, there's 3 buckets. 4 years later, there's 10 buckets. When are we going to do something about this? People don't realize that the faking of the landing is so much more profound than if they'd actually gone. I mean, either they went, planted a flag, and came back in 1960s technology, even though today they can only go 1,000 the distance to the moon with 50 years better technology, or the most powerful nation on Earth faked the greatest event in human history. And I assure you that is the truth. So what we have is one of the greatest events in human history is actually the faking of the moon landing, because our government leaders are that corrupt. And that's an important truth. You can't have this pain in your side every year and just say, I guess this is one of those things I'm going to have to live with when there's a growing tumor there. We have to know that it has become that bad. They did fake the moon landing, and until the truth comes out, these tyrants will keep having their way.
And why is it really important for you to get the truth out?
Well, it's an important historical truth. It would be like me waking up in an apartment high-rise and smelling smoke at 3 in the morning, grabbing my money and my family photos and heading out. Is that the right thing to do? Or is the right thing to do to go door to door and start waking people up? See, that's the right thing to do. And people were murdered because of this. That's very serious. And these people are at large. Their apprentices and their style of doing things, they're still doing it until it gets exposed. It's dangerous. You can't say, well, in my neighborhood, one child is abducted every month. Been going on for 50 years. It's one of those things. I don't think so. Better stop and do something about it.
So what really happened then? What evidence have you got that the moon landings were fake? And why was it fake?
Well, it was fake because they made the goal to go to the moon by the end of the decade, said it couldn't be done. And instead of eating humble pie and admitting that, they bluffed like in poker, where you can win by a fake hand, and that's what they did. I really have in my book and movie, which you go to Cibrel.com and see the film on our page for free. We have 4 incontrovertible proofs that each one by itself would prove it in a court of law that it goes well. Here's the simplest one. Don't need to show any footage or photographs. Today, with 5 decades better rockets and computers, the farthest that NASA can send an astronaut into space is only 1,000th the distance to the moon. So what they're really claiming is, for the first time in the history of the world, technology is greater in the past than in the future. Because back in 1969, all the computers combined had 1 millionth the computing power of a cell phone. NASA has never kept a schedule in their entire history, except the most complicated one of all time. Tell me, Rob, is there any machine that was built in the last 100 years? Telephone, telegraph, radio, television, computer, anything that was higher quality in the past than it is now. And I'll say the millennials are real. The truth is right there in front of your eyes. You cannot have greater technology in the past. If they could go to the moon on the first attempt with 1 millionth the computing power of a cell phone, we would have been on Mars 10 years later. We'd be in another solar system by now. And there'd be bases all over the moon. You see that? There are bases at the South Pole, 100 degrees below zero, under mile-per-hour winds. Why? Because it can be done. If it could be done, it would be done. So that proves it right there. You cannot have greater technology in the past than in the future. The problem is, this is a prideful, positive lie. You see, whoever killed JFK, it's a tragedy. He's dead. Whoever did 9/11, tragedy. They're all dead. This is positive. And I come along with the bitter urban truth. People don't want it. They want that sweet candy. You see, so that proves that you cannot have greater technology in 1969 than today. They can only have mannequins orbiting the moon today. Can you imagine? They have postponed returning to the moon 10 times with decades better technology. If they could go to the moon in 8 years with 1960s technology, you should be able to return to the moon in about a third of the time, or 3 years, right? With all the advancements and everything. And they still can't do it. They still can't leave Earth orbit. And the footage we uncovered, which is number 2, we have footage that says do not show to the public. At the beginning of it, go to Cibrel.com, see on the homepage. And they are using a 1-foot model to pretend as they're floating in space, and pretend that they're looking back at the Earth. The lights come up as a 1-foot model. Dated 2 days into the flight, with all the astronauts on camera, and a third track of audio of the CIA telling them to fake a 4-second radio delay to make it appear as though they're farther from the Earth orbit. That's the second proof. The third proof, we have shadows intersecting at 90 degrees from objects 5 feet apart. Go outside in the sunlight, to trees, to telephone poles, to people, where shadows always run parallel, impossible for them to intersect. And we have pictures taken from a filmmaker that you have one shadow at 12 o'clock, another shadow at 9 o'clock, they're 5 feet apart. So it's a light that's really close, or 2 lights that are really close, that cannot happen in sunlight, which proves it's on Earth, which proves it didn't go to the moon. And then lastly, we have an eyewitness, Cyrus Eugene Akers, was the chief of security at Cannon Air Force Base, and he said as he's dying, the first thing he said is he's a murderer. The military police came in to investigate the co-worker that he murdered, and when they asked him, why did you kill him, he said to cover up the moon landing fraud, which was filmed at Cannon Air Force Base June 1st, 2nd, and 3rd of 1968. President Johnson was there, gave this guy, the chief of security, a list of 15 VIPs who were allowed in to observe. We published that list in my book, Cibrel.com. So we have an eyewitness, we have footage of them faking being halfway to the moon, we have shadows intersecting at 90 degrees, which proves it's electrical light, and we have the logic that you can't have a better technological machine in the past than you do today. So there you go. Moon landings are fake. What are we going to do at the rest of the time? Okay, so I want to talk about this embezzlement you mentioned, but first, you shared a lot of this, all of this, much of this on Joe Rogan, who's got the biggest channel in the world. So how's your life been since then?
Well, I mean, nothing much has changed other than selling a few books. After the interview, he told me more than 20 years ago when he took me out to dinner that he absolutely is 100% convinced that the living are fake. What can he do to help the word get out? Maybe he thinks acting like the moon landings are real or being critical is beneficial to helping people overcome those criticisms, and he could very well be right. When we took our break halfway through the interview, I'm like, what do you do when you know the moon landings are fake? He said, trust me, this is for a new generation of people. If you can overcome, every criticism, and that's the reviews that I've got. People used to think the moon landings are real. They watched the interview, now they know better, and they read the book, and now they're even all the more convinced. Trust me, I wish the moon landings are real. It would be such a better place, but they're not. We have to face facts. Every chapter of my book ends with a quote, and one of them is Men in Black 3, which has to do with the Apollo launch and the plot. It says, the bitterest truth is better than the sweetest lie, and it is. We have to love the truth. We have to just tell the truth. I'm not into prosecuting anybody involved. They should all be given amnesty and forgiven, but we need to know the truth. But the president is serious about wanting to get rid of corruption and uniting all of these critics to say, see, this is how bad it has become. They faked the moon landing. Here's the proof. I think both political parties will give them a shot at cleaning house.
But isn't there too much to lose for whoever is pulling the strings at the moment?
Well, we'll see. They could use landing fraud and exposure to their advantage. I mean, that'd be pretty clever, using it to their advantage in 1969 and using the disclosure to their advantage today. What would happen?
And how could they use it to their advantage? Sorry to jump in, but how could they do it?
Oh, yeah, but because what do you think would happen? Just imagine right now, Rob, the truth is coming out. We're seeing a live feed on it on one of these other monitors. You could hear a pin drop. Well, what would happen? Temporarily, the reputation of America would be knocked down a notch or two. Probably the stock market would crash, the dollar would crash. But the problem is, if we don't tell the truth about it, then the evil people are still having one, right? They're still having their way. So we have to pop the oil and deal with the pus in order for there to be healing. So that's what would happen initially. New world order and all that. I'm sure it means build the world group and Illuminati and all that, but technically, it simply means a new order. Whoever is number one is no longer number one. What better way to take down number one than to show that they faked the moon landing?
And what's the embezzlement? You said 250 million or something relating to the moon landing. What's that?
Yeah, they claim back in 1969 it cost $30 million to fake the moon landing. And with inflation, my latest calculation is $250 million. So that's a lot of money. And all they did was orbit the Earth, which they easily did in Gemini and Mercury. And so they probably kept 75% of that. They embezzled the money. I mean, it's like we're paying for our own deception. We're paying the salaries of CIA agents who are murdering people to cover it up. We're all paying for it. And they didn't just fake it one time. They faked it 6 times. They really took advantage of the American public and treated them as suckers and children. They have such disregard for the public. They don't call them Americans. They don't call them citizens. They call them consumers. We're doing this for consumers. I'm here to help consumers. They see us as insects and them as superior. And so I don't think that's a healthy attitude for the government officials to have.
And do you think in modern times, let's say, for example, what's happened with Andrew Tate and his talking about the Matrix, his ongoing case, and what's happening with Russell Brand and his ongoing case, do you think these are the same examples or different?
Well, they're examples of arrogant tyranny. How many elections have happened or about to happen where the candidate who won or was about to win was arrested? Le Pen in France and the gentleman in Romania, he won the election. They didn't like this. They arrested him. And then Le Pen was polling to win in 2027, so they arrested her. They tried to do that to Trump. I mean, this is a pretty big pattern that's going on in the world, and censorship is really the canary in the coal mine. There's so much censorship going on, it boggles the mind. Don't you think it's odd there in the United Kingdom that 33 people are arrested a day just for sharing a meme that the government doesn't like, and this is considered normal? If that was going on in Germany during World War II, you would have the British people pointing, saying, "See, look what a tyrant Hitler is," and now they're doing that and worse.
Yeah, I don't think it's odd. It really scares me.
Well, I'm afraid you can't say that, Rob. You'll be arrested, I think, tomorrow at 3 o'clock for sounding out. Sorry to give you the bad news.
Thank you. It was nice meeting you. So you said about maybe they could turn the truth into their advantage. Do we get to this future? Maybe I'm being ideological here, but do we get to a future where the truth can come out?
Well, yeah, absolutely. Another advantage to the truth coming out would be to create new political parties. I came up with the name the American Party, and you can have them tell the truth about the millennium, JFK, whatever, and that would become the new popularism. And so they've got this popularism rising up that they have to constantly deal with, so why not join them and tell the truth themselves and use that to their advantage and create a new political movement that they're a part of by telling the truth about it. They can still be in control, still run the show. So I could see a lot of advantage to them exposing the truth about the millennium crime.
Can you understand the position of most people? Because I think that the criticism of the people is that they turn a blind eye. They're not prepared to speak up. They're not prepared to die for the truth. But, this isn't 400 years ago. This isn't Braveheart. It's a different world. And people have got families and jobs and their own problems. Can you understand from the major people what's the upside to them pushing and speaking out and seeking the truth and risking it?
Well, even if you don't believe in God and a judgment to come, which I believe there is, you're going to historically be remembered for all time for either being a coward or doing what's right. Would you like to be remembered as the person who woke up at 3 a.m. in your high rise and grabbed your money and photographs and headed for the hills and did not knock on a single door because maybe you might bring the fire? You want to be remembered that way. You see, we're going to be judged by history or God or both. And this is it. They did fake the moon landing. It's an important historic truth, and it is worth risking your life for. And the fact is that the people are bullies who run the world, and you stand up to them and they run away. What do you think would happen if the truth came out right now that the millennium's being fraudulent? The people involved in that would head for the hills, right? And that's what Neil Armstrong should have done at their one and only press conference. He should have just told the truth then to protect his own family rather than being under the blackmail. I think it's I speak out a lot about banks work, how, really you're just a pawn and you're just a product of the banks. And I think it's important work to talk about the financial system. I've committed 20 years of my life to that. But
But, I'm an entrepreneur. I've been an entrepreneur for 20 years. I have my own sense of freedom. I can't get fired by anyone. All right, I can be platform and counsel. I feel pretty confident. I can always be agile and launch a new business if they shut that bank account. And but like most people, they're just normal people. What can they do?
What can normal people do? I don't know.
Because if we could mobilize normal people, because other people have got more to lose, have got less knowledge. If we could mobilize more people, then maybe we can make a difference. Because I had a chat with a good friend of mine. He's got 14 million followers. It's huge. And he's like, Rob, we're all just talking about the problem. Enough is enough. We need to talk about the solutions. And he really got me, actually grabbed me, because I've talked a lot about the problems in the world, and I try and make solutions. But surely, we have to mobilize everybody if there's going to be any change. You can't be the one running with a spear and everyone's just running away from you.
You have to eventually take sides. I got an email today from someone who's been around doing radio for a long time, and they said they agree that the landings are fake. Can I be the first guest on their new broadcast? And I said I will, if you admit what you admitted in the email, that you know the moon missions are fake. It's time to take sides. Tick tock, tick tock. Time is running out. And bad events are probably going to happen. And they better all be off if we can have the truth to get rid of this cancer and this scourge. Jesus said to love your enemies. And that's what separates him from religion. Because the Muslims are bombing the Jews are bombing the Muslims, and the so-called Christian America is bombing everybody else. No one is really loving their enemy. And the people who think that we landing or kill Kennedy are all the bankers, people trying to, wrongly influence elections. They're really not. Our enemies in and of themselves are really just lost souls. And it's the truth that sets you free. And the problem is, if they tell the truth about JFK and MLK and all that, but not the moon fraud, then we're still slaves. You see that? We have to tell the truth about the worst. And the worst, believe it or not, is the moon landing fraud. The NBC News director, the first one I showed the footage to that proves we didn't go to the moon, that convinced Skeptic me that they did fake the moon landing, turned pale white and said, "Oh my gosh, they really faked the moon landing." I said, "I know. What do we do?" He refused to broadcast it for fear it would cause a civil war. He said, "I'm not going to go down in history as the man who caused the next American Civil War." And something has to happen. At some point, I remember this restaurant that I lived next to, and the health department came in because the building was 50 to 100 years old. They said, "You got to clean the docks, you got to clean every antique that you have on the wall, you got to do this and that." If you want a simpler, tearing down the building and building a new one. And so that's what we need. We need a constitutional Congress. We need to reaffirm things. We need to simplify everything. A building permit, I was thinking about the other day. Permission. I have to get permission to build something on my own property. Was this I'm getting permission from? That's my own property. People don't understand how backwards this is. You see, if copper can go left or right down, electricity down a wire, then it can go right and left down the same copper wire. So if the power of government was inverted, then we would have freedom. This top-down has been around for thousands of years, and it only leads to tyranny. This banking crisis, I'm sure you know about, where they gave trillions of dollars to the people who caused the problem. I did a little estimate on it. They could have given every American who was a citizen of 18 years or older about $20,000 instead. And rather than trickle down economics, which is giving tax breaks to the millionaires so they can hire more butlers, you give everybody $20,000, and what do? They go out and they buy washers and dryers and cars. It trickles up to the millionaires and millionaires who own the factory. So Why is it that the person in the District of Columbia, which isn't even technically part of the United States of America, that they can tell the governor of California what they can and cannot do? And why is it that the governor of California can tell the mayor of LA what they can and cannot do? And why is it the mayor can tell the resident association what they can and cannot do? And why is it that the resident association can tell a property owner that they can't plant a garden in their front yard because it's not aesthetically pleasing? Why not reverse it? The property owner cannot be told by the resident association what they can and cannot do. The mayor has no control over the resident association. If the resident association wants to have a gun ban or maybe a sidearm carry mandatory law, it's their body. The mayor doesn't live there. You see, and then the governor can't tell the mayor what to do. Why not reverse it? You see, it's still government. I don't know why people haven't thought of that before. But if the truth comes out about the moon landing fraud, things like this will come to light. We've done something wrong. And if what we have causes such tyranny and murders, maybe the opposite way, bottom-up government is the way to go.
How do we deal with this censorship? Because the problem is, as soon as you put some messages out on media to mobilize people, you get censored, shut down. You know, your ability to earn is taken away, your ability to speak is taken away if you rely on social platforms. So how do we deal with that paradox of being censored when you speak out?
We enforce the laws, including the Constitution, which says that a person cannot be discriminated against because of race, color, and creed. What is creed? Creed is a belief. I used to have Nissan Motors as the primary sponsor of my YouTube channel. And if you take exponentially where I should be at now, it's a nice little income, maybe enough to live on. And yet YouTube took my ad revenue away. Now, does Nissan Motors really care whether you're a Democrat, Republican, no, they just want you to buy a car? Do they really care whether you believe them in language agreement or not? No, they just want you to buy a car. So the fact that YouTube was taking away revenue based on political beliefs is already illegal, according to the Constitution of the United States. The fact is it's not being enforced. Right? The Senate Intelligence Committee in 1975 said there was a second gunman in the Kennedy assassination. That was part of the law. Then why is it that person number 10 was wanted just from the FBI? Never happened. You see, we have a contradictory. We have these laws that aren't being enforced. So the way to get rid of censorship is you enforce the laws. Censorship is illegal. You can't discriminate against someone's belief, period. It says so multiple times in the Constitution and in state laws and federal laws explicitly, but they're not being enforced. If you have this exposure of the fraud, like the moon landing fraud, and that the CIA killed Kennedy, people will start demanding that those laws be enforced. They were to protect the people against tyrannical government, and now every department of the government is tyrannical. This is the last chapter of my book, Moon Man says what to do about this mess, which is to not allow the President of the United States to appoint the heads of the FBI, the FDA, EPA, or whatever, have those elected from within. You can even have Congress and the Senate no longer elected, but chosen by lottery. First democracy 2,000 years ago, they chose their representatives by lottery. You can choose by lottery people in a trial deciding life or death, right? 90% of Americans wanted to know whether a product they were swallowing contained GMOs. The president vetoed it. Wouldn't have 90% of Americans agreed on anything, right? So if 90% of Americans cannot have their way, then this is not a democracy. You see that? So we have to have a complete reform of the government, and exposing the moon landing fraud would be perfect to show people how bad it has become.
How do you feel when people label you a conspiracy theorist?
Well, it doesn't
matter. It sounds like those are from people who are completely closed-minded. I talked to a college professor who teaches aerospace at one of America's most prestigious universities. I showed him all this proof that the moon landings were fake. He said, he'll never recant the glorious moon landings. And I said, well, what if you saw an Apollo astronaut tearfully confess on national TV it was fake? They did film it at Kennedy Air Force Base. What would you say then? The professor said, you still think the moon landings are real anyway. Those type of people do not have an open mind. They're not worth even dealing with. The fact is, half of all conspiracies, or half of all crimes, are conspiracies. Half are done in the emotion of the moment, and half are plotted out in advance. When someone robs a bank, they plan it out. When someone does a killing, they generally plan it out. That's a conspiracy. That's what it is. There are conspiracies all the time, and that's what a lot of federal laws are about the organized crime. They call it a conspiracy because they're organizing their evil deeds.
So within half an hour of opening my phone this morning, I nearly threw the thing. I opened my text, get a load of spam. I opened my email, get a load of spam. Go into my DMs, get a load of spam. And I think I figured out why. Because there are all these companies that buy your data. And there's like hundreds of lists that you're probably on that you don't know you're on, that you didn't subscribe to. And that's why I'm very excited to partner with Incognito. Because what Incognito do, you join, you just put your details in really easy, and they're not going to spam you. And they hustle and fight and push on your behalf, and they force you off all of these lists of databases. So to get an exclusive 60% discount off an annual Incognito plan, go right now to incognito.com/disruptors or click the link in the description box on this episode. What's really going on in Area 51?
Well, I'm not sure if much of anything is going on there because it could be misdirection. If that's the popular site that everyone is focusing on, then I doubt if they're doing anything there.
So, what misdirection is going on?
Well, I don't know. I'm just saying that if everyone is aware of Area 51, then there's probably not a whole lot of secrecy going on there. They probably moved operations somewhere else.
Right. So, are there UFOs? Are there aliens? Is that being covered up?
Well, oddly enough, I just released in time for the Joe Rogan interview. If you go to Superall.com, there's a second book called Aliens from Planet X that I read myself an audio for your Kindle. And it basically is 10 years of research I've done into quote aliens. Again, my opinion of the JFK assassination are the experts' opinion. And the top two UFO researchers, John Ballet and Alan Hynek, have made the following conclusion after decades of research, which is number one, UFOs are real. Number two, they're not from outer space, they're from Earth. And number three, they're demonic. The man who faked the moon landing, Nazi von Braun, said before he died that the federal government is planning on faking an alien invasion. How many congressional hearings have there been about the fake moon landings? Zero. So the idea that they're going to trot out all these people about a government secret and hearings about it is only to get people to believe the lie. So that's what these books are about. Go to Superall.com and you can read it.
So you're saying there are no aliens, this is a story created by government?
Well, there are aliens, but what are they? I believe that they're fallen angels who are masquerading as aliens. They're liars. The father of all lies, the reason why the world has fallen wasn't because of adultery or stealing or even murder, because of a lie being told. They did a blood test of every nationality about 20 years ago. It was called the Eve Project. And they were able to trace mankind's ancestry backwards with the new DNA technology. And they said every human on Earth who ever lived, is alive, or ever will live, came from one woman and no one before her knew evolution. She suddenly appeared, just like the Bible said. So the people wrote the one who believe in the Bible because they might repent of the sin they're profiting from. They said, okay, well, that's true. But we were made by aliens from outer space rather than God. And if aliens are really fallen angels and their leader is Lucifer, what they're really saying is mankind was made by Lucifer instead of God. And I think it's in Isaiah chapter 13, I believe, that says Lucifer wanted to ascend to the throne of God and take credit for creation. And now that's exactly the latest theology.
Wow.
So what do you think of David Icke, for example, who says that there are these lizard people that are controlling the world? What do you think of his theories?
Well, I'd say there's truth to that. When a heavenly being comes to earth and maybe is cursed, maybe they become lizard-like. My book, Moon Man, is interactive. There are 17 links. You can see them for free at Sabrel.com. I write a chapter and I say go to link 1, so you know what I'm talking about, link 2, and so forth. One of the scariest links to me, and I'm the one who put it together, I think is link 4, where it shows a 1970s sign-off where they show the national anthem when the TV station went off the air for a few hours. And they show the Lincoln Memorial, the Statue of Liberty, and they have the lyrics of the national anthem going at the bottom of the screen. And when they change, there's kind of like a ripple effect, a Venetian blind kind of effect, transitioning one verse to the other. You slow it down, crystal clear. It says, consume, obey, consume, government, God, do not rebel. Just like that movie, They Live, that came out a decade or so later, that there are entities here, but they're not extraterrestrials from another planet. They're interdimensional beings. Jesus appeared in a room without walking through a door, and then he disappeared. He's interdimensional, and that's what the top 2 UFO researchers said. The aliens are actually demonic and they're interdimensional.
Do you think Elon Musk is net positive or net negative for humanity?
That's a great question. I was thinking about that earlier today. Prior to him being the president's right-hand man, I can understand him not telling the truth about the moon landing. He knows we didn't go to the moon. He said so on several occasions indirectly. He said in order to, quote, return to the moon, we have to make at least 8 fuel trips first. And this is with a rocket taller than the moon rocket. But that's saying it. And then he said the Apollo missions are a technological and historical anomaly out of place. That says it. And then to land a rocket vertically with 600 million times the computing power of the lunar lander. It blew up the first 5 times. So how did they land it vertically? In 1969, every time in a row, right? With 600 million computing power, that's saying it also. He needs NASA's cooperation to launch anything over 100 feet, so he's not going to bite the hand that feeds him. But that was prior to Trump being president. He says he wants to get rid of government corruption. Is there anything greater than an equivalent of $250 billion to fake a moon landing that's corrupt? Come on, Elon. Prove that you're anti-corruption by exposing the moon landing fraud. Otherwise, you're not really anti-corruption.
But do you think he will?
I don't know. That's a great question. I hope he will. And I have to lean toward I think he's sincere. To be quite honest, I think he is sincere. And it will embarrass America. But the other alternative is to tell lies to school children, tell lies to college students, and have the deep state evil people win by propagating this lie throughout history. Got to set the record straight. Plus, it would unify the Republican and Democrats and give the president a chance to clean house when they see how bad it has become by the faking of the moon landing.
Can you think of any other major government cover-up that really concerns you that we haven't covered already?
Well, probably fluoride in water. I had a friend who told me the moon landings were fake long before I believed him.
And he's like, Bart, you better get a water distiller. I'm like, what are you talking about? And apparently it's just coming out that fluoride lowers IQs in children. And of course, if the citizens have lower IQs, they're not going to rebel against the government as much, are they? And they're going to be more complacent. So I would say health, having poison in our water, poison in our air, poison in our food, GMOs, cause sterility. There's been a 65% decrease in fertility rates since GMOs were introduced. And that's even in the Bible. Leviticus 19 says don't crossbreed species. So when you do it anyway, take a horse and a donkey to get a mule. The mule is sterile. It's right there. Out in the open, GMOs are bad for you. That's why the president vetoed 90% of Americans wanting to know contains GMOs. And then the latest law, if they pass it, will say contains no detectable amounts of GMOs. Well, that doesn't mean they're not there, does it?
How do you remain positive? You seem your energy, you smile, you chuckle. I wonder if I knew what you know, I wouldn't be as positive as you. How do you maintain your positivity in life?
Well, I believe with all my heart that God made the universe and that life has become, maybe it wasn't to be initially, but a test of faith, a test of loyalty to God. If we're selfish, if we hold on to protect ourselves, Jesus says if you hold on to your life, you'll lose it for eternity. And if you're willing to forfeit it temporarily, you'll gain eternal life. So I believe in that. I believe everything is good for those who believe in God. It says that in the book of Romans, and all things, including seeming tragedies, work for the good of those who love and serve the Lord. You know, the film, a funny thing happened on the way to the moon, which was financed by a millionaire who builds rockets for NASA, who knows it's fake, which is on the homepage of Sobral.com. We open up at the Tower of Babel. Until 200 years ago, the greatest accomplishment of technology was the tallest building. We're still doing it today. And Jesus said, start a tower. It did not finish it. It was proclaiming yourself a fool to everyone. The Tower of Babel was never finished. And then we showed the Titanic, the largest machine ever built in the 20th century. And they had the audacity to say the ship that God himself did not sink. Never made one voyage. Tower of Babel never completed. And then Richard Nixon, he knew they weren't there. Said putting a man on the moon is second greatness only to God making the universe. The fake moon landing is a blasphemous lie. I believe spiritually the truth will come out to shock mankind, to show us how far we have fallen, and give us the chance to make the world a better place.
So just to be clear, are you saying the Titanic and its sinking wasn't real?
Oh no, I'm saying it was real. The point is they made a boast in publicity posters that said the ship that God himself cannot sink. The point is the Tower of Babel was to reach the heavens. It was never finished. The Titanic, they boasted that mankind's machine is stronger than God, never made a voyage. And that Richard Nixon, he knew the moon landing was fake, nevertheless said, because it sounded realistic, that it was second in greatness only to God making the universe. Look what we've done. The Bible says people worship the work of their hands. That's why people will not see the truth about the moon landing rod. They're worshiping it. It is the God of science. It is the God of pride. Well, the fact is, the smartest AI in the world just said last year that the pictures that they claim was taken on the moon in the 60s were all done in a television studio, that the pixels do not line up with the foreground, they're fake backdrops. The smartest AI, the messiah of technology, just said the moon missions were fake. Why didn't the media cover that one? Even if, they're wrong, it'd be an interesting story.
didn't cover that. So either Google's $10 billion 10-year investment produced a piece of junk, the numbers are fake. You see, they don't want the public to know because it's the most powerful thing to end corruption is exposing it.
This show is called Disruptors. I want to thank you for being on the show. So what does the word disruptive mean to you, Bart? And are you disruptive?
Yes, I am disruptive and always have been. And there's a few instances where that's a positive thing. Most of the time, it has a negative connotation, disruptive. But there is a positive quality to it. You want to disrupt crime. You want to disrupt lies. You want to disrupt corruption. You want to disrupt a car that's heading off of a cliff, and that's our role in our government. And in your case, disruptors is a good thing.
I really appreciate you coming on the show, Bart. If we were to follow you on one social channel, and if we were to get one of your books, which ones would they be?
Well, just go to Sabrel.com. That's S as in Sam, I as in boy, R-E-L. And you'll see Moon Man, the true story of a filmmaker on the CIA hit list, which goes into the moon landing fraud, and my other book about aliens from outer space. And then actually, my wife just pointed out I have this third. I did a children's book that just came out called The Great Earth Hoax. And this is about the people faking a trip to Earth. If you want to get one for your kids.
Bart, thanks a lot for being on the show. It's definitely been eye-opening, and I really appreciate you taking the time.
Yeah, sure, Rob. Thanks for linking it, and I hope people keep an open mind to the truth, and maybe the truth will come out for the betterment of mankind.
Thank you. Take care.
Invasive, we go into the brain and stick a deep brain stimulator, so a neural interface within there that sends out a signal that interferes with the lack of motor control or the motor control.
Is it shouldn't be effective at all? I mean,
This is one of the problems, right? So, I mean, that's very, very clever. There's no doubt about that. Right? It's an incredible intervention on an absolute tragic disease, tragic condition. But the key point is if you look at it, it also demonstrates how little you do that. Because actually, through that neural pathway that's affecting the motor in a new way, I've heard in the books I've read, I've seen two neurophysiologists refer to it in the same way, as it's like playing the piano with a mallet. So you can actually only see a tiny amount of neural activity that's going on, and you're sending the signal. But through that same area of pathway, there's all sorts of emotional behaviour that's going on. There's so much else. It's like a whole orchestra going on in there. And actually, what you need to do is be playing a melody in it. And the trouble is with introducing an invasive device into the brain, your body, no matter how much you trick it, identifies a foreign object and wrap it in a sheath. So that signal will become degraded. And that's a problem. So whilst it's really incredible they're able to do it at all, and it does mark the progress in medical science and practice in medicine. It also does highlight how much further we've got to go. Progress in this area is really interesting and deeply interrupted through the times of COVID. A lot of people lost their funding, and if we can find other ways in which to promote these sort of physiological function well before, the overall question in my mind is could you have prevented it in the first place? If you really promoted those functions at times of stress, kinds of whatever else is leading to those neurodegenerative conditions becoming onset, so you can't mitigate them. But another tragic element of this is by the time they're visible physically, and they're generally at an age where your musculoskeletal system is degraded slightly, and your corrections will degraded to a certain degree. So those particular individuals are less able to effectively get that beneficial stimulus.
Yeah, how do you detect it early?
Exactly. How do you detect it earlier? And even if you can't detect it, you can identify the risk factors that likely lead to it. Is there more we can be doing with non-invasive wearables? And in all of these topics, you can argue till the cows come home, like, okay, to what point are you optimising them? Is there a change in cognitive ability? That's for people to go out and work with research clinics to establish as quick as possible. So the key point of these technologies are...
No, I was just going to say, I've become aware of, you mentioned DARPA earlier. I know DARPA, I read this lady, Anne Jacobson's book about, she's a whole book dedicated to DARPA and some of the stuff that they do and some of the research that they've been doing for a long time. And one of the things that they've been focusing on is creating super soldiers. And they've been doing these invasive brain implants since the 90s to try to do things like mitigate pain, like to try to reduce the amount of pain that soldiers can bear in combat, and things like hunger, try to get past hunger to survive longer without food, and all kinds of things. So it makes a lot of sense that they would be interested in something like this.
Yeah, and I mean, I've just read a book called We're Electric by Sally Adee, which is absolutely just in so many aspects. And in it, DARPA's mentioned so many times. There's been so critical in this advance of this research and technology. And of course, a lot of it is done for military purposes, right? And military communities.
Yeah.
A kind of a need for it. The need for human augmentation in the military is a given. The military have a lot of people that are very comfortable stressed. And so there's a piece of documentation called Dawn of the Paradigm, joint piece of work on British and NASA. And essentially it's identifies that we should be able to promote to our human biological limits. People aren't doing that. We're not effectively going to our full biological potential. If we go beyond that, talk about advancements, we can take people's eyes and laser it and get to see the dark. It's relatively easy, actually.
You can see the dark.
So you could just open up the rods so you can see better in the dark. Use the rods. That means you can see in the dark. As good as many maps do as well.
I thought you meant give them night vision or something.
Yeah, night vision to
How cool that'd be if they I bet you DARPA's trying to figure that out, trying to make people get night vision in their eyeballs.
But the key bit is, could you do it biologically?
Right, exactly.
You can actually take a laser and open it all up quite perfectly safely, add more rods in that allow you to see in the dark and get better clarity at night. Night vision's covered a huge distance from when we first started. But it's hard work seeing in those pictures that you see, especially if you're doing it over such a long period of time, and then you've got all different levels of information coming in. The overall load on your brain to interpret what's going on outside it, it's getting pretty a lot. It's acknowledged as a significant challenge that they face. Is we're opening up all of these abilities to sense, surveil, learn, all this be told something by something else. And the human brain is amazingly adaptable. It can survive. Whether it's neural. Yes, so neural overload or whatever. Everyone talks about now needing to take a creating a neurological reserve, even just to cope, let alone to condition. And NATO's just released their statement on human enhancing technologies. The importance of being ethical about it, the importance of looking after the soldier, looking after the military, ensuring that their welfare is good, but also their conditioning of the suits, what is going to be required for them, getting them in a good physical state, good physical conditioning, but also augmenting their biological ability. And there is no reason why you can't do that. If you're using, we can voluntarily do what we can do. Individually and biologically, on a biological level, we're all quite different. We're all very, very similar. But the small differences between us manifest quite big in how we appear and how we behave. So we're using a technology, a non-invasive technology, to improve that condition. And it's no good in in the hands of a small set of people. It's effective when you make it available to the whole and improve it by 10%, 20%. Where curriculum rehabilitation, more conditions do their role. If you're having a lot of back pain, people falling from a particular condition, like a particular use and conditional to your lives, especially for the forces community, lots of climbing and jumping, does that result in bad knees? And we can see that, so we can condition that to become less of become a preventative injury. So there was an interesting one we were with shelf people who work at superstores who were putting things on shelves of a certain weight. They're getting a particular type of problem. It's costing the company a lot of money. And that could be easily treated by the right physiotherapy advice and a very easy and accessible technology. What made it when I come across this technology, it really made me I must add that I'm not paid by this company. I represent what the company ambassador for them as I was invited to do. And I've just taken by the potential that it offers in so many applications. And in the use of this technology, the fact that you can render the membrane into anything you choose. So if we take female motorsport, for instance, they don't want to change the suit they spend so much money on development. So you have to make a set of technologies that offers this stimulus to be able to be rendered into the garment that they use. And that makes it quite special. It makes it very accessible. And what struck me at the beginning of being introduced to this technology is, one, it's a whole trusted technology. It's got no ethical intentions to it whatsoever. The risks are definable because they're well known. And it's affordable and accessible in business units. It's in applications that will go into. And it can be delivered at effective scale. And that's a key question with technology. Is it great? Yes. Do people use it? We need it to. Yes. Can it be made affordable and accessible to them? Yes. And that's a key point. Is this technology effective? That's sort of Emma's Group AB. It's effective in the four lines. Is gaming. So gaming is very easy. Much like haptic, this is a beneficial stimulus going into the body, away from the screen simple. That's very simple play. Essentially, FIFA 24. Yes. And you get tackled and you just get a stimulus into your quad, which promoting good factors inside you as well. So it's not only an immersive gaming experience, you just make gaming healthy. So then you've got interesting sports and recreational fitness world, where you've got sort of very focused programs on the pursuit of sports and recreational fitness, which is usually fat loss, muscle conditioning, all of the different pillars of health, but done at a certain level and done in a routine that makes sense to the user, so you can push it out in any way that you want. But the safe brackets are written within the programs, so within this other technology, something like more license for streaming and muscles, but that's only if you take it to extreme level or you're biologically particularly vulnerable to that. I would say that voluntarily you can give a grab down their license by overtraining in particular ways. So it's not just the technology, and the technology arguably doesn't make you any susceptible to that, but it's easily definable and easily captured in these programs. So it definitely has applications in sports and recreational fitness.
You brought a sample. Is this, what is this one right here? How does this work?
This is, I will mention, there's some very artful prototypes coming out.
Just bring it over to where you are.
Mainly, this is the membrane. The membrane is the special bit. The membrane can be rendered into anything. So if it's medical therapeutic application, if it's knee sleeve, what do you need?
Right.
This is a suit I wear for my training. I've got numerous programs on my phone So when I want to train them, the stimulus, particular waveform that allows me to deliver resistance in my muscles, that's what I use. I've used colorization this morning because it's quite something nice.
What's that?
So it just encourages blood flow. All of the area. So yeah, I use it most of the times when I train. It's great because it kind of
What kind of training are you doing?
training. So how did I train what this week?
Yeah, like what would you say you use for training? What kind of training is that?
Any training I want to do. So all I do is put to enhance my training. And that's the art to it. It's basically a stimulus. When the stimulus goes into the muscle, when I voluntarily recruit the muscle, I can never do it to its fullest extent. It's impossible. Muscle's got three types of twitch. We can never really access the slow level of muscle to the fullest extent for a start. The waveforms are very, very cleverly designed that your body won't get used to for a start. I don't understand the full technical aspects of it because it's like an art form. But essentially it's end-to-end recruitment of the muscle. So it's 100% recruitment of muscle. But if you want to get muscle mass, you actually train and the technology will make you more effective in achieving that.
You can wear that, you get super jacked.
You can do. I mean, I've never tried, and I don't think I want to be super jacked because it's actually a bit of a disadvantage.
Yes.
But for my part, I want to be as quick and as kind of like that. I want to be as quick and as strong as I can be. Certainly requires a certain massive muscle.
Yes.
But this, with different programs, different waveforms, there's hypertrophy program on that waveform allows you to build muscle mass quickly. Right, but the key point, I'm making really, really important point on this, is like at no point there are these technologies that can see it. It's all that will motivate you enough to get control of using it for that. You can't just stick it on and go. What we've found through research is the most powerful way of using any of these technologies. What this is an involuntary stimulus using the musculoskeletal system. It's cutting your brain out. Right? So when you voluntarily train, the brain is moving, using all those conscious neuronal pathways and the motor's going in, it's picking up and recruiting much muscle. Right. You've got an involuntary stimulus going into the musculoskeletal system that's emphasising certain elements that you wouldn't achieve. And it's optimizing the promotion of physiological function.
So, like, is there a full bodysuit version of this?
There is so this is a full bodysuit.
Oh, that's probably the pants and the shirt.
Yeah. But equally, and that's the key part, is really it's an innovation of testing technology. The membrane is actually unique, the waveforms.
So, like, what are some of the things that you could, if you could put that on, like go for a run? There's something on the phone where you type in like running.
Yeah, so I'm not my phone's over there, but I've got banks of programs, and we've got a lot more data. And there's new prototypes out there. So we're working very hard on seeing development forward. But essentially, I stick it on and I stick it on my abs and my back, straight from the core and the hinge. That's a resistance program that works particularly well for running.
So you do that when you're going on a run?
Yeah, and then I go in and do some strength training. And I don't, it's not like I'm turning to that and going, you're responsible. Right. I'm putting it on and working, it intuitively works the way you train. Equally, I can just put it on a program. So the new programs are dedicated to, they're built for people who know less about how to train for it. So it could even go down to telling you how to train if you wanted to. Right. But most people don't. Most people want something that is going to help them get to their goal quicker, like a catalyst for it, and do it better. And using non-invasive technology to do that with your own voluntary and motivated process to achieve that, you're going to get better results each and every time. The conditioning ability of this has been tried and proven. Right. It's also been used in medical and therapeutic mode for a very long time with bedbound patients, people who've had muscles that have actually inactive. There's actually a program on that for us on the phone. So this is only the basis of where the potential can start. As my further understanding comes from how harmonious balance and endocrine function, physical function is attached to that potentially we're talking of. the musculoskeletal system. And the most recent research has said is innervated muscle is more effective at secreting the hormones. And in extracellular vesicles that go up into your brain and boost brain function. So it's a very exciting area. But just on the simple basis of what Zoom does, sports recreational fitness, it's a great technology to use. And actually, it's the same technology you use. You've seen it, but it's totally different application of it. You've seen the lumps, you've seen the wires coming out. It's got no wires. The membrane is incredible. So that means its application can be very exciting. When you talk about sports recreational fitness, specialist applications are defined by any professional challenges your human biology or limits to do. So consider space. Going into microgravity atmosphere, they're probably the epitome of the example which have got challenges in achieving what they're aspiring to achieve. But also militaries are defined very quickly as massive human performance challenges, both in health and welfare and the readiness of all their soldiers, which they're keeping up. But the point is, it's not just good enough to keep up. And it's very important to have every human being as ready as they can in the condition they can for the trial they face. And then you've got medical therapeutics. Medical therapeutics is an incredible world where the technology is really being unique. And we're going to go on a trip to Ukraine, and that's going to be a very good exemplar of where the immediate applications of this technology can help incredibly. Ukraine's got a huge amount of amputees, traumatically wounded people. So please don't take these figures by baby. You're looking at 110,000 or something. It's like and the levels of processing the amputees and trying to get these humans back into sustainable social existence. And a happy one, but also being able to get them back to doing some sort of work, and again, being members of that economy, that national economy, is critical. And the challenges are huge, and this is an interdisciplinary area. You can't just give them a physio and work. So the technology can perform extremely big catches, going back and getting rehabilitated. It can play a very important area for their conditioning, surgery, and post. And it can help them condition further afterwards. So if you think about someone who's an amputee, they have got a mechanical disadvantage in potentially torturing their musculoskeletal system. Right? So this means that forevermore they will have a kind of neurological deficit they will have to attend to. The imbalances in physical function and addressing them are big as well. So this is a preserve for experts. And again, this technology can be made available to anyone where they're following a program of conditions, but when you're actually treating sort of people with very, very complex injuries, when you're addressing communities with professional challenges, that's when you have to have the experts involved to inform the process. Analyse, how is this immediately useful to them? Where can we prove it useful in the future? So, at the end of the day, that trip to Ukraine is all about delivering the technology that will help them rehabilitate these people and be conflict effective. And potentially it becomes, people that, take a massive amount of resource to support forevermore. These are generational problems. When conflict takes place, it's a massive impact to the whole population. Generational levels of problems, you've got all sorts. And that's the cost of it.
Yeah. So this is available commercially or publicly right now?
So yes and no. It's moving out sports and recreational fitness market. I think they've got the the new types of suit ready.
Yeah.
I haven't spoken too much about the business plan recently. So medical therapeutics is being used already, but we're working with Imperial College, Leeds Department on musculoskeletal biodynamics, some other talking to the NHS about its ideas. I think these non-invasive technologies, it takes a long time to prove their data.
Right.
And that's where, from my point of view, you need to differentiate between a non-invasive technology and an invasive technology. Because a non-invasive technology is what you can define the risks really clearly. This is an old and trusted technology that's been used for a long time. You should be able to hypothesize, quick before. And, you shouldn't need that mountain of data because you can get on with using non-invasive technology because it's keying into your own biological system. It takes out that critical point of error. Now, you can't be complacent. You need expertise to advise on all of this. And you'll go with clinical research. Everything else improves to what extent it improves cognitive ability. But the fact of the matter is it has immediate implications on multiple use cases. There's big communities that can benefit from it. People who become quite obese, these sorts of technologies can be used to help them when you get to the critical point where you've got to be really, really careful about how much you do, stress on your internal organs. These technologies can be used in quite some powerful ways in the hands of the right people. And again, it's an interdisciplinary area. No physio should be on their own neurologists. You need all of those expertises come together. And there's certain strength in having a commonality of knowledge in the middle. So when you talk about some of the amputee treatment rehabilitation, the physios are there on their own. They have no idea what's going on in your own overload. The changes in your own function that's having to go on. And that's what's important, especially when you're applying a technology like this. The benefits really are derived from the knowledge. Again, it's the way forward. It does the art. There's decades of knowledge to get to that point. And again, love podcasts because they're platforms where you can actually hypothesize.
Yes.
You can say there is no reason why technologies like this cannot be partnered together. Innovating with their applications and applying it. You can chase further down the path quicker. You make it more accessible quicker to a large amount of people who benefit from it.
That's really cool, man. It's exciting to see what you're doing and how this can be implemented in various ways to help people maintain or to help people that have been afflicted by physical injury or diseases like that. So where can people that are watching this learn more about this technology or this program you guys have going on?
Yeah, I would say that we're really welcome to look up the product. At the moment, it's quite closed off. Where I describe it to be is with the right partners. Move quite quickly. I'm just with software, which is absolutely loved it. I really enjoy coming here as well. I'm happy I'm not leaving just yet. But essentially, these companies that we can partner with quite quickly and working together in a collaborative manner can get quicker to the solution. You can measure brainwaves accurately and you can promote physiological function and measure what you do with it. But again, I emphasise the nascent nature of measuring what's going on in the brain and making very, very quick progress. So yeah, I'm at the moment go on links, have a look at companies if you're interested in this. And you start appearing in research. We're working very heavily with Manchester Metropolitan University, Northampton University, and Imperial College. Imperial College is absolutely key because it's got an innovation hub. So this is an ecosystem of innovation, not just small startups, representation of big sort of primes there as well. And it's quite a special building because of what goes on in there. It's an amazing ecosystem of PhD students startups to SMEs with these amazing vision that they put into practice like this. And essentially they're used sort of assessed for their dual use nature. So dual use being applications in civilian environments and both in security environments. And essentially working on all of the really, really sort of key challenges facing collective militaries.
Right.
Which is all a part of essentially harnessing industry, partnering with academia and answering some of the challenges that government faces. And government, including medical institutions, we have the NHS in the UK, those precious things we have. Tremendously, whether it's personally continuing to hold its head up under the pressure. But it's incredible that, when I think about people that they've treated, they're very, very close to me. I'm just really thankful we've got something like this internal. But they need a lot of help. Drawing technologies and non-invasive technologies that are accessible now. And again, I'll go back to that. No technology is worth talking about if it can't be delivered at effective scale. Where people need it. And old trusted technologies have not got the levels of risk associated to it, essentially, as new ones. Maybe there's not the data on the way you're applying them, and a different culture and different approach. And a lot of the discussions I've been having, you can see how people are naturally sitting in their silos. Some of the most brilliant people come across experts in oncology or experts in this thing, essentially sitting in their silos. And there's some fascinating research going on watching them interacting with COVID, unfortunately. But these companies should be identified. Have you got a usable non-invasive technology that can be accelerated through sort of collaboration? You need to get those interdisciplinary eyes on it. Not from one click from their side, from their one perspective, but broadly open to the whole point about organising function and promote those factors. And I think we'll reach the conclusions much soon, and certainly going to be next time.
Fascinating stuff. I can't wait to see where this goes. It's super interesting to see innovations like this take off. I'll link anything below where you can learn more. Is there any specific websites you can think of off the top of your head that people can go to learn more about this?
Yes, MS Group maybe. Diagnose as well, give you an introduction to it. I'll provide my links to you as well. Awesome. It falls under that same subject. Let's get going against challenges using non-invasive technologies where they can be identified, where they can be acting as catalysts.
Perfect. Well, thank you so much for your time, man.
Thank you for your time.
It's been a fascinating conversation.
Thank you.
All right. Good night, everybody.
Which I haven't done yet. So you're going to have to add that to your list of things on the club of names. Another category. Now I did ask you that's part of your homework.
All right, Nick, thank you for coming here and doing the podcast, man. I'm excited to talk to you today. Great to be with you. And it gives you an extra little bit of credibility, the fact that you were recommended by Chris and Zach, who came on here to talk about the Gator Castellero case and optical conspiracies.
A very good docuseries.
Yes, it was fascinating. You are very much wrapped up in reporting on some of the same stuff that they were.
A lot of people have actually compared me to him.
Oh, really? No way.
It was interesting because he was murdered in West Virginia. And I wrote a book called The Franklin Scandal, the story of how Rutgers College was about a big interstate junk network that was run by a couple of guys, Lawrence King and then Craig Spence, who was a CIS at the lived in Washington, D.C., and his home was right from Bishop Blackman. Now, the first time I was in Nebraska investigating that story, I did have a death. So, my next time out, there was a guy in West Virginia that I had to get to talk to. So, and he really wasn't inclined to talk to me, so I drove down to West Virginia. I live in New York City. And I said, Henry, I'm just in the neighborhood, and, I thought we could talk. We talked a little bit. But so here I was in West Virginia, and I'm fully cognizant this is where Danny Casolaro has gotten murdered. And my last time out on this story, I got a death threat. So that was a little funky for me, too. And because this guy had a lot of secrets. And
This particular guy, you really
yeah, I needed him for the book. I really needed him for the book because he ran a gay escort service in Washington, D.C. And actually, he and I eventually wrote a book together, but CIA assets would use his gay escorts to compromise closeted politicians.
Yeah, this is a dark world.
It's a very dark world. I mean, I'm a white guy, but I'm in a dark world. So I think if I was a dark guy in this dark world, I probably would have offered myself by now. Not that I'm planning on offering myself in the near future.
Yeah, don't say that, man. Don't say that. You're not if anyone's
I am not.
You were also the original guy who uncovered Epstein's little black book in the outlet.
I was the guy that published Epstein's Black Book, yes. I had the Franklin scandal got published in 2009, 2010, and I'd spent 7 years on it. And it was dark. I mean, I went as deep into network as someone can go. I interviewed like one of the blackmail photographers. And then Henry, who was interacting with various CIA assets. Like that network, like the Epstein network, is intelligence. It's used to compromise people. So I went very, very deep into that network. And what I found was unbelievably horrific. So that book took a lot out of me, and we just couldn't get people to buy it. And people thought, no, the government would never be part of it. This is before Epstein. And Epstein at this point was alone. There wasn't a network. He wasn't pandering. That's what the newspaper said he was basically alone. And I went down there in 2012. I started looking into it in 2011, and then I went down there in 2012. Started knocking on doors and doing my thing, and I ended up with this black book. And then I brought it back to New York City because I'd been pitching Epstein, and magazines really didn't want to deal with it at all. And I figured, well, unless I get the black book, they're going to want to do something with it. And so I was pitching the black book, and no one wanted to touch it. Finally, Gawker published it in 2015. And then the floodgates opened on the black book. I mean, tons of ink have been dumped on the black book. And I think only 2 publications are giving me credit for it. It's kind of
So you were knocking on doors. You glossed over that pretty fast. Whose doors were you knocking on? Where specifically did you get the book?
I mean, there are sources that I can't give out, but I was talking to anybody that I thought was affiliated with Epstein. And
you're talking about like big shots, like high level Wall Street people. Or you're talking about?
I'm talking more about attorneys that were affiliated with it. And then when I got the black book, the black book has like about 150 pages.
And can you say where you got the black book?
It really wouldn't. No, I can't.
Okay, fair enough.
As much as I'd like to. The thing about I gotta ask. Wait, I'm very good at getting documents that no one else has done. Like when I wrote the Franklin scandal, I got there was a grand jury and all that stuff was secret. And I got all the testimony and all the exhibits from the grand jury. I'm just one of those guys that people kind of trust. I mean, I think I look trustworthy. Yeah, totally. Anyway, yeah. And I'm very trustworthy. But the reason why people give me stuff is because I have to tell them where I got it. So,
absolutely. You got to maintain that credibility.
But anyway, so I started calling these friends, and they started talking about being flown around. And I realized this guy was a he was at the helm of a pep. He was flying these young girls to very powerful guys. And that's the story that I came back with in New York City. That's the story that I pitched. And people were just writing of it. And I had one go around with, I was pitching the Franklin scandal. which is basically almost identical to Epstein. The Franklin scandal is about Republicans, boys, and Epstein is, for the most part, Democrats. So I was pitching the Franklin scandal, and this is at a point I had a lot of connections in the mainstream, and I could pitch it to just about. I could pitch to a lot of different editors. So I was pitching the Franklin scandal to these editors, and I look into their eyes, and I could see the wheels. They were up against cognitive dissonance, and basically what was going on in their minds was, this is a really horrible story. All these kids get abused, get covered up. We're going to need to help this money. Or I can just write Nick Ryan off as crazy right now, and then I can have a nice dinner with my family. So every editor, and I had a lot of connections. And I live in New York City. I lived there for 30 years. So I had a lot of connections in the media. And I was really surprised. I knew that most of them would be spineless. But there was only one guy that had juice in publishing. There was only one guy. His name was Malachi McCord. His brother had written Angela's Ashes, and Malachi had published 5 or 6 books. And he was very popular. He was a very popular writer. Just he was a great quote. And I tried to help him with it. He couldn't get information. So I was actually did it from the author. Well, John Cook.
You're talking about Franklin scandal, right?
Yeah, but now if we can jump between the Franklin because if there's some, I hooked up with John Cook, and he was the editor-in-chief at Project X. And he was willing to do it. And he was willing to, because at that point I had passive manifests too. I was the first guy to really have passive manifests also. That had like Clinton's name on that. Kevin Spacey and Alan Dershowitz. I mean, I had the passive manifests too. So Gawker was willing to do that. It's unfortunate that Gawker has since been sued into oblivion. Because Gawker, Peter Thiel. Yeah, Peter. They outed Peter Thiel as gay, right? And Peter's kind of a fascist. And he said to everybody, anybody that sues Gawker, I will pay for it. So that's how Gawker works. And it's really unfortunate because Gawker would publish guys like that no one else would touch. So it's really unfortunate that Gawker got taken.
So Gawker published the Little Black Book. And what year was this?
Yeah, 2015.
This was 2015. And then what happened? What was the reaction?
Well, everybody started doing articles about the Black Widow
From the Gawker.
I mean, the floodgates just opened. Right. But what was really troubling to me, there were only 2 publications that credited me with getting the Black Widow out there. It's kind of interesting. Vanity Fair wrote an article about it, and the New York Times gave me a little mention. But everybody else, no one else mentioned it.
And recently, we were talking earlier, there was something that recently happened about 2 weeks ago with something that got, it was a grand jury, details that got unsealed. What happened there?
Well, with Epstein, the Palm Beach Police Department had the statements of 5 underage girls that were by Epstein. But they knew of 17 more, so we're talking 22 at this point. And they were just going to indict Epstein on 5 counts of child abuse. But that case got taken away from him, and it was given to a grand jury. And I don't know if your listeners or viewers are familiar with how grand juries work. Is a special prosecutor is chosen to be the prosecutor of a grand jury. And grand jurors are just citizens that have shown up to a grand jury duty. And it's up to the special prosecutor to call the witnesses and show them exhibits. So special prosecutors can twist them any way they want. And as we were talking about earlier, there was a Supreme Court Justice named Saul Wesley who said that special prosecutors have so much power over grand jurors that they could get them to indict a ham sandwich. And that's what Barry Kirshner, he was a special prosecutor in Florida, did. They called two girls and skewered them. And it's the grand jury documentation that was unsealed. It's kind of mind-boggling. One of the girls was 14 years old when she was by Jeffrey Epstein, and at the time she testified she was 16. And they're calling her a prostitute. And one of the grand jurors is saying to her, what you were doing, you knew that it was bad, right? You knew it was bad. I mean, just she's 14 years old when she's getting by Jeffrey Epstein, and this is how they're treating her. And that grand jury ultimately concluded that Jeffrey Epstein had this. So
and none of this was public until 2 weeks ago.
None of this was public. I mean, everybody knew that the grand jury was cooked because the Palm Beach Police Department had the statements of 5 victims and knew of 17 others. So for that grand jury not to return any indictments against Jeffrey Epstein really shows how corrupt it was.
Yeah, no, really. I mean, Alex Acosta, he was the guy in Florida when Jeffrey was first indicted.
Yeah. Alexander Acosta was the U.S. attorney. And what happened with the grand jury was so corrupt that Michael Ryder, who is the chief of the Palm Beach Police Department, became quite vociferous. He said this is like the worst judicial error in modern history. And he demanded that the feds, the Department of Justice, investigate Epstein. And Alexander Acosta was the U.S. attorney in Southern Florida at that point, so it was under his purview. And Alexander Acosta, now that at this point the feds had a list of over 30 victims, underage, over 30 underage victims. And Alexander Acosta was told that Epstein was intelligence and it was about his pay grade and not to pursue it. So that the feds, even though they had a list of over 30 victims, did not indict Jeffrey Epstein on some of them charges, which is really stunning.
So what, after all the investigations and all the stuff that you've read about Epstein in your career, what is your overall 30,000 foot view of who he was and who he worked for and what his motives were?
Well, the Epstein network is very similar to the network I wrote about the Franklin. And basically, Epstein, now, it's really tough to know. I've got a picture. Epstein went to Interlochen. It's an arts camp at Northern Michigan, one summer. And I've got the pictures of Epstein at that. You can check it out on my blog. Right. There's a little, I believe that there's a little William Barr at Interlochen at the same time. William Barr was
Barr's dad. Bill Barr, okay,
Bill Barr's dad hired Epstein.
And Drexel. Not Drexel, I'm sorry, the Dalton School, right?
Yes. 7 years later, and Epstein was completely unqualified. He was a college dropout. There's no way that he should have been hired. Dalton is the preeminent preparatory school in America. Now, there's certainly one of them. And there's no way that Jeffrey Epstein should have been hired. But you can take a look at these pictures that I have, and you can compare them to Bill Barr and Bill Barr now.
Is this?
That there it is. That's it.
You know, Steve?
Right. Yeah, there's Epstein right up there.
Oh, this is the art school?
Yes.
Interlochen. Okay. What year was this?
This was in 1967.
That's right?
That's Epstein standing up.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, now I believe that this is Bill Barr. What's bizarre, though, is that this is a yearbook that doesn't have any names. And Interlochen has denied that Bill Barr attended their camp. They can't deny that Jeffrey Epstein attended because he built a lodge. He gave them $500,000 to build the Jeffrey Epstein lodge.
It should have been on Epstein standing next to you. Wow, I've never seen this. Hope you had it the first time. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, that's the extent.
There's a little Jeffrey Epstein. Now, but check it out. Now, if you go to my website, you'll see that I've got a picture of little William Barr and big William Barr. It's right below these pictures. There we go. Now check it out. Are these are these not the same guys?
So Bill Barr, William Barr's dad, was the head of Dalton School. Yeah, that school was really fishy.
Well, it was after Bill Barr, Final Barr, Bill Barr's dad.
Yeah, and he was a weirdo. He did a lot of weird shit.
Right? He was weird, but then the next headmaster started girls too.
Right, but didn't Bill Barr's dad, who ran that school, didn't he write some like crazy sci-fi novels about like what did he write? Like crazy shit.
He wrote a novel, a sci-fi novel about intergalactic sex trafficking.
Yes, intergalactic.
And
there's a viral podcast.
And he's got a very graphic description of a 15-year-old girl.
Right.
That's game.
Yes, and they forced the prisoners to whatever to like this girl. This podcast, and so we don't get shadow banned. And then so they could use that as like blackmail on these guys for some other reason to gain power. But it was like it's so in line with these crazy stories that you're looking at.
But here's the thing with this. Okay, so
and he also got people like that were supposed to go to some other like were supposed to go to Harvard. He got them like he wrote a letter to Harvard saying these people were like crazy homosexuals and that you shouldn't admit them to Harvard because they are going to cause trouble and cause mayhem.
Donald Barr was a very strange guy, and people have wondered, was there a connection between Donald Barr and Epstein prior to Donald Barr hiring Epstein? And I believe that this is the connection. I believe that Epstein... Now, here's what's bizarre about these yearbooks. These are yearbooks that do not have people's names. These yearbooks do not have their names. Now, how weird is that?
Yeah,
it's the only yearbook I've ever come across in my entire life, and I'm getting up there in years, that doesn't have names. But if you look at those two guys, okay, so you can see that go up with the old bar and the new bar.
Yeah, go down right there.
There we go. So if you look at them, he grew into his ears. I used to have big ears, and I kind of grew into my ears. But if you look at the nose, if you look at the dimples, I mean, that's your guy. Is that not William Barr?
That's William Barr, 100%. I mean, it looks just like him.
Yes.
Just like the other guy looks like, just like the other kid is clearly Jeffrey Epstein.
Yes, exactly. So this is how I believe Epstein got into Dalton. Is he knew the Barrs going back to 1967, and he was hired in 1974 for Dalton.
Do you think there was a plan behind bringing Jeffrey Epstein to Dalton?
It's one of those things that I just don't know. But here's the thing. I firmly believe that Epstein was compromising his future intelligence. Alexander Acosta was the U.S. attorney, and he was told to stand down because Epstein was intelligence. Now, there's only two people in the government that can tell a U.S. attorney to stand down. One is the president, one is the attorney general. That message can be delivered by a minion of the president or the attorney general, but it has to emanate from one of those two positions. So Epstein was locked in to some very, very powerful people that have a lot of juice.
Yes.
And where did that nexus occur? Did that nexus occur in Dalton? Did it occur later in Wall Street? I mean, we don't know exactly.
Well, I think there's a report of one of the girls. I think he admitted to dating girls who were attending Dalton when he was a teacher there. And all the kids that went to Dalton, their parents were the who's who of New York. Those guys were high-level Wall Street investors, Hollywood people, and they were the biggest big shots in America, basically. And I recall reading a story where one of the girls who was attending there, who was friends with Jeff, who was teaching, introduced Jeffrey to his dad, who was a really big shot investor, and then he hired Jeffrey to work for him. That was their start. Yes.
That is the cover story. I don't know if I've been looking at Jeffrey Epstein since 2012, so I've been studying Jeffrey Epstein for 14 years. Somehow he got hooked up with intelligence, and then he was on the Yellow Road. And I don't know where that occurred, but I think that the Barrs, those pictures that I was able to recover at Interlock, and I think that they show how it started for Epstein.
What is Bill Barr doing today? Is he still? He just endorsed Donald Trump, didn't he?
Bill Barr has been a CIA guy forever. I mean, even on his Wikipedia page, it says he was a CIA guy.
Yeah.
And he hasn't really, he's been a CIA guy forever. He was the Attorney General.
What's his title right now, though?
His title right now is I'm retired and I'm just making a lot of money doing nothing.
That's American attorney.
So you just show him the right. He'll tell you his current occupation.
It's
But should at least.
Just so much accolades.
So go back, get out of Wikipedia.
but he's represented a bunch of big companies, corporations. That I mean, he's a millionaire many times.
Yeah.
But the thing with Bill Barr is the book that I wrote, The Franklin Scandal, the story of Power Brokers, Child Abuse, and Betrayal, which is about a child trafficking network, almost exactly like Epstein's. Bill Barr was the Attorney General under Bush 1. That covered it up.
That covered up the whole Franklin.
That covered up the Franklin Scandal. And then he's the Attorney General under Trump, who covers up the Epstein scandal. It's amazing that he's an Attorney General twice, and he covers up these two large interstate networks that have connections to intelligence.
Is Bill Barr, how is he connected to Apollo, Global, and Drexel, and those big Wall Street guys?
Well, he had worked for some large corporations, like I believe it was Verizon. But I do not know how it could have been connected to those other ones.
Okay. Yeah, I'd be curious.
But he worked for a number of large corporations that just gave him millions of dollars, especially after he covered up the Franklin child trafficking. I mean, and it's consistent with these guys. They cover up networks like that, and then all of a sudden they can come up with that. And then Bill Barr, he said, well, we're going to get to the bottom of this Jeffrey Epstein. He was, we're going to get to the bottom of what happened in this prison, and we're going to indict all the perpetrators. And he was beating his chest with bravado, saying, and there's a quote like, anybody that's affiliated with Jeffrey Epstein should not sleep very well. And
You were the start of this whole thing.
And he didn't indict anyone. I mean, when Biden took over, Ghislaine Maxwell was, but Barr didn't do anything.
Yeah, what's the latest on Ghislaine? What happened to her? What's she doing right now? What's going to happen?
Ghislaine, I mean, here's the thing with that. Ghislaine trafficked children for 20 to 25 years. And that's a heavy sentence for trafficking. If you get busted trafficking a child, you're looking at 15 years to life. And she trafficked multiple children for multiple years, and she was indicted on one count of child trafficking, where she should have been looking at the rest of her life in prison. She ended up getting 20 years, but she's already in the dormitory, which is that's about as leisurely as you're going to get in a federal prison. And inmates that have been there for years that are on the verge of being released go to the dormitories. But Ghislaine Maxwell jumped into a dormitory after 2 or 3 years. So she's already being treated very well. And then she's trying to find loopholes. Get out of prison.
Yeah, I'd be shocked. I wouldn't be surprised if she found something. Find out what it is.
Well, what she's doing is the feds came up with a non-prosecution with Epstein. And the deal was that Epstein would pay back the girls that he would give them settlements. But everybody else that had anything to do with Epstein would not get indicted. It was completely exonerated. The procurers were exonerated, the perpetrators were exonerated, and this was the deal that Alexander Acosta worked out. And then it was sealed because it was such a dirty deal that they didn't want anybody to know that it was stealing. And ultimately, there were attorneys that were filing lawsuits, civil lawsuits against Jeffrey Epstein. And the Palm Beach police, or Palm Beach newspaper, ultimately they were able to put that on seal. And then what it showed was that everybody that was affiliated with Epstein was completely anonymous from the procurers to the police.
And who was the girl that you were able to track down? It took 3 years to find this girl, and she had filed a suit that she dropped it.
There was
Trump, right?
Yeah, there was a girl named Katie Johnson who filed a lawsuit. She said that she'd been by Epstein and Trump when she was 13 years old. And it was originally shopped around. It was filed, and then it was withdrawn, and then it was filed again. And this girl ended up with Lisa Bloom as her attorney. And Lisa Bloom is a nasty piece of work. I mean, she went to work for Harvey Weinstein, right? To completely dismantle these women that had come out so that they would be Harvey Weinstein. So Lisa Bloom put this girl in a hotel for the night and said that she was going to pick her up the next morning. And she did pick her up the next morning, but she said that we're going to have a press conference. You're going to go before a press conference. Now, you do not treat a victim of sexual abuse. You've got to think of their welfare before you think of political expedience. Because Lisa Bloom wanted her to say that I was by Trump and Epstein. I mean, that's what she wanted her to do, but her name is, well, her name in the lawsuit documentation is Katie Johnson. But she just kind of recanted, and she wanted nothing more to do with, there was a lot of pressure put on her, and there wasn't, what's really tragic here is there wasn't any support. If she is in fact a victim, there really wasn't any support that was given. She was just being used. And she has since receded into historical anonymity. That lawsuit has been withdrawn. And I found her. She's living in the Southwest. But she got so burned by it that she doesn't want to talk to me. I don't think she really wants to talk to me.
Yeah, I'm sure somebody got her, right? Somebody paid her off, or somebody convinced her to take time.
Well, I think that there were definitely threats against her, and the way that she was used by Lisa Bloom was pretty egregious. So, if she was in fact a victim, I can see her saying, the hell with it all. I'm getting threats, I'm not being treated right. I'm just going to recede in historical anonymity. I could see how she would do that. So, we're not really able to, I mean, she provides a lot of detail in her affidavit. And if it's true,
Detail about
her getting by Trump and Epstein. Okay. Now, if the stuff in her affidavit is true, those guys are monsters. Well, we know Epstein is for sure, right? But if what she's saying about Trump is true, it's really, you can get that information online and the deposition online, and it's really,
oh, really?
Yeah, it's out there, it's floating around. Really good men and smart men on the right, and there's a lot of really good men and smart men on the left. We are left with Donald Trump versus Joe Biden. How does that happen? That only happens when a system is so rotten and perfidious that it only allows someone that is that compromised.
Yeah, and when you have Joe Biden about to, it seems like he's on the verge of dropping out of the race, when every single Democrat's begging him to drop out of the race, and they're talking about the next best person being the vice president, former prosecutor, and they completely ignore Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who is probably the most popular among the population as far as like Democratic nominees, yet they completely ignore all that.
Well, the thing about Robert Kennedy is he was also in the Black Book, too. He wasn't cynical, but he was in the Black Book. thing about Robert Kennedy is the media has done such a hatchet job on it. I mean, I would really be surprised if you found one or two positive articles about it.
How much of an effect do you think like mainstream news articles have on the population? He's going on Joe Rogan's podcast. He's going on all these podcasts. He's one of the biggest podcasts in the world. All of them. I wonder how much influence the mainstream media would have compared to that.
Well, it's kind of interesting with the mainstream media. The majority of Americans don't trust the mainstream media. They don't trust that. It's like 66%. It fluctuates. But yet, they listen to the mainstream. That's what's kind of mind-boggling about it. The mainstream media has a tremendous amount to sway people's opinions. Even though people don't trust it. It's kind of a bizarre paradox.
Yeah, we still want to know what they're talking about, right? We don't like majority of people don't trust what they're saying, but we want to know what they're saying so we can understand what people think, what other people think.
I mean, if the mainstream media had been benevolent to Robert Kennedy Jr., his numbers would be much higher than they currently are. I certainly believe that. I mean, every mainstream outlet has got multiple hatchet jobs on Robert Kennedy Jr. From his wife that committed suicide to his stance on vaccines. I mean, it labels him to be a conspiracy theorist. And once you're labeled a conspiracy theorist, then it's pretty much game over. And it's kind of interesting. In 1967, there were a lot of people that didn't believe the Warren Commission. And the Warren Commission investigated John Kennedy's death, and they said that Lee Harvey was the lone assassin, the lone hunter. And the majority of Americans in 1967 did not believe the Warren Commission. Now it's now it's around 66%, but I think it was even higher at that point. So the CIA came out with a dispatch in 1967, quote-unquote dispatch, that was sent to editors and other people that had juice. And it said, we're going to position people that think that the Warren Commission was wrong. We're going to position them as conspiracy theorists. Right? And now the New York Times and the Washington Post use the term conspiracy theory or conspiracy theorist once a year before that 67 dispatch. But after that 67 dispatch, it just escalated exponentially. And it's amazing. People don't understand that when they use that term,
it was created by the CIA.
It was weaponized by the CIA. And they're drinking the Kool-Aid. They don't even understand. And I've got my family doesn't really read anything right. They're reading
Congratulations.
Well, actually, I had a brother-in-law who read my books, but he wasn't, I don't think, the best husband to my sister. Anyway, those things aside, most people do not want to believe these things that we're talking about. Americans do not want to believe that Jeffrey Epstein was covered up by the government. A lot of it, I mean, it's really in our face that the government covered up Jeffrey Epstein, the federal government. From Alexander Acosta being told to stand down to William Barr, and it's going on now with the U.S. Attorney Damian Williams. He was the guy that put Ghislaine Maxwell on trial, and he was nominated by Biden, and he is the U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of New York, which is probably the most powerful federal law enforcement officer in New York City. And it's a post that, I mean, cabinet members and judges and a lot of people have been, that if you're the U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of New York, that's very prestigious. It doesn't get any more prestigious in federal law enforcement.
And what does it mean that he was the one who prosecuted Ghislaine?
Okay, so he was the guy. Ghislaine Maxwell's trial was carefully choreographed. they only called 4 witnesses. And those 4 witnesses had only been by Maxwell. And they didn't know. They didn't know about these other power brokers. And they didn't know about these other people. They hadn't been by the power brokers. So when they testified, they could only testify about Epstein and Maxwell. And what's really interesting, Damian Williams, I mean, he's part of the, he's part of a very corrupt Democratic machine. He is the guy that is leading the P. Diddy investigation right now. He's the guy that's Damian Williams. The guy that covered up Epstein and Maxwell is the same guy that's going to be covering up P. Diddy. Those warrants that were executed in Los Angeles and also in Miami where P. Diddy's home, where they came out with a bunch of electronics. Okay, what's amazing is they were launched by Damian Williams. Now, why would a guy in New York City be executing search warrants in LA and Miami? I'll tell you why. It's because I believe that P. Diddy, well, his homes were white fraud originally. And there were politicians and big-time celebrities and athletes. And I believe that people got compromised. And there has to be damage control. And Damian Williams is the damage control. Because Damian Williams is prosecuting that case, we know the fix is in. We don't know exactly what the fix is going to be, but I'll give you an idea of what the fix is going to be. P. Diddy is going to go down. Maybe some other lower echelon guys are going to go down. But none of the people that were, and there's been 8 lawsuits launched at P. Diddy. 8 civil lawsuits. 2 of them were minor at the time. And then Little Rod, the 5th lawsuit, he was a hip hop producer. He said that P. Diddy always had minors. There were always minors at his parties. And P. Diddy had these, like, what you call freak offs, where I guess it was like a Roman battle kind of thing. So, what's really, when you dig into P. Diddy's past, it's kind of interesting because he started Bad Boy Records with Clive Davis. And Clive Davis is a dirty guy. And people don't really know this about Clive Davis. There was a documentary about Clive Davis, and it showed that he was this benign octogenarian. I mean, it was like an infomercial. But Clive Davis, what's amazing, if you look into his criminal past, it's kind of mind-boggling. He's been indicted 3 times by the IRS for not paying his taxes, and then he's been indicted 3 times for fraud, not paying his taxes. And what payola is it's, I guess, a law, but it's radio station, record companies giving money to radio stations to play the, yeah. And it was outlawed in 1960. And Clive Davis was, when he was president of ABC Records, he was in the biggest payoless swindle of all time. It was like $250,000 that they were giving to radio stations. And then what's really interesting, now, we're not done with Clive Davis yet. There was a Genovese guy named Cassie Falcone who got busted with 22 pounds of bringing 22 pounds of heroin into the United States. And the feds started digging into Falcone, and then they found that he was in charge of all these shell companies. And he was in business with Clive Davis. Clive Davis, as the president of ABC Records, was giving money to these shell companies that Falcone oversaw, and then they were dividing the proceeds. So with all this criminality that I have told you, that Clive Davis perpetrated, he has not spent 1 day in jail. The dude has not spent 1 day in jail. So he was the guy that started Bad Boy Records in 1993.
This sounds just like the guys who were the Wall Street guys and the guys from Apollo Global that were tied up with Jeffrey Epstein, Carl Icahn, freaking Leon Black, all these guys.
Well, it cracks me up. Leon Black gave Jeffrey Epstein, I think it was $158 million. And the cover story is because he helped them with their taxes.
Estate planning and taxes, right? And the argument is, his argument was that if you could have saved Leon $500 million, then it's definitely worth $158 million.
And if you believe that, I've got a bridge in Brooklyn that I can sell you. I'll give you a reasonable price on it.
Well, there was a report that was done, an investigative report that was done on Apollo and Drexel on that whole thing, and it was basically like they did a whole investigation with tons of interviews and all this investigation with like the accounting and all this stuff, and they basically like kept it all secret. They didn't release any of the interviews or anything like that. They basically just concluded that he had ties to Epstein, and he did pay Epstein this money, and it was for this stuff. And basically he got offside. I don't know if he did. I don't know if he did actually time.
He did not.
He did not know.
None of those guys have done any. None of the guys that Epstein had
Right.
have done time.
It seems like an Apollo Global, their biggest investors are guys from the NBA. I think one of the guys who owns the 76ers, another guy who owns the Hawks. And the UAE people at the UAE has a huge investment in Apollo Global, and it seems like, especially if you look at the ties with Adnan Khashoggi to Apollo Global and Epstein's ties to Leon Black, it seems like Epstein is a conduit to money that is getting laundered through companies like Apollo Global. And with the other guy, there's this other guy, A.B. Buzzy Krongard, who's a CIA guy who was really invested into there. It seems like with the CIA, with intelligence involvement in Wall Street and these companies that Epstein is very much a part of, it seems like that these financial institutions are being used as basically like cash slots to fund things like smuggling, like arms deals, and covert ops.
I mean, there's a long history of that. Like BCCI was a bank. Was a bank that the CIA used to clean its money. It's very good. And before that, there was a book written by Houston. I think he was Houston Post. His name was Pete Bloom, and he showed that the savings and loan meltdown in the 80s. He tied a bunch of that to the CIA. That these CIA guys were just plundering the savings and loans, and then they would go belly up, and then the Federals or the defense would bail them out. So the CIA, I believe, has been in securities fraud for a very, very long time. And I knew someone who knew William Colby pretty well. He is a former director of the CIA, and he died under mysterious, very, very mysterious circumstances. He was 76 years old in poor health, and he went canoeing in a cold April night without his shoes. So I would say that that's kind of mysterious. Right. But Colby was kind of interesting because during the Church Commission that was digging into the illegalities of the CIA, there was Dick Helms, who kept his mouth shut. But Colby said a lot of things. I mean, he could have said more, but he did say a lot of things. He felt that Americans were entitled to know what their clandestine services were getting away with. We had a guy who died. Who was that? Or was it John Newman? John Newman was one of those guys. You know John Newman is? Yeah, he wrote a book about JFK. Yeah, he was the guy who wrote that story. So with William Colby, he had said to this guy that I know, he had some regrets about the CIA, and what the CIA did, according to Colby, was they created funding mechanisms. They felt like fighting communism was too important to be left to politicians. So they developed various funding mechanisms. And so they could be completely autonomous. And Colby felt that that was a huge mistake in retrospect, because now the CIA just has so much money and so much power. They can tell U.S. attorneys to stand down.
Yeah, it's just I can really see the similarities between what's going on, what happened with Diddy and with Epstein, with the ties of the guy,
Damian Williams.
Damian Williams, but also the guy who's the record executive who worked with Clive Davis.
And it's kind of amazing because P. Diddy has gotten away with so much stuff. And I believe, this is just my surmise, I believe that Clive Davis has been on the yellow brick road forever. Probably an FBI informant. Definitely some kind of. There's no way that you can commit as many felonies as Clive Davis has committed and not spend a day in jail. If you were, I got indicted for tax fraud and tax evasion, or making shell companies that were run by heroin dealers that were hooked up with the John Macy crime family. If you or I got busted for that, we would do some time. I mean, we would go to jail. There's no doubt about it.
The more you learn about this shit, it just seems like the whole world is still run by the mafia. It's just they're just now in cahoots with intelligence.
Well, I think that the mafia is kind of interesting. I've had some very strange days in my life, but one of the strangest was I went and interviewed the former boss of the Lucchese crime family at the Supermax prison in Florence, Colorado. His name is Anthony Gaspipe Casso. And
Anthony Gaspipe Casso.
Yes, and if you said Gaspipe to him, your family would be contacting Morticia relatively quickly. He did not like me.
Oh, he is like that.
No, he didn't like me. There he is. So this is kind of interesting. I wrote an article. I went and saw Gaspipe in Florence, Colorado. It's that prison is it's in a mountain.
Right.
And the 396 guys or 400 guys that the United States has the most activity for are there. Like Krasinski is there, Ramsey Youssef, the first guy was there, Tim McRae was there. Yes.
Isn't Chapo there?
No, I don't think he's at that one. I think he's at Joliet, but I could be wrong. Don't quote me. So those guys are in solitary 24/7. That prison is designed to deconstruct you. And when they get yard time, they're in little plexiglass booths. The size of their cells. I mean, there's no human
side.
Yeah,
in a plexiglass.
Yeah, they're in a little plexiglass booth. Yeah, and Gaspipe used to have yard time at the same time as Ted Kaczynski, and he told me that Ted Kaczynski would run the house. I guess Ted was keeping in shape for it. I don't know if he's still keeping in shape, but anyway. So Gaspipe told me this amazing story that he had hired 2 NYPD detectives for hits. Highly decorated NYPD detectives. And I started to look into it. And when you're investigating stuff, you just kind of turn over rocks. Yep. Little ones, and then little ones lead to bigger ones. And then I got a document, an FBI document, that said that these cops were involved. And FBI 302 from Senator Wilbur Bond. And then I came across some other evidence. And this was in 2000, and I couldn't sell that argument. I mean, because these were highly decorated cops, and Gaspipe was a psychopath. But just because someone is a psychopath, it doesn't mean that they're pathological liars. I mean, they'll lie when it's convenient, for sure. But anyway, I knew that these guys were dirty. And ultimately, they got indicted in 2005. And I was having breakfast with the fire department. I said, man, I tried to get this story out 5 years ago. And he goes, well, now you can finally sell it. So I did finally sell it. And Playboy published it. It's on my Playboy published it. Yeah, it's on my website. And when Gaspipe and I, we had a correspondence, and he said the mob would never be what it was because it was able to control senators and congressmen, but it will never go away. That's right. That was Gaspipe's thoughts.
Yeah, it's just evolving now, right?
Well, I think you've got all kinds of other organized crime entities.
Right.
That, I mean, the mob used to control all of them. But the mob doesn't have, I believe, the power to control like Russian organized crime. And Russian organized crime isn't as centralized as the mafia. I mean, you got a lot of cowboys doing a lot of different things. There's kind of a loose hierarchy. You've got a lot of cowboys.
So, right. Well, it makes me think about some of these, like what's going on with some of these, like big aerospace contractors, defense contractors. You know, that's one of the things Rothschild has been talking about. He's been trying to get a bill passed, and there's two guys from Ohio that were lobbied heavily with Wright Patterson for two of the big private defense contractors in Ohio. I think one of them is Lockheed, and maybe the other one's Booz Allen. I can't remember exactly what they were.
I think Booz Allen's probably in Illinois. But I could be
Julie, can you find out who the two aerospace contractors are in Ohio? I think Wright Patterson was involved somehow with this, or with Northrop. Yeah. So maybe like he was trying to pass a bill, and then just two guys that blocked it were the two guys from Ohio that were heavily lobbied by those defense contractors. And makes me wonder when he's talking about people being paid off and getting involved in money traps, how much shit is going on behind the scenes with these big private organizations, being in charge of some of these honey traps or some of these blackmail campaigns with congressmen and senators and trying to influence the law that way.
I mean, that's what Rothschild said, that special interests were countervising. And I know from my own experience that the CIA has honey traps too. So, as I said earlier, if love is blind, lust is deaf, dumb, and quadriplegic. And that lust and arrogance makes smart people very, very stupid. And our politicians have a potent alchemy of lust and arrogance, which makes them very, very stupid. Someone like Clinton, he's a very brilliant guy, but he cannot control his libido. I mean, the guy, and as I've also said, when libido drives the car, it ends up in the wrong garage. And Clinton's libido has ended up in the wrong garage repeatedly. He's just been saved because he's dirty. I got a hold of that blackmail photographer when I was writing the Franklin scandal. And it was relative. After I'd been in it about a year or so, I was still trying to figure it all out. And I kind of said, well, how does this work? And he goes, once you're compromised, it's like you're on a yacht. And it's a beautiful yacht. And it's a beautiful day. And you're on that yacht and you can have anything you want. But if you decide to get off that yacht, the people on the yacht are going to make sure that you drown. So once you're compromised, you can have anything you want. But there's zero initiative to get off the yacht because the people on the yacht are going to bring you down.
That's a very good way to put it. Very, very good way to put it. And then there's also, and then that yacht is also wrapped up in a huge hornet's nest of billions of dollars that wants more. They want more power. They want more fame. That's why they're buying up like entertainment. There's I know Ari Emanuel somehow wrapped up in a lot of this stuff, and with like sports teams and with Saudi Arabia having this crazy huge run and buying that like the live golf thing and investing in all this sports stuff. It's everywhere you look. It's everywhere. It's ubiquitous.
Well, our government is very corrupt. As I said earlier, the congressional approval rating is 13%. And I started an organization. It's called Epstein Justice. And we've got some really good people on the advisory board. Your listeners of yours can go to EpsteinJustice.com. And what we want is relatively simple. We want a commission that's going to look into two things. A, we want to know why the government covered up child trafficking, and B, we want the perpetrators to be prosecuted. And that is exactly what Epstein Justice is about. And we're starting to get momentum. We became a 501c3 last July. And we're building. It's kind of exciting.
What do you think? What do you think about Steve Dan just having records business? What do you think he is?
I wouldn't want to speculate. So
Never came across him or anyone involved with him in any of your research.
in my research, no. I mean, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they're innocent or they haven't been compromised. It just means that their names haven't come up in my research.
Right.
But I mean, there's a former prime minister that Jeffrey Epstein used to give little girls to. That was very violent to these little girls. I mean, and that's the other thing about this guy.
Which prime minister?
He was a prime minister of a Middle Eastern country.
You can't say his name.
It would be, I would feel uncomfortable saying it.
Oh, so it's not public.
It's not public. But I talked to a Epstein victim who said that he was very violent. And the reason why I'm not coughing up his name is because I don't want her to run into problems. Because the dude had some major juice.
Okay, we don't have to get chopped up.
We do not. But you saw that with the Franco network too. These guys become increasingly violent, or some of them do, and they have to be more violent to get a thrill. And there is a book called The Snow Movers. It was a huge network in Detroit, and Francis Sheldon was the guy who ran it, and it was the first pet. It was before Epstein. He had a island called Fox Island. And he would fly kids to this island, and they would be being used to. I mean, really, really sick. But 4 of those kids ended up dead alongside highways. And there were, according to law enforcement, there were probably at least 5 people that knew that those kids had been murdered. I mean, or had taken part in it. So, and that's the extreme, is that some of these guys, it gets increasingly violent, and then they end up killing kids. And I know that this sounds horrific, but if you read a book called The Snow Murders, or The Snow Killings, you know, the author makes a very profound case for it.
Where was this island?
It was in northern Michigan, actually not too far from Interlaken, where Epstein and Marr put that art camp. Yeah. Very close.
What is it about these billionaires that, why are they so obsessed with underage girls? Why do they have to be underage girls?
That was something I really tried to understand when I first went into this very dark realm. And I talked to some psychologists. Actually, I know a number of psychologists at this point, and that have dealt with these type of victims. And some of them have even, and I talked to a psychologist that had dealt with guys that had these proclivities that were actually trying to get better. It was bothering me.
Why do my thing is like, why couldn't it just be like a younger woman who's of age?
Because a lot of these guys, I mean, I don't know how expensive condoms are, but let's say that depends on how hot they are. Let's say the hottest one is, what would you say, $5,000 an hour? But that'd probably be high, but so these guys could have 20 of them at the same time. But they go to forbidden fruit. Okay, so that's one mechanism, psychological mechanism. The other one is maybe they would do. And a lot of Americans, where Americans are very naive is, according to the Centers for Disease Control, and this is a very conservative number, 25% of American girls have been 25%, and 5% of American boys. We're talking underage. So we're talking like 50 million Americans have been as underage boys or girls.
So there is a psychological disorder that is very much real inside people where they have this inkling for the forbidden fruit. So because they're underage and because it's illegal, that's what draws them to us.
I mean, I'm sure that that's a psychological mechanism, but if you look at the boys and girls in the United States that get as underage kids, I mean, that's a lot of people.
Yeah,
There's a
lot of
people, underage boys and girls in the United States of America. And I'm sure that that's the forbidden fruit thing, but I think some people are just whacked. I mean, that's what they want. Somebody that they can completely control.
The majority of them are very successful
Actually, all social strata. Every social strata has children. Yeah, every social strata. The ones that we're talking about, they have children with immunity. The ones that live in trailer parks get 15 to 20 years. Yeah, but the guys that we're talking about, they get nothing happens. They've got their get out of jail free card. Start shit. Well, I've been swimming in the sewer for 22 years, and sometimes I think, but
it's amazing you've only had your life threatened once.
There has been some other pretty funky stuff.
Yeah,
I mean, I've had very strange phone calls over the years.
Oh, really? Have you ever had anyone offer you a lot of money?
No, but I've had some. I've had some government agencies take some interest in me.
Really?
Overtly, very much overtly.
Really?
Yeah.
How so?
Well, I didn't do anything, but I don't really want to go too far down that road. Because those government agencies. You never know. I mean, you know what? I've been very fortunate that I've been able to do what I've been able to do.
Yeah.
And I still have a lot to do. I don't. There are certain headaches.
There's very few people like you who are unafraid to go down this rabbit hole.
Well, actually, there is fear. I mean, I do. People that are crazy don't have fear. And well, I mean, some people would argue that I might be crazy, but there is fear. It's just overcoming the fear. When I first started cutting my teeth on this, and I saw that, and it was the Franklin Network, and I saw these kids that had been used and abused with impunity, I just felt like I had to do something. Now, there's a lot of people that can see what I saw and just walk away from it. But I'm not wired that way. I don't know why it is. I can't. I wasn't able to do it.
Where did this crazy idea of using kids as blackmail for intelligence and for people in high power, political power, where did this start? And where did this all come from? Is there some place that we know in history that this sort of practice originated?
I mean, political blackmail, honey traps, are as old as politics. I'll give you an example. Alexander Hamilton was having an affair with a 23-year-old, and her husband was blackmailed. And now we think of Alexander Hamilton as this hero, but yeah, he was getting blackmailed. And then there was this muckraking journalist who found out about Alexander Hamilton having an affair with this 23-year-old and getting blackmailed by her husband. And he outed him and wrote about it. And it severely tainted Alexander Hamilton. And Thomas Jefferson and Hamilton really disliked each other. So the muckraking journalist felt that he would surely get an appointment in Jefferson's administration because he outed Alexander Hamilton for having this affair. But when Jefferson became president, he did not give this muckraker an appointment. So the muckraker published an article about Jefferson having sex with one of his slaves, Sally Hemings. And actually, DNA has shown that Jefferson did in fact have foster a number of children with selling it. So it goes, I mean, and we're just talking the U.S. now, the beginning of the U.S., but it goes back.
Oh, yeah. And human trafficking was big time in ancient Rome and ancient Greece.
Well, I mean, Tiberius was, and I don't know if, but I have read accounts of this, that Tiberius, the Roman emperor, would like to kill little boys, throw them off the cliff.
Like to kill them.
Yeah. So, I don't know, some people have said it's true, some people have said it's not true, but yeah, I mean, these type of pathologies are as old as humans themselves. And it's unfortunate, but now it's a different kind of a game. And I'll give you an example of two politicians that I know that have been compromised. One was a senator in the House of Representatives.
Currently?
No, they got moved up. Larry Craig was a Republican from Idaho. And he was a family values guy, very conservative. Actually, I think that he might have had the worst record of voting against gay rights of any person in the Senate. And he had been in Washington, D.C. for 25 years. And part of it as in the House of Representatives, but then ultimately became a senator. And I wrote a book called Confessions of a DC Man on the Politics of Sex, Lies, and Blackmail. And about a guy running a gay escort service that was giving escorts to CIA assets to compromise politicians. Well, Craig was getting escorts from this guy. And there was a documentary from Henry Vincent, the guy who I wrote the book about. And Craig was getting escorts from Henry Vincent, but there was a documentary called Outrage by Kirby Dick about how really conservative, closeted guys vote against gay rights. And he found other guys that Craig was giving money to for male escorts.
Male escorts.
Yeah.
That's so funny. That's so true.
So here's what happened to Craig. So here's a guy that's been in Washington, D.C. for 25 years, and he's getting escorts from a guy that I wrote the book with, and he's getting escorts from other people. And what he got busted in Minneapolis. There's an international airport in Minneapolis. I'm from Minneapolis. And he was, I guess there's like this gay nomenclature where someone hits their foot. If they're sitting on the ground, when they hit their foot on the ground, and that signals to the other guy that he's not to try. So that's what happened with Larry Craig. He got busted in a bathroom in the Minneapolis airport trying to pick up a vice squad cop.
That's crazy. You know, there's that famous Joe Rogan joke where he says there's only two people who hate gay, morons and guys who secretly love dick.
Well, here's the thing with, I go to Minneapolis about once a year. I mean, that's where I'm from. And I was sitting on the common once, and some guy was in the booth next to me slapping his foot. And I thought he had a neurological disorder. I'm just really glad I didn't say, hey, can I help you? Do you need some help? Well, let's talk about Dennis Hastert. Okay, so he was the Speaker of the House. Okay. Constitutionally, third most powerful man in the country. He had been, what year? He was the Speaker of the House from 1999 to 2006. But he'd been in the House for quite some time. He was a strong guy. He was really strong on people into voting the way that he felt like they should vote. Now, he had been a wrestling coach in high school, and he started kids back then, like 40 years earlier. And the FBI knew what he was up to because there was a FBI whistleblower that said that they knew about Dennis Hastert, shadow law. So when he was the Speaker of the House, he was engaged in this, and nothing happened to him. But after he got out, one of his victims started blackmailing him. And he ultimately started taking money out of his bank account under false pretenses and giving it to this blackmail victim. And this victim of his who was blackmailing him. But the FBI went after Hamster instead of this kid, or this victim, which is kind of interesting because the FBI could have just stopped it right there and said, you know, if you blackmail Dennis Hamster, we're going to put you away forever. But they went after Hamster instead. And I've always wondered, so I think using the Yada analogy, what happened to Hamster? Why did he decide to get off the yacht? I don't know. I think he got too greedy. He was making millions of dollars. And he had this consulting business, and he was making millions of dollars. And I think that some powerful people wanted to cut, and he just said, "No, Dennis Hamster, go to hell." And that's what happened to Dennis Hamster.
Wow, serial child federal judge imposes a sentence of 15 months in prison, 2 years supervised release. That's it.
15 months.
15 months and $250,000 fine.
And I've tried to get a hold of him. I've got his cell phone number, but he doesn't really want to talk to me.
Yeah, no shit.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app.
Yeah, man, it seems like a insurmountable task to take down these networks because it seems like the people that are involved in these networks.
The thing with Epstein justice, and I believe, now I might be deluded, but I believe that we can do this. I believe you've got a congressional approval rating that's horrible. 87% of Americans do not think that their congressmen and congresswomen are acting in their best interest. Right. They know that's not the case. Look at our presidential candidates. I mean, only a very foul, perfidious system gives us a choice like that. I mean, I really believe it. So, with what we're dealing with now, I really believe that if we can get the government, if we can get enough Americans to get behind Epstein justice and show, you know, the government has covered this up. Now, when you have a disease, and our society is thoroughly diseased. If you've got a disease, there's three protocols. There's awareness, there's action, there's awareness, there's acceptance, there's action. Now, a lot of people are aware of Epstein. I mean, I think most of them, but they haven't quite accepted that the government covered it up. So when we get to that point, then we can have action. And that's what we're trying to achieve with Epstein justice.
I think, do you see a similarity here in the Epstein case to the JFK case in the sense that, like John Newman talks about, he refers to the whole JFK story of his murder. He thinks Daily Plaza is a big distraction. Every documentary, most of the books, they all just want to talk about Daily Plaza. His point is that's an intentional distraction from who was really behind him getting murdered, and that was the Joint Chiefs who were trying to insinuate that they were trying to start a nuclear war, and essentially JFK got in the way of it, and they had to get rid of them. No one likes to talk about all the stuff that's downstream of what happened to Daily Plaza. When it comes to Epstein, everyone only cares about whether he killed himself or not.
Yeah, that's the problem that I have. And I've had like networks approach me and say, "We'd like you to talk about Epstein's death," and I say, "That's a red herring." Yes, I don't want to talk about Epstein's death. I want to talk about all these victims that were with him, but they don't want to do that. Vice called me and said, "I would like to interview you about Epstein's death," and I said, "I don't really have anything to say about Epstein."
Yeah, it seems intentional.
I mean, I'm not Epstein. My thoughts on Epstein are there was in the network that I wrote about, there were two guys, and one guy kept his mouth shut, and he didn't get busted for any kinds of junk. He got busted for financial crimes, and he did 10 years and then he was let out for the same years. Now there was another guy who had a big ego and couldn't keep his mouth shut. And he committed suicide at the Ritz-Carlton in Boston. And I believe it was said to him, either you can kill yourself, his name was Craig Spence, and I believe that someone in intelligence said to Craig Spence, you've done a lot of good work for us, we've been able to compromise a lot of guys, but you got to go now. because there was just too much media on it. Like with Epstein, there was too much media on Epstein. For blackmailers need anonymity. Because once they're outed as blackmailers, they're useless. They're not going to be able to. And so I think that the same deal was cut with Spence and also Epstein is if you don't kill yourself, we'll help you.
Right. And even too, like to make it more of a distraction, let's say that let's kill him. And let's not make it obvious. Let's make it look like let's do it like the hyoid bone in his neck was broken, which indicates that it was like really severe trauma that you couldn't do by just hanging yourself. Even the noose, it looks like it was the bed sheet that they used to tie. It wasn't obvious that it was even tied to anything. So let's do a sloppy job, a sloppy cover-up, so it creates more media controversy just around this moment.
Yeah, that's what I believe with Epstein. And that's why when networks and other people ask me, do I really want to talk about it? And I always say, no. I mean, you've got all these girls.
But does it really fucking matter? Does it really matter if he killed himself or if somebody else killed him? Because if you really do your homework, which you have done, you can find all the people that are fucking twined in this. And you can find out what the motives are.
Well, here's the thing with Epstein. Okay, so now you had the government covering it up, but now the attorneys, or some of the attorneys, are playing a very important role in covering up Epstein. There was the Epstein Victims Compensation Fund, and that was started by Jordana Feldman, who had actually done the 9/11 Victims Compensation Fund. And then David Boies, who is a dirty lawyer. David Boies is one of the most powerful lawyers in the world, and he's a very dirty guy. And he uses,
I've heard this guy before.
are you familiar with like the Israeli mercenaries, Black Cube?
Yes, I am.
Okay, so he uses Black Cube. He uses, he likes to deploy Black Cube on people. It's remarkable what he's gotten away with. There he is. There's Dave.
Let's read the CIA Wikipedia's version of him. He's an American lawyer and chairman of the law firm Boies, Schiller, Flexner LLP. Boies wrote the national protest for 3 major cases in the U.S. federal government's successful prosecution of Microsoft in the U.S. versus Microsoft, unsuccessful representation of Democratic presidential candidate Al Gore and Bush versus Gore, and for successful representation of the plaintiff in Hollingsworth versus Perry, which validated California Proposition 8 banning same-sex marriages.
Boies has also represented various clients in U.S. lawsuits, Harvey Weinstein and Jeffrey Epstein.
Oh, yeah, there we go. We left out the best part. Sorry.
But the thing is, okay, so Grace McGowan was one of the first guys. She was in the first wave of actresses that said that she could buy Harvey Weinstein. David Boies deployed the Black Cube on Grace McGowan. And Theranos, Elizabeth Holmes, the grifter.
Oh, yeah.
He used Theranos on people that were trying to detract from her credibility. And he also used Theranos against the New York Times. Black Cube, the Israeli.
Yeah, he used them to. So what specifically did Black Cube do?
Well, with Rose McGowan, some of them befriended Rose McGowan under false pretenses and tried to get information from her that way. When he used Black Cube on Harvey Weinstein, they were looking for dirt on various New York Times journalists. So,
after this, Boies' firm reportedly directed the Israeli private intelligence company Black Cube to spy on alleged victims of Harvey Weinstein's sexual abuse. And the reporters, this is exactly what he was saying, were investigating Weinstein's actions. Of course, the year Weinstein and Black Cube and other agents target or collect info on dozens of individuals' psychological profiles.
Okay, so David Boies is one of the arbitrators, if not the arbitrator, of the Epstein Victims Compensation Fund. He is the one that decides who gets money and who doesn't. 225 women have come forward, and 150 have been given offered settlements, and 132 have been given settlements. And Epstein trafficked girls for 25 years. So there's hundreds of them out there, but they're just too frightened to come forward.
Right.
But here's the thing: there's a couple of things about that victims' compensation fund. If you get money from that victims' compensation fund, you've got to sign an NDA, so you cannot go after any of the perps. So that the Epstein Victims Compensation Fund, with dirty lawyers like David Boies, is covering up stuff that the government couldn't cover up, because it's making sure that these victims don't go after any of the other perps. And here's another dirty secret about it. Epstein was trafficking. The mainstream media and the government have, I don't know, settled that the youngest of the Epstein victims was 14. But that's not true. There were actually, I think we know about 2 13-year-olds that got money from the Victims' Compensation Fund, or at least litigated. But then there was a newspaper report, it's on my website, that there were 11 and 12-year-olds that Epstein were trafficking. But here it even gets uglier. I've spoken at anti-trafficking conferences. I've got a lot of knowledge about child trafficking, and I've written about child trafficking with academics, and I've spoken at some very large, like the National Center on Exploitation was on an international summit once a year, and I've spoken at 3 of those summits. So I really have gotten to know, trafficking, and then also I've gotten to know a lot of therapists who work with victims that were trafficked. And I know 2 therapists, and one of them is highly esteemed, who had, each one had clients who they believe had been by Epstein et al. When they were under 10 years old. And one described Epstein's home and a park where she used to play by Epstein's home. And I've gotten to know these therapists. I believe them. And here's the thing: when we're talking about people getting more violent, well, the other side of that is younger and younger and younger. And the Epstein Victims Compensation Fund would not give these young women money because they didn't conform. The therapists believe that they didn't conform to the 14 years old, because that would have shown that Epstein was, that would really alarm Americans that Epstein was trafficking girls under the age of 10. So that Victims Compensation Fund is as dirty as the government, is as dirty as Epstein. It's just dirty.
But what did that guy, what was his name? Burnell?
Jean-Luc
Burnell. Yeah, the interesting thing about that guy is he ended up dying on a Saturday as well as Epstein, right? The slowest news day of the week. I think it was like a Saturday night, and committed suicide the same way that Epstein.
So, Epstein was getting. And Burnell was infamous as a modeling agent for models, but they were tapped into Eastern Europe. They were buying, not renting. They were buying girls in Eastern Europe, which people that are predators know how to get jumped. I think, like with the Franklin scandal, the 2 pimps that I wrote about, they were getting a lot of children from Boys Town, the distinguished orphanage on the outskirts of Omaha. So there's a lot of kids out there that do not have parents that end up in orphanages where, and a lot of, like with Boys Town, the number 2 guy was definitely parents. Father James Kelly. So he was compromised, and that's why he was allowing Boys Town kids to go off campus and become part of this network. So if you know how to, these guys are psychopaths, and if someone is going to give someone 10,000 or 15 or whatever for a kid, they'll find kids. It's brutal. It's very dark. It's very brutal.
Yeah, John Luke Burnell. Was John Luke Burnell tied into any of these Wall Street firms at all, like BCCI or Drexel, Lambert, or Olive Global?
I think that he was just a guy that got the girls. Yeah. The financial machinations, I don't think that he's part of that.
Right. Yeah, the crazy thing about BCCI is that, like, some of the names that were on the index post BCCI was like JFK, FDR, Clinton brothers, Saddam Hussein, George Bush. Like, there were some big names involved in that bank, considering what they were doing.
I mean, it was an amazing cover.
Yeah.
I mean, if you look at all the illegalities that were involved, that was an amazing cover.
It was so amazing and so far-reaching.
Yeah. Much like Epstein.
Right, right.
Very far-reaching. And the government is kind of amazing the way that it can. I'll give you an example of an amazing cover. When David Boies started to take on Epstein's victims as clients, he brought in Stan Poncha. And Poncha was an associate attorney general. And I call him the Forrest Gump of cover-ups. If there's a cover-up, Stan Poncha is there. Like with Wounded Knee. A bunch of Native Americans took over Wounded Knee, which had been the site of a slaughter. And Stan Poncha went after them. And the two, Russell Means and Dennis Banks, were the head of the American Native Americans. Stan Poncha went after them really hard. But the judge found that the feds were lying about a number of different things. And dropped all the charges against him. Stan Poncha was also married, a boyfriend to Gloria Steinem for like 9 years, and Steinem was a CIA asset. It's amazing that all these women that look up to Steinem and they see her as the pinnacle of women's liberation. Well, actually, she was a CIA. Now, she said that she stopped getting money from the CIA in 1961, but I've come across an article that says that she was getting money from the CIA throughout the 1960s. And there was, according to Ari Ben Menashe, who was an Israeli spy, right? There was, well, actually, Poncha was part of the Iran-Contra cover-up. And October Surprise, are you familiar with the October Surprise?
Yes,
okay.
There was the hostages
Yes.
Bless you. The hostages that were over there, and they didn't want to release him until after he was president.
Okay, so the CIA,
Right, is that right or no?
William Casey and George Bush made a deal with the Iranians. And they said, if you keep the hostages till after Ronald Reagan is elected president, we'll sell you cheap arms. And we were selling arms to Saddam Hussein, and he was having a war against the Iranians. So we were selling arms to both sides. But that was called the October Surprise. And what's really interesting, Stan Poncha was in on the October Surprise, according to Ari Ben Menashe. And that was an amazing cover-up because there were actually congressional subcommittees that looked into it and concluded that it didn't exist, even though the New York Times in March published an article that said that there was an October Surprise. So finally, all these years later, it's amazing how you can have so many congressmen driven in one way to say that there was no October Surprise when there so obviously was. But Stan Poncha, who ended up representing these Epstein victims with David Boies, he was busted helping Iranians get arms, showing Iranians how to smuggle arms from the United States to Iran without getting in any trouble. And they had him on, this is kind of, actually it's humorous, it's tragic, but it's humorous. Our Justice Department had tapes of him telling these Iranians how best to smuggle arms into Iran without getting busted. And that paragon of integrity, Rudolph Giuliani, was the U.S. attorney overseeing that case And they lost the tapes of Stick-On. Now you would think that they would come up with something more creative.
Right.
But anyway, so the tapes were lost, and Stan won, and then he started representing all these Epstein victims. So it's very obvious that intelligence, Epstein was definitely intelligence, and then intelligence assets were brought in to make sure that the cover-up was on the other side.
It seems also like it wasn't just one intelligence service. It seems like there was a ton of them. It seemed like it was a combination of CIA, Mossad, Saudi, like at least those three, right?
Well, you know, people ask me, was the Mossad involved? Then I say to them, I don't know. I mean, it could have been, but here's the thing about that. There's no way the CIA is going to let the Mossad compromise American politicians on American soil without getting a cut of that intelligence. I mean, there's no way. Well, because the Israelis rely on us so heavily for armaments that the Mossad and the CIA are going to work together. I don't think the Mossad is going to compromise American politicians.
But the Mossad is so much better than the CIA. They're so much more efficient than the CIA, and I think that's one of the things that the CIA is frustrated about.
I don't know. The CIA can be very effective. I mean, just talk to Guatemala and Chile and Indonesia, and it just goes on and on. I mean, when the CIA really wants to foment a coup, they get rid of guys. So, and they specialize in regime changes. So the CIA can be very effective.
Yeah, that's a great point. They have been very effective, but when it comes to American politics, I don't think there's anyone more effective than Mossad. If you talk, there was a recent interview that came out with a congressman. He did I forget his name. You can probably find his name. He did an interview with Tucker Carlson. He was basically telling Tucker, he's like, every single one of us has a CIA, a handler for Israel. It was the what's the organization called? APEC. We all know an APEC.
Yeah, I mean,
John Mearsheimer, that whole book about the Israel law, and Israel has so much influence over our politics and our laws and everything, all the media and all this stuff, to their own detriment.
I think that they work together. This is kind of interesting. When I was swinging the gas pipe all those years ago in the subterranean digs, the Russian mafia had this amazing scam where, so like a gallon of gasoline taxed 25 cents at that point. And what the Russian mafia did was they would sell out this gasoline and they wouldn't pay the tax, and then they would declare bankruptcy. So what happened was we changed our laws where the wholesalers had to pay the tax on the gasoline instead of the retailers. And what the Russians were doing is they created a daisy chain of companies that would defer the tax and defer the tax and defer the tax. And then you'd end up with Juan Gonzalez in Tijuana that had to pay all the taxes on the gasoline. And what Gaspipe told me, and this was my first real inkling of how dirty the Mossad was, that there was a Mossad guy that was working with the Trumbull family. And he shot this Colombo mafia guy in the back of the head, and then Gaspipe, because they made like $1 billion on this. It was an amazing scam. And the Russians started doing it, and then all the American crime families, followed them. And so Joseph Reich, a Mossad guy, was part of this scam, and he shot a guy, I can't think of the gangster's name, and we wanted to extradite him, but Israel wouldn't do it. But then Israel tried the guy in an Israel court, and amazingly, an Israel court didn't find the Mossad guy guilty of murder.
So who was the guy? I think we talked this on the phone. Who was the Israeli spy who was in prison? He was in a U.S. prison, and then they tried to get Clinton. I think it was Israel tried to get Clinton to release him back to Israel. Clinton couldn't do it, and then Trump actually ended up getting him out. And then not only that, but it was the billionaire. We talked about this person on the phone. He was a billionaire who owned an NBA team. He died, and then his wife is now the one who just gave Trump $100 million. It was in exchange for liberation of Miriam Adelson. That's what it was. Yeah. So Miriam Adelson's husband was the one. I think he gave Trump during his first campaign like $10 million or something, and then Trump got this fucking Israeli spy out of prison and sent him back, and then literally flew the guy back on Adelson's jet, pardoned back to Israel. Yeah. And now Miriam Adelson just gave Trump $100 million, and one of the contingents of that $100 million was to give them liberate the West Bank or something like that, a genocide in the West Bank essentially.
Well, it's interesting. I interviewed Rabbi Rothschild on my podcast, and Israel tried to say he wasn't an Israeli spy, but he's definitely an Israeli spy. And actually, our government said that there was an October surprise, because he said he participated in the October surprise, and our government said that there was an October surprise, but now we're conceding that there is an October surprise. And, he's a spy, so a former spy, or maybe it's difficult to know with guys like that, but he said that the New York Times corroborated this. The Israelis were aware of that attack for over a year, or for around a year, before it actually went down. Wow. And Rabbi Rothschild told me that, and then all of a sudden the New York Times came out with an article about it. So he has been corroborated on a number of different points.
You want to talk about Israeli intelligence versus American intelligence, Mossad versus CIA, who's more effective? Yeah, we've taken over a lot of countries. We've been a part of a lot of revolutions. But what do you make of Israeli influence over the people that are running for president in the United States, like Trump just getting $100 million from the Adelsons, or I don't know how much, but I know Biden somehow influenced by them. But every one of our people that are running for president is influenced by Israel to a huge degree. It's not the case the other way around, as far as I'm aware.
I think that Netanyahu is susceptible to being compromised. That's what I believe, that our politicians in the upper echelon are compromised, and so are the Israeli politicians. By either us or Israeli intelligence. The last Israeli prime minister that really wanted to work out a peace between the Palestinians and Israel, his name was Yitzhak Rabin, and he was assassinated. The other guys, they obviously have it. And the Barak, who is one of the liberals,
that was Epstein.
Well, he did a lot more than me with Epstein. He actually stayed in Epstein's apartment. Right. Epstein gave him a bunch of money, and I'm sure that he was involved. I've been told that he was involved with some of the girls. So, Ehud Barak is probably a very compromised guy.
What about Bill Gates?
Now, this is kind of interesting with Bill Gates. The media, the mainstream media, I think the cover story on that is they met in 2011. But there's an article from a UK newspaper. I can't think of the name of the newspaper. But it was an article that came out in 2001 about Epstein, talking about Epstein's ties to Khashoggi. But that article said, it was the Evening Standard. That article says that Gates and Epstein were doing business in the 90s. So our mainstream media, the cover story of 2011, that's either, what are we to make of that? Why? I got that article. You can get that article off the internet about Gates and Epstein doing business in the 1990s. Why hasn't our mainstream media reported it? Right. So it's kind of like we're going to decide that Epstein's youngest victim is 19, or it's 14, and we're going to decide that Bill Gates met Jeffrey Epstein in 2011. That seems to be
right. Okay,
music festival.
Let's transition to Watergate.
One of my favorite topics, Watergate.
I wrote a whole book on it.
I just happen to have a book on Watergate published, so it's strange how you bring.
Is it just one book?
I've written one book on
Truth about Watergate. And this was published when?
Earlier this year.
February. So do you have some new information on Watergate?
What I've got on Watergate is I've taken all there's been a lot of great books on Watergate that have been written, but they're tomes, they're huge, they're complex. And what I wanted to do is I wanted to distill Watergate and make it as simple to comprehend as possible. That was my goal. And the book has just about every sentence has a citation. There's 2,238 citations in the book. The narrative is 171 pages, but between the citations and the bibliography, it's like 60 pages. So, and everything that I used is from the mainstream media. I was able to triangulate. There are some really good revisionist Watergate books that have been published by mainstream publishers. So with Watergate, it's kind of interesting. We're talking about JFK, the assassination.
Oh, yeah.
When Nixon took office, everybody thought, okay, when Nixon in 1968, when he was campaigning, he was saying,
Against Rockefeller.
well, he crushed Rockefeller, and then
Rockefeller dropped out, right?
well, he crushed him, so Rockefeller dropped out. But he said that we should extend olive branches to China and the USSR. And people were thinking that this is just Richard Nixon being cynical, and once he becomes president, he'll become a Cold Warrior again. And he's a leopard that won't change his spots. But that wasn't the case. Nixon actually wanted to open up China with approachment for diplomatic relations and wanted to do strategic armamentation talks with the Russians. He wanted to cement his legacy as a peacemaker. He was really dedicated to that. And on his first or second day in office, he came out with National Security Memorandum Decision 2, which sounds like an innocuous bureaucratic directive. But basically what it says is the CIA, the Department of Defense, and the State Department will have absolutely no bearing on my geopolitical views. So basically, he was telling all the hawks to go to hell. And he started conducting clandestine negotiations between with China and then Russia. And the hawks were beside themselves. And Nixon actually told the Russians that he was willing to give up Vietnam for the furtherance of the strategic armamentation talks. And the Joint Chiefs actually started an espionage ring against Nixon. And it was called the Moore-Radford Affair. And the Joint Chiefs conscripted, Thomas More was the head of the Joint Chiefs. And they conscripted a yeoman who was part of the National Security Council to steal documents. And so the Joint Chiefs could understand what was going on with the Nixon administration. And they had an inside man at the National Security Council, and that was Alexander Haig. He was giving these documents to this yeoman who was giving it to the head of the Joint Chiefs. And I think, now, this is my belief, if there was so much blowback with Kennedy and the Warren Commission that I feel like the hawks realized that they couldn't kill Nixon. But here's what they did. So they started this espionage ring against Nixon. They started an espionage ring. The Joint Chiefs started an espionage ring against the President of the United States. And the Nixon administration eventually outed it. And then CIA guys, then it was the CIA script, and they just started infiltrating the Nixon administration. And Nixon did not order Watergate. Nixon knew nothing about Watergate. The number 2 and 3 guys, John Ehrlichman, H.R. Haldeman was the number 2 guy, in the Nixon administration. John Harrison was the number 3 guy. Those guys didn't order Watergate. John Mitchell, who was the Attorney General, didn't order Watergate. But what happened was there were a number of documents that were leaked when Nixon was the president. And they formed a group called the Plumbers to stop leaks. And the Plumbers ultimately were infiltrated by a couple of CIA guys, Howard Hunt and James McCord. And the thing about Watergate, it's a conspiracy within a conspiracy. Because when the Watergate burglars were busted, they... Let me back up a little bit. The Democratic National Committee in the Watergate was on the 6th floor. And it was connected to a CIA honey trap.
Howard Hughes.
No. Well, Howard Hughes was connected to it, but in a kind of a different way. But the Democratic National Committee was, if you were a Democratic big shot, you would go to Maxine Welch. She was the secretary at the Democratic National Committee. But she had like a folder of pictures of prostitutes. And if you would choose a prop, and they would be at the Columbia Plaza apartments, which is about a block away, these upscale apartments. And that's where the CIA had their hidden cameras. So when the burglars broke in, the one conspiracy was to get dirt on the Democrats. And Eugenia Martinez, one of the burglars, had the key to Maxine Welch's desk, where she kept the pictures. And when they were busted, their photographic equipment was set up on her desk. So that was the one conspiracy. And that was ordered by John Dean and Jeb Magruder. John Dean was a counsel to the president and supposedly a hero. But if you read my book, you'll see that he's a pathological liar. And Jeb Magruder, who was the acting chairman of the committee to re-elect the president. 1 second.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
And of course, kicking them out, we were no high school kids.
So John Dean's wife, the honey trap brothel was run by Heidi Reagan, and she was a good friend of Maureen. And a lot of people have thought that Maureen, John Dean's wife, was one of the brothels in this brothel. So, and John Dean was the guy that came across as, I'm going to out the administration, I'm going to come clean. But I show that, he tells a lot of lies. And actually, what happened is, so you've got some of the burglars going for dirt with the brothel. And then you've got James McCord and Howard Hunt, who are, Chico and Liddy's supposed to be the head of the Plumbers, but you've got Howard Hunt and Gordon and James McCord. Their goal is to get busted. They want to hurt the Nixon administration as much as they possibly can. So there were 2 break-ins. People just think there were one. There was 2 break-ins. The first break-in, James McCord and the Cubans, all CISS. Well, actually, James McCord was ostensibly retired from the CIA, but I don't believe that he was. They signed in to the Federal Reserve, which had been burgled the previous month at like 11 o'clock at night. And the Federal Reserve, because it had been burgled, they had added enhanced security. So he was trying to get busted that night, but the security guard couldn't put 2 and 2 together. So the next time they went in, one of his Confederates called the DC police and told them that people were breaking into the Watergate. And 2 blocks away, a guy, his name was Carl Scharfel. He was a DC cop, but he's also a CIA guy too. And he was like parked, and he was probably parked 2 blocks away from the Watergate. So when the call came in, he just buzzed over to the Watergate and arrested the burglars. And what's really fascinating about Watergate, so it's a conspiracy within a conspiracy. Right. There was one part of the conspiracy was to get dirt on the Democrats, and that was basically from G. Gordon Liddy to, that was emanate from John Dean and G. Gordon Liddy to some of the Cubans. But then the CIA guys, Howard Hunt and James McCord, their goal was to damage the Nixon administration. And that's what they were able to do during that Watergate break-in, is get caught and start damaging the Nixon administration.
So, the way Danny Sheehan explained this to me, well, I guess he explained the prelude to this, and the way he explained it to me was that when Nixon was campaigning, and he realized that he thought he was going to win after Rockefeller dropped out, he thought that like this is no chance this Kennedy guy's going to beat me. I guess this was before Kennedy was elected president, and right before he was elected president, he was contacted by her. Nixon was the head of like the 5412 committee, the National Security Committee. It was in charge of like covert ops and stuff like that, and Howard Hughes, Castro or Nixon wanted Castro to be assassinated, and Nixon went to Howard Hughes, who was tied into intelligence and planning covert ops and stuff like that. He told Howard Hughes, I want you to get rid of Castro. So Howard Hughes went to one of the mafia guys in Vegas, who went to another mafia guy in Chicago, and they were trying to figure out how to put together a team to kill Castro. And they said, oh, well, that's Traficante's territory. Traficante was based in Florida at the time. I think he was in Tampa. And then they met with Santos Traficante and the Mountain Blue. And Traficante was like, okay, if this is really coming from the next president, Nixon, I need to have some sort of confirmation before we do this or whatever. So Nixon sent one of his guys, like a CIA staffer or somebody at the CIA, to go give green light to Traficante to take out Castro and Raul. And eventually he did it, and they recruited some guys from Operation 40, who were some anti-Castro Cuban exiles who were conducting sabotage in Cuba. And one of those guys happened to be Felix Rodriguez. And eventually after that, they got, I guess, four of those same guys that were originally hired to take out Castro ended up as the Watergate burglars. So when they caught those Watergate burglars, one of them, I think his name was Baker. What was his name? It was Barker. Bernard Barker had cash in his pocket, and they were looking at those notes. And what was happening was the way they were paying these Operation 40 guys that were they were put in these triangular fire squads, these triangular assassination fire squads, where they would set up in the formation of a triangle to take out a moving target. They were funding those guys by skimming money off of one of these mob hotels in Vegas, taking it to Meyer Lansky's bank in Miami, and then wiring it from Meyer Lansky's bank in Miami to the Banco International in Mexico City. And that's how they were paying these guys. So one of those, Bernard Barker, who was caught in Watergate, one of the burglars, he had a note in his pocket that was traced back to that bank. So one of the guys, I forget who, there was a CIA guy or an FBI guy who was investigating this, and he was about to go down to that bank in Mexico City to figure out what was going on with that bank account. They got wind of it, and they let Nixon's chief of staff know about it. Now, Nixon's chief of staff told this to Nixon, and he's like, you got to get Richard Helms and the head of the FBI in a room together and tell them to nix this whole investigation. Because if they figure out what was really going on in that bank and how they were paying, why we were paying those guys in Operation 40 to set up those triangular hit teams, it's going to pull off the scab. That's going to be a genie we can't go back to the house. We have to stop that investigation. And
I agree with a lot of it, and I disagree with a lot of it.
And he said that those same Cubans that were set up to take out Castro and were also used in the Watergate burglary, those were the same guys that were used to kill the president. in '63.
Now that I can't really talk about, but it was Robert Mayhew who was working for Howard Hughes. He was Howard Hughes's financial appointment. And it's a very strange relationship because they never met face to face. I guess Howard had long hair and was shooting down and coding. So he was having his difficulties. But they were talking. But Mayhew was hooked up with the FBI and the CIA. And there's a book that just came out about this called Mafia Spies by Thomas Mann. And it was the CIA went to Mayhew and said, can you reach out to some mafiosi who want to hit Castro? So Mayhew put the CIA guys in touch with Johnny Roselli, who was part of the Chicago outfit, but he was in LA. He was shaking down like unions that had to do with anything that had to do with showbiz. He was involved in. And then he went to Sam Giancana, who was the head of the outfit at that point, the capo of the outfit. And those two got together and were talking. And then eventually Mayhew kind of proceeded to a certain degree. So it was the CIA guys that were working with both Roselli and also Giancana.
Right, and then those are the guys who said this is not our territory. This has to go with Traficante.
Well, and then they brought in. Now Traficante was, and this is what I thought earlier in this book that I'm talking about, Mafia Spies. Traficante was very cynical about it, and he really wanted nothing to do with the FBI or the CIA. And he had lost a lot of money because of Castro, but I think that he was, I mean,
right. All these guys were losing money.
Yeah, because Castro took over the casinos. Yeah. But anyway, what happened was first, Sam Giancana got shot in the back of the head. Sam Giancana was told to get out of the country for a number of years, and he was centered in Mexico, and he was opening up various casinos in different countries. And then he came back, and he put so much heat on himself. He was going out with one of the McGuire sisters, who were they were very popular at that point. And also, and this is kind of a crazy story, but Dorothy McGuire was going out with Dan Rowan, who was a comedian. Rowan and Martin's Laughing, probably a little bit before your time. I don't know if you've ever heard of it, but it was a very popular show in the 60s. So Giancana was very, very jealous that Dan Rowan was hitting on his girlfriend. I think her last name was McGuire. I think it was Dorothy. But anyway, so Giancana had the CIA bug Dan Rowan's girlfriend. So, but the hierarchy of the Chicago mob was very disappointed with Giancana because he was going out with these, and he was hanging out with Frank Sinatra a lot, and he was going out with these starlets, and he was just attracting too much attention to himself. So they ultimately decided he had to go, and I think him dealing with the CIA was probably a critical mass too, that he just had to go. So he had gotten back from Mexico, and he was cooking sausages in his basement, and someone shot him in the back of the head with a 22, which is the ideal way to kill someone, because if you got 22, the bullet just goes around and around and tears up the brain. It's a favorite. And then Johnny Roselli was found in a drum with it cut in half. And I had always thought that it was the CIA or the Chicago mob that probably hit Giancana. This guy makes an argument that it was Traficante. I don't know. I really don't know who hit Giancana. It was probably the Chicago mob. But it could have been the CIA, but the person knew him, so it was probably the Chicago mob. But with Roselli, Roselli had made Trafficante was one of these old-time mafia dudes that really liked being anonymous. And Roselli had brought him into the press. And I believe that that's who killed Roselli. I don't think it was the CIA, but I think it was probably Trafficante. Now, when you're getting to that money, there was money in that Mexico account, and the FBI was investigating it. But my sources tell me that that money had come from committing to re-elect the president. And it was given by a bunch of big donors, and it was being laundered through that Mexico bank. And those Watergate burglars did, in fact, end up with a bunch of that money. They were all sequential $100 bills. But according to my sources, that's where that money came from. It didn't come from like some kind of slush from the CIA, came from the slush fund from Nixon's community president.
Well, so you were saying the money came from, skimmed off the casinos, sent to Meyer-Lansky's bank, and wired to that bank, and was used to pay those Cubans to operate those hit teams that were used to kill Castro, and that were eventually used to kill the president. And when Danny Sheehan interviewed Santos Trafficante,
he interviewed Trafficante?
He interviewed Trafficante. Yeah.
Oh, really?
He said Trafficante told him the reason he sent those guys into Watergate was because the head of the DNC and Howard Hughes, there was some sort of something in there that was going to link Nixon to Howard Hughes, because Howard Hughes was like the biggest lobbyist for Nixon, and they were afraid it was going to come out that Nixon was behind that Cuban hit team. And if we found out that Nixon was behind the Cuban hit team, people would somehow connect the dots between Nixon and Kennedy's death, which was false, but it would be people would think that, right? People would think that Nixon was behind that. He didn't want people to think that. And it wasn't true. So, anyway, that's what Trafficante told Danny Sheehan in the interview. And that was what he took away from for the motive of the burglary of Watergate.
Because Nixon didn't even know about the burglary. That's where that theory runs into a trouble. Nixon recorded everything. And Nixon didn't know. No one in the Nixon administration, the hierarchy in the Nixon administration, knew who sent those guys in to break into the Watergate. They didn't even know. And Nixon, where there is some truth there, though, is Nixon was aware that the CIA had killed Kennedy. And actually, there's tapes where Dick Helms is being grilled by Nixon. Who shot John? Who shot John? Where Nixon's really trying to put heat on Helms to make him cough up at the CIA, because Nixon knew it, but Helms wasn't willing to cough it up. Now, what happened after Watergate is you had H.R. Haldeman was the chief of staff, and you had John Ehrlichman, who was, as far as just the number 3 guy. And they had a meeting with Dick Helms, who was the head of the CIA, and Vern Walters, who was the associate head of the CIA. And Nixon told Haldeman, just say the Bay of Pigs thing. So that was like the secret nomenclature for the Kennedy hit. So Haldeman and Ehrlichman are there, and Helms and Walters are there. And they Haldeman asked the CIA to play its national security trump card, because that can call off the FBI. If the CIA plays like its national security trump card, the FBI will back, which is how the CIA has got away with so much illegalities. But anyway, So Haldeman says to Helms, I want you to call off the FBI.
Right.
Because the FBI was looking into that money.
And Helms was like, what am I going to say?
No. Helms said, no, I'm not going to do it. And then Haldeman said, this might open the Bay of Pigs thing.
Right, and the connection to Mexico.
Well, no, it's just, he was referring to the Kennedy hit.
Right. The Bay of Pigs guys were the guys that they used for the Kennedy hit.
Yeah, I mean, the Bay of Pigs ultimately went against Kennedy.
Yeah.
So, and then Helms just exploded. Just exploded. And then he said, okay, we'll do it. We'll call off the FBI. But he double crossed Nixon because he didn't call off the FBI. And he said he was going to, but he didn't. So, and Helms and Nixon hated each other. I mean, Nixon was doing all his major geopolitical moves for the National Security Council with Henry Kissinger. And Helms was allowed to brief the National Security Council. But then he had to leave. He was persona non grata. So Nixon and Helms really hated each other. There's a book, which I think is a little light, called Scorpion's Dance, about the relationship between Helms and Nixon. And I believe, it's kind of weird, the guy that wrote it talks about their antipathy, and then he talks about they like each other. I don't think that's the case at all. I think Helms and Nixon just really hate each other. When Helms would come in and talk about, would come in and brief the National Security Council, Nixon would just rip into the CIA. Nixon did not like the CIA. And that's why it was those CIA guys that started infiltrating the Nixon administration. And that's how they were going to get rid of it. They didn't know exactly how they were going to get rid of him. But they just wanted to incriminate the Nixon administration in a possible way. And Bob Woodward is definitely an intelligence asset. And I show in my book that, it came out that the associate director of the FBI, Mark Feld, was deep throat.
Mark Feld, yes.
Yeah. Okay, so
Mark Feld was the guy who originally was going to go investigate that money that was in that bank in Mexico.
Mark Feld was ultimately fired from the FBI. And, okay, so according to Woodward, now this is Bob Woodward, and actually Ben Bradley had a connection to the CIA too. He was head of he was the editor-in-chief of the Washington Post. So according to Bob Woodward, he had this communication set up with Deep Throat, who was ostensibly Mark Feld. And he would move the flower pot on his balcony if he wanted to talk to Feld. And then he would go through all these machinations of cabs, and then they'd ultimately meet in this underground parking lot in Virginia. And then if Feld wanted to talk to Woodward, they had a certain page of the New York Times where Feld would put a clock at what time he wanted to meet. Now, that is all bullshit, because Mark Feld was fired. The most damning information from Deep Throat came in November of '73. And Mark Feld had been fired 5 months earlier in May. So basically, Bob Woodward is trying to make us believe that Mark Feld was driving into Washington, D.C. every day from Virginia, because he lived in Virginia. And then he was going by Woodward's balcony. But Woodward's balcony faced a courtyard. So if you wanted to see Woodward's balcony, you had to go down an alley, and then you'd have to walk 50 feet and look straight up. That's the only way that you could see Woodward's balcony. So they want us to believe that Mark Feld was driving in every day from Virginia and stopping his car, going down the alley, stopping his car, and then looking at Woodward's balcony. And then the thing about him leaving the newspaper, okay, so all the newspapers where Woodward was living were put in a pile. They weren't delivered to the door, they were put in a pile. So anybody could have gotten the newspaper that was earmarked, that was ostensibly earmarked for Woodward. Well, Woodward was getting his information, his most devastating information was Alexander Haig. And Woodward said that he didn't meet Haig until 1973. But Haig was actually, when he was a naval intelligence officer, he was interviewing Haig, or briefing Haig in 1969 and 1970. And Haig had become, because of Watergate, Haldeman and Ehrlichman split, and Haig became Nixon's chief of staff. And Haig secretly hated Nixon and wanted to get rid of him. And in my book, I really do show how Haig and Woodward colluded to get rid of Nixon. But Haig, the guy who sent through the tapes that really tarnished Nixon, he was a CIA guy. Leon Jaworski, the special prosecutor of the Watergate that ultimately got Nixon, forced Nixon out of office, he was also had CIA connections. So you've got all these guys with CIA connections kind of coming together to get Nixon out of office. It's quite an orchestration.
Yeah, Dick Helms was one of the most sinister people to ever be a part of the CIA. I mean, the stuff that he was involved with was astonishing and despicable. Like MK Ultra and all the mind control stuff.
And then he destroyed all the documents.
Yeah.
So we'll never really know. I mean, we've gotten to know how to do it. Like with the
he was obsessed with that stuff too.
With the Ewan Cameron stuff. Ewan Cameron was a Canadian psychiatrist in Montreal that was erasing people's heartbreaks. I mean, people would, like, you dealt with postpartum women that were having depression.
Yeah.
Guys would bring their wives to Ewan Cameron, and then he would give them mega doses of electroshock and Thorazine and all kinds of stuff. And they didn't even know who they were by the time they left in. And who knows what kind of diabolical stuff Helms covered up, because he ordered all those documents destroyed. And he also ordered all the Watergate documents destroyed too.
Oh, did he?
So my take on that is, yes, there was money in Mexico, and that these burglars were getting money from, but it was coming through, actually, it was going to Gordon Liddy first, and then he was disseminating them to the burglars, the sequential $100 bills. That's, and that money was originally being laundered from the committee to re-elect the president. I do not believe, because of my research, you can read my book, and then you can read Sheehan's book, and you can decide.
But I don't think Sheehan wrote a book on that. He was just telling because he was part of the investigation.
Because when you write a book on something, you really have to understand it. And like I said, the book has 2,238 citations. So I believe what I'm saying about where the money started. I'm definitely saying it was being laundered in Mexico, but I'm just saying it wasn't CI money. It was committee to re-elect the president. And those guys were definitely CI assets. Everybody, all those burglars were CI assets except for G. Gordon Liddy. And G. Gordon Liddy, Hunt and G. Gordon Liddy, or Hunt and McCord were just spinning circles around G. Gordon Liddy. Hunt and McCord were super spookers. And
Sheehan never McCord and Hunt.
And I do believe that Hunt was part of the Kennedy assassination. Definitely. I mean, he even admitted to it to a certain degree. His kid, St. John Hunt, had a tape of him saying that he was a benchwarmer, quote unquote benchwarmer on the Kennedy. Whatever benchwarmer is. But he did confess to his kid. And St. John had his problems with substances, but I know him a little bit.
Well, I mean, it does make sense, right, that those Cubans, they hated Kennedy, right? Those Cubans, they hated Kennedy specifically because he was calling off all of those hit teams. There was a bunch of areas.
there was the storming of the Bay of Pigs,
Right.
and they wanted Kennedy to call in the Air Force.
Yes.
And bomb, and he wouldn't do it. And
Yeah, there was Northwoods where they wanted to fly in that plane that was unmanned.
that was Northwoods, but that was after the Bay of Pigs. Northwoods, for sure.
Right. What is this, Steve? Oh, this is what he's talking about, benchmark.
Yeah. So the article said,
Is this Nick's article?
no, this is
Oh, the salon. Inside the Polygill jacket, signature to the CIA really happened to Right. Yeah, and then Kennedy started after the Cuban Missile Crisis. Kennedy started talking directly with Khrushchev, and there were a bunch of they were communicating directly, and they were both trying to come up with an agreement, negotiate or handle. The middleman was the Pope, right? And the Pope was basically handling negotiations between Kennedy and Khrushchev to basically get rid of their nuclear arsenal. And the Joint Chiefs wanted nothing to do with that. And Kennedy at the same time was calling off these Cubans, these Operation 40 guys, the guys that were all involved with the Bay of Pigs, these hit squads, these covert assassins, and calling them down. And then one of the guys, I forget his name, who was running one of those branches where they were training students, they went against Kennedy's orders and they went and attacked a destroyer. I think it was right off Cuba against Kennedy's wishes. Like he told them not to do anything more, and they did that anyways. And then and that's basically, that's the motive. They assume like, okay, it was the same hit squads because they hated Kennedy. They already traded and killed Castro, so we can put them in Dallas. And the rest is history.
I think that there definitely was CIA involvement in the Kennedy hit. But why would those guys want to take down Nixon? I mean, that's the thing. And the reason why they wanted to take down Nixon is because Nixon was, like I said, the Army had started an espionage ring against Nixon. And Nixon had told the Russians that he was willing to get out of Vietnam if they would perpetuate the strategic arm limitation talks. And he wanted to open up China. And the Hawks were adamantly against. They didn't trust the communists at all. They were adamantly against what Nixon was doing. And losing, basically, they thought he was losing Vietnam. So I believe that it was definitely, well, first of all, it was the Army Hawks, and then it was the CIA Hawks that ultimately took down Nixon. Right. That fomented Watergate.
It's a big convoluted story. You're not kidding. It's a conspiracy inside of a conspiracy.
It's a
lot to follow.
The thing about Watergate was the first conspiracy is some of the burglars were looking for blackmail material from that brothel that was hooked up to the CIA.
Yeah.
But then McCord and Hunt, they were trying to get busted.
Yeah.
Nixon administration. So, and what's kind of amazing about that is you've got these two conspiracies going on simultaneously, and no one really knows about it. I mean, it's really good books have been written about it, like Jim Hogan's Agenda and Len Colodny's books. These are big. I mean, you don't pick up a book like that and read it. You've got to study those books. And I tried to make Watergate very, very simple. I mean, I tried to make Watergate as simple as I possibly could, and it's still got a complex book.
Right. It's just like, why did Traficante say that though?
I'm amazed that Traficante would say anything. I mean, that goes against everything that I know about Traficante. That he would say that because he was one of those godfathers that was completely anonymous. And I mean, he dressed very, there was nothing pretentious about Sandro Traficante that screamed at him about balls. I mean, he was kind of like Carl Gambino. He looked like a kindly old guy. So I'm kind of stunned that Sandro Trafficani would say that to someone.
Can you look up, or is there documentation of Sheenan's interview with Trafficante? I wonder if that's documented anywhere, or if it's ever been written about or anything like that.
Because that would be new to me, man. I don't know. But it just goes against everything that I know about Trafficani.
Over the 2 years, Elizabeth Trafficante became a big Nixon fan. According to the lawyer Frank Lozano, Santos viewed Nixon as a realistic conservative politician who was not a zealot and would not be hard on him. Going down. Yep. Do a search for Bernard. How does why do Trafficante have so much intel? Richard Nixon. Sheehan, what they're citing Sheehan. Sheehan says the Godfather got most of his inside information from two of his former lieutenants, Nixon's Watergate burglars, Frank Sturgis and Bernard. The lawyers at the Trafficante friendly DC law firm conducted the Watergate era interview with the Mafia Don, kept his disclosures to themselves for decades, and Nixon's vice presidential sponsorship of the plots against Castro's life was not until well after Nixon's death in 1984. Efforts to kill Castro were not made public until recently when the Baylor investigators Danny Sheehan revealed them in his memoirs and the college lecture halls where he taught as a professor. Sheehan says Trafficante reported that Nixon used a shoot.
There's Robert May.
Right. A secure phone to get Howard Hughes on board in the Castro murder scheme, adding that Hughes then chose his own right-hand man, Robert Mayhew, to help conduct the effort. Yeah.
My understanding of it is very different.
Yeah.
Howard Hughes was kind of at the lunch at that point, and the CIA approached Mayhew,
Right.
not Hughes.
So, yeah, he's saying that Hughes got Mayhew. But Hughes didn't make it.
Yeah, it was, from my understanding, and actually it was a really good
And is it true that Hughes was a big contributor to Nixon?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Hughes was everybody.
Okay.
So we would get money to Democrats.
He is a lot of shit. He was responsible for like the Glomar Explorer, the shit that pulled up that nuclear Russian submarine, and a whole bunch of other crazy shit.
I mean, people in history, that's and we don't really know. My belief, where Howard Hughes stopped and Mayhew began. Because I think that Mayhew ended up calling a lot of shots behind Howard. I mean, Mayhew worked for Hughes for years and never met him. Yeah, which was really interesting. Never,
Yeah.
so, and Mayhew was definitely. For me, and this is my take on it, that I was doing all my network. So, I got the casinos. In Vegas. The scheme was still intact. It's estimated that the mob managed who had really been overseeing casinos that Hughes was buying. I don't think that the gangsters would have been able to skim $30 million. So there's some kind of weird nexus between Hughes and the CIA and also organized crime. And
I don't even know if you're Southern, but that's
we're
certainly
learning more about it, but I don't think it's been fully elucidated yet.
Do you think it's credible that Nixon was the one who wanted Castro assassinated and set that whole thing in motion?
Okay, so my understanding is that the CIA went to Haiti. And now Nixon was out of power.
What did you say? Just call me.
I thought he was the head of the 5412 committee.
Well, we're talking when this plot is being hatched. It's
When he's running for president, right?
no, he ran for president in 1960. So then the CIA with Mayhew and then Roselli and Gene Conner. When Nixon was kind of in the wilderness, he was those 6 years. In 1962, he ran for governor of California, and then he got beat by Pat Brown, Jared Brown's dad, and then he moved to and became a big shot lord. So from 1960 to 1968, Nixon was pretty much out of politics. That's when that plot to kill Castro was cooked up. So I don't think that he could have been the prime mover.
Okay, so yeah, my understanding, I think the timing is a little bit off here because mine was able to pull this off was because he was going to win the election against him. Well, he didn't expect, and the reason that he was able to the mafia, everyone thought he was going to win. And they're like, look, he's president, Nixon. That's what that was.
Bobby Kennedy finds out about, because Bobby Kennedy's going after the mafia.
Right.
And then he finds out that the CIA has conscripted gangsters to kill Castro. And I've read 2 different accounts of this. In the book that I just read, Mafia's, he's kind of cool with it. And other accounts that I've read, he just loses. And he's really upset because he's going after the mob so hard, and then the CIA is making these side deals with the mob, and that really, he just kind of fulminates. I don't know which account is true, but I mean, from everything I read, Nixon was not the prime mover of the CIA conscripting the mafia to get Castro.
Okay. It's definitely an interesting history.
It's when you start digging into history,
you and she in touch.
But why water your book? I mean, if you look at the bibliography, I mean, it's pretty exhaustive. I read a lot of books to write that book, and I read a lot of government documents, a lot of articles. So, of course, I wrote it first, but I can make an argument that I am wrong.
Okay. So going back to current day, there's going to be any sort of October surprise regarding Epstein in this upcoming election?
Working on the contract, and she turns it around.
My thoughts on that are both the Republicans and Democrats are corrupted that way. I do not see an October surprise because the thing that Americans are really polarized right now.
Yes.
The right thinks the left is crazy, the left thinks the right is crazy. There's a small percentage of the left that's woke, and the right thinks that it's all crazy, and the left thinks that they're crazy. So
This is the very far spectrum of your side. QAnon and the woke are all the same thing.
yeah. So you've got this
Horseshoe theory.
You've got this balkanization between the right and left. The only thing that I believe that can bring people together at this point, Americans together, is Epstein. If Americans truly understand that the government has led all these, I think that can bring. That's the only issue that children should. I only wholeheartedly.
Okay, so
Couldn't somebody get a hold of some sort of shit with Epstein and try to release them right before the election? Try to throw a wrench in Trump's presidency.
I don't know. I mean, according to
It's just as damning on the other side both ways.
yeah, I believe that politicians, Republicans, and Democrats. The reason why we haven't gone after the Republicans and haven't gone after Epstein when it's mostly Democrats because the Republicans are compromised. The Franklin scandal, as I said earlier, the Franklin scandal was about Republicans and little boys, and Epstein is primarily about Democrats. So, both.
Information. That's
I believe that there's some malignant corner of intelligence
Yes.
that's doing all this. And we know about it, according to Alan. You know, the thing about Alexander Constant is he's never denied it. Even when he was doing his press conference, booted out of the Trump cabinet, labor secretary, he's never denied that he was told that Epstein was a accomplice.
So,
And as I said earlier, the only person which the U.S. attorney to stand down, one is the president, is the attorney general. It can be delivered, that message can be delivered, or that's required from the president. And think about this too. It went on under Bush. It went on under Obama. It went under Trump, and now it's Biden. So four presidential events, two Republicans, and that kind of shows you how lethal that is. That two Republican, two Democrat.
right. It just the people that are behind it. Right. I mean, think about just presidents, right? I mean, who's you? He's the one that has the video footage of him like. No, there's like they're like Schmidt. That are making things happen, and I think it will tell you everything.
Epstein has almost become a non-issue, unfortunately. I mean, you have to. There's an issue because, and there's been tons of spilled on Jeffrey Epstein, but I'm not aware of a major media that's come out. I was going to be on CNN. There was that Epstein down, and CNN called me and said, "Sure." I said, "I'd also like to because there's a lot of kids that got really good. We need justice for them, and then." Direction. So, because no one in the mainstream media has called for justice for Epstein's victims. No one. I mean, if you could show me somebody
problem with that?
Because it seems to be is untouchable. And the media is calling for justice for Jeffrey Epstein. No one is saying that the government covered this up. No one is saying that there's nobody in the media is saying that. I mean, they're very good at digging up salacious dirt on various, like Gates and Leon Black and other people. But that's about where it stops. Is salacious dirt. None of those articles get into just about salacious dirt.
Yeah, I still don't understand why they would be against talking about compensation and providing justice to the girls that were. I don't see red flag there.
I mean, if you can show me an example of some media saying,
Right,
hey,
no, I can't, but I'm wondering why you're choosing not to cover that or why to ignore that.
I would say that someone or some people very on high are pulling the strings because
It has something to do with that fund run by that lawyer.
I don't know. I mean, one of the problems is 90% of the media that's imbibed by Americans is owned by cis corporations. So you've got these titanic corporations that can be broken up with Sherman antitrust laws, but the government isn't trying to break them up. We're just letting them exist. Is there? I mean, it just seems to me that there would be a détente between these titanic corporations where the government is breaking them up and the titanic corporations are being said, we don't really want you covering this. Stay away from this. I mean, that's what makes sense to me. I could be wrong.
Where does Rupert Murdoch fit into all this? Does he have any ties to any of this stuff? Does he ever, his kids, do they have any connections to any of this stuff? Personally?
There isn't any Murdochs in Epstein's Black Book.
No.
So, I don't know. But just because someone isn't in Epstein's Black Book, and they're
Sure. Earlier, versus just being the black hole.
yes, the people that are okay. How the Black Book exists was Rodriguez stole all of Epstein's numbers, and which is the Black Book. And attorneys that were any extra information. His plan was to sell the Black Book. So he got in touch with one of the attorneys that was rail. The FBI, and the FBI did a sting where they sent Rodriguez up. FBI. Yeah. That's how I mean, and then I got the Black Book. Some people who got it from the FBI. Holy shit. It said that the people that were circled boots with as far as the
So the FBI are the ones that did the circle.
no Rodriguez did the circles. Yeah. And Trump's name is Circle. Now Clinton's name is not Circle, but Epstein's got 25 contact numbers.
What else are you working on? What's in the near future for you? Like, do you have any big projects in the works? Or any big stories you're working on?
So Watergate books, really trying to get Epstein. We have to, I think, we cannot let our government our children. I also think that our government is heavily tainted by volume. So we want, with Epstein justice, it's very simple. We want a commission that's going to tell us why the government covered up child molestation. We want the perpetrators to be prosecuted. It's very simple. But I think if we go down, if we have a commission and we actually pour down on Epstein, we will have a assessment that translates into an
Coming on telling the story. Yeah. Find your website. Your social media.
Nick Bryant is my website. Justice .com is my the name of the I started the and thank you very much. A little brisk and cold down here. Yeah.
Like all your for listening and watching. Good night. Thanks for coming on the show, dude.
Thank you so much for having me. It's a pleasure.
I don't know how recent it was, but you basically broke down bar for bar how after it's true and why. That's true.
Every week that I believe that more and more, where
And you posted that video like 4 months ago?
I think I posted the one I've made, I'd say 6 videos on this topic. The one about why I think that the war will start within the next year, I think I posted that last April. And as of 2020 is when I started to think the world would have a major crisis. Or you could put it back like 2017 when I thought the world would have a crisis. I gradually narrowed down around 2020 and I thought of the U.S. Civil War as of like 3 years ago. But I didn't know the time frame. Over time, I came to think that it's going to happen this election. And that's something that I bet money on. And that is, and I say these things so that you know I'm not a charlatan, because a charlatan would give an incredibly vague and wide time frame. And if I'm wrong, I accept that I'm wrong. And there's a variety of reasons why I think that. And this is a topic I've put a lot of time and effort into. So, do you want me to get started on that? Or why I think we'll have a civil war?
By the way, you're 23 years old.
Yeah, I just turned
And you've
23.
been analyzing it and like devoting all of your time to studying this stuff since you were 15.
Since I started a channel on my 13th birthday, and then I started analyzing whether or not the world would have a crisis when I was 16. And the reasoning for that is that I had 2 weeks of stomach pains. In the stomach pain, I felt like there was going to be a world crash. And so I started becoming obsessed with China's growth because I wanted to figure out what my gut was telling me. And so I first thought China would rise to defeat America. And I studied China. I read about, like, I'd say 15 books on the topic. Then I realized China wasn't actually a threat to America. So I went down the list. And in 2020, I figured out what I think is going to happen. And I read a book called The Great Wave by David Hackenfish. And it is a history of inflation over Western history. And that sounds very boring, but it's one of the best books I've read. It's actually even so one of the best written and most interesting books I've read, where he looks at inflation over the last 1,000 years of Western history, and you can use inflation to predict wars and global crises. And these happen every 250 years, with the last one being the French Revolution. Before that, the religious wars of the 17th century, don't forget, they killed around a third of the world's population. There was the Black Death in the 1300s, which killed half of Eurasia's population. Then the fall of the Frankish Empire. And you could push these back as far as we have records. And so there's these periodic rhythmic collapses of the global order, which see plagues, war, famine, regime change, and social rupture. And there's about 20 variables we can use to predict this. And Peter Turchin's done a lot of work on this topic. And he has narrowed it down to 3 variables which are predictive, in the same way that David Hackett Fisher before uses inflation. And those 3 variables in his computer model from 2010, he said in the 2020s, America would have a major war, or an internal civil war, or revolution, or that stuff. And I extend that to the rest of the world, but everything we would need to see, we in my mind, rest of that multiple scenarios that run in my head. And when I look at the evidence, I think, for this new information I saw, what predictive model does this fit into? And everything that would be happening if the U.S. were to have civil war for the last 15 years has happened.
Already.
Yes. So, one of the ideas I have for this topic is that when you look at the start of a major war, there's a series of dominoes that fall.
Right.
And the faster the dominoes fall, and in the closer succession, it means that there's going to be something bad. Because the way major world crises happen is that there's some underlying systemic, geopolitical, demographic force. And that means that there has to be a war. The question is when or where does it happen? So for World War I, there were about a dozen places where World War I could have started. It just happens to be in Bosnia. And the same is true for us, where every single week for a pretty long time we've had domino stuff. We've had Iran threatening war in the Middle East. We've had Biden removed as the presidential nomination. We've had Trump usually getting shot. And we'll go back further. Multiple states have taken the opposing candidate off the ballot, and the last time it happened is the last Civil War. States, both the Republicans and the Democrats, have said that they've said the results of the last election weren't correct. And my main logic for thinking we'll have a civil war is mostly economic data. But what I see outside is that all the manifestations in English politics and in general culture are there. And an example I love to use is that most mainstream leftist content creators have said that Destiny said it's morally permissible, and Trump voters should die. Vouch said leftists should own guns against the right. Hassan has said that it's okay to punch conservatives. And then if you guys haven't figured it out already, I am right of center. And I've heard of the culture on right-wing Twitter. It's just insanely bloodthirsty. And I'll throw out test questions like committing war crimes is bad. And then people will debate. There will be mass approval against the concept. People dislike the concept of war crimes being bad. And so you can see from everything you would look at that the culture is amping itself up to just get incredibly bloodthirsty. And I mean, Hillary Clinton recently said that Trump voters should be put into re-education programs.
She said that a while ago.
Yeah, like a year. I'm a historian, so recent for my money. I call the 1600s recent.
Well, okay, so it sounds like the most of the evidence you're pointing to is on the internet. You're talking about like Destiny. You're talking about just now.
Yes,
you mentioned Hassan, Destiny, and Twitter comments. Okay, well, we know that the shit you see on the internet that gets the most attention is the most ridiculous shit on the left and the right. The people to the far right and the far left are the loudest and get the most attention. But if you go outside, a good friend of mine, Julian Dorr, he's got a great podcast. He pointed this out to me. Wawa, New Jersey. You familiar with New Jersey? This is the New Jersey embassy. We have a Wawa down the street.
Oh yeah, I grew up in Pennsylvania. Wawa it's like a religion in Pennsylvania.
Yes.
Eastern half of the state. If you slander Wawa slightest, you'll get beaten up.
We love Wawa. It's the best thing that's ever happened in Florida. So, like, you can go on Twitter and you can read all this stuff. All these people, spewing venom online about whatever their ideology is, whatever political leanings they have. But when I go to Wawa, I see the girl with green hair holding the door for the 70 or 80-year-old man with the World War II hat on, with the Trump stickers on his truck. So it's not that way in real life everywhere. It's only that way with people who are hiding behind screens and keyboards, for the most part.
That is a good point, and it makes me think back to a book I finished yesterday, The Dictator's Handbook. And one of the points of the book is that dictatorships often fall apart due to natural disasters, because natural disasters result in the congregation of disaffected people who can then be used against the regime. And from my study of revolutions, I found that revolutions tend to be spurred on by small disaffected minorities. If you look before the Bolshevik takeover of Russia, all communists was 3% of Russia's population. Bolsheviks were a minority of communists. Before the French Revolution, the Jacobins who ended up leading France were so small that you could predict factions in the French Revolution by what cafes they went to. Where in the French Revolution, the different political factions went to different cafes. They were that small. English Civil War, the Puritan radicals who took over, they were 10% of England's population. So what happens in these civil wars is the radicals organize. And then what happens is that there's a split between the normies who don't do anything. And over the course of history, and so before the English Civil War, it was common knowledge that because England hadn't had a war in 150 years, that the English were too weak to fight. And what ended up happening is that the Cavalier radicals, who were the old nobility, royal folk, versus the capitalist religious fundamentalists, they just conscripted. So what happened is that no one, here's the thing I've said in a dozen podcasts, no one riots for normies. No one stands up for normie rights. No one pushes the normie interest. And so the sad thing on a lot of history is that small, and this is something Nassim Taleb taps into with this idea of skin in the game. Who? Nassim Taleb, he's a Lebanese data scientist. His work is really cool, where he looks at mathematical projections and draws philosophical conclusions from it, is that small groups of radicals who get their acts together and organize, they bully the normies. Because let's say there's a civil war where, and we've done statistical analyses of American politics, 1/3 of Americans conservative, 1/3 all leftist, another third are just disaffected. And the studies have found they're not centrist, they're just stupid. Where
not paying attention.
No, yeah, and they don't. It's not that they're like principled centrists who study both sides of it. They're just disaffected. And so what happens is that it splits. That disaffected third is just not involved. Then there's the conservative third, the conservative third thinks, okay, we need to placate the insane people on our side because our insane people need to win, not the left's insane people. The moderate leftists make the same calculation. So both sides split up, and then when that happens, a new center emerges inside each coalition. And then what inevitably occurs is that the radicals eat up the moderates until the radicals win. And so what happens in every single one of these civil wars, barring the American Revolution, is that a group of radicals wins through gradually eating up the centrists to their side until they will control the government. How do they eat up the centrists? So let me give you a couple of examples. In the French Revolution, what happened, and for a frame of reference, there are 4 conflicts I use as useful proxies for the war that I believe we started in America. Those being the fall of the Roman Republic, which was like 50 years of the birth of Christ, the English Civil War in the 1600s, the French Revolution in the late 1700s, and the American Civil War in the mid-1800s. So for the French Revolution, what happened is that there's degenerate, corrupt, autocratic king. He is completely ineffectual. Radical leftists just kill him in the nobility. And then there's purity splattering between the radical leftists, where the most radical branch, the Jacobins, just grab the guns first and they start shooting everyone. In the English Civil War, what happened is that the parliamentarians won, and then the religious fanatic faction inside the parliamentarians had the most initiative. So England, the moderates who weren't religious fanatics lost. And so in each case, what happened is that once the Civil War is won, an insane faction inside the winning faction beats up the rest.
So it eats itself.
Yes, that's the. I tell people, you should never be in the business of launching revolutions because the first guys to always launch the revolution get shot, often by their own side. Because the kinds of people who would launch revolutions are not the kinds of people who are easy to keep around in a ruling coalition.
Do you think it's a good idea to talk about this stuff and predict it? Do you ever get the feeling that like maybe you could be talking to those resistance?
Man, so I just say the truth, and once you get beyond that, the world gets too complicated. I use the truth as a benchmark because whatever the truth is right, and you should just say it. Try to think beyond that, the world gets too complex. But I think these things have worked for decades, where the statistical models I look at would predict this. Peter Turchin has made statistical models in 2010 that said that this would happen in the 2020s with ironclad certainty. He said, this has already happened, it just hasn't moved through its logic yet. And so he predicted all three variables. And David Hackett Fisher, the guy who read the book that was the inflation book, he was predicting this in the 1990s. And so these are authors where I think the reality of this was set before I was born. And I'm just talking about an underlying reality, and I want people to be prepared in whatever way they want to.
The irony of it is if the left and right could work together, if the working class could figure out a way to meld together and not be divided, I think that we would have a great outcome. I think that's how the elite state in power is, how the society divided.
Yes.
And that's how they benefit, make money with their policies and whatever.
Yes.
But it's, have you heard of the horseshoe theory?
I know it. I know people who went from far left to far right. It's once you get radical enough, they don't look the same.
There's have you heard about the bootlegger and the Baptist?
No.
They both want alcohol to be illegal for different reasons, for opposite reasons. The Baptist, because it's based on his morality, his religion. The bootlegger, because he makes money when alcohol is illegal. And if you want to take that to modern day, look at, for the few that still exist in various corners of our country, the KKK and super far left people. There was a kindergarten, or not a kindergarten, it was an elementary school in Colorado, I think, a couple of years ago, that designated a specific time or day for children of color playtime only. So it's segregation. So far left and the KKK both want segregation. The horseshoe theory thing.
Yes. Yeah, that's something I agree with. And once you get far enough right, you see a lot of traits in common with them. Desire for the government to do stuff for you. Your identity is based off your blood or what you're born with. That you need to split racial groups up. That there is this one enemy group that if you kill them, everything will get fixed. That's either a rich white member of the Jews. Then
yes, the last movie was
so
the Jews.
Both the far right and the far left think there's a bogey man who killed the world will be perfect. The far right and the far left think if you kill the Jews, it'll solve the issue. And then a lot of people on the left think rich white men are the cause of all the issues in the world. Well, if you're a moderate or someone like me, I think the world's a very complex place, and I think there's not an easy solution or an easy answer to questions. And so they don't respect freedom. They're not based on a Christian value system, and so far right and the far left often have more in common with each other than they do with the moderates at their own side. And I mean, this is something where I have a different position than a lot of conservatives, but I think the last 40 years has really been the story of class warfare. I think the American upper class has done literally everything it can to push down the American lower class. And
It's like feudalism, right?
oh yeah, definitely, it's horrifying. It just the World Economic Forum always shocks me because I think to myself, if you guys were doing this, you should never have said that. If you had just done this in quiet, you could have won. But the fact that you felt the need to broadcast this to everyone is just incredibly stupid. And I think they think they're so powerful that they're bloated. And from what I've seen from various ways I've looked into the American elite, is that they are just incredibly stupid and incredibly naive, and they have no idea what's going on. But to finish the point I was trying to make beforehand, I would like a world where the left and the right unified about the good of the common people, but that's not going to happen. I mean, the problem
I feel like Americans are waking up more than ever now. I feel like right now is people are
yes,
more
they
awake
are.
than they've been recently.
The problem, though, is it's difficult to arbitrate between the right and the left because they're fundamentally different religions. It's like getting the Sunnis and the Shias to work in Iraq, where the right and the left, they have different concepts of human nature, they have different concepts of God, they have different concepts of how to organize people, and so people talk about issues like abortion, and I definitely do think that people have picked symbolic cultural war issues to get around stuff that actually hurts the American people, but like the reason an issue like trans passage or abortion is so big is that it underlies a major philosophical difference between the right and the left. And so if the right and left were to organize, it would be like, do we organize by racial quotas? Do we organize by capitalism? Do we organize? It's just, they become different religions. And so it's like saying, hey, why can't the Jews or Israelis work together? Sorry, why can't the Jews or Arabs work together?
Right. And if they were to get together, they would realize they have a lot more in common than not.
So that would involve triangulating with a third ideology. So triangulating is a political strategy used by Bill Clinton, where let's say you have a bunch of coalitions, for Clinton example, black people, southern whites, Irish. If you think these people are divided, let's find an idea that they share and unify them around that idea. And so that's what Bill Clinton would make up issues to unify different parts of his coalition to disagree on other things. So
Interesting.
that would be what that person would have to do to unify the American working class. The problem is that we're such a politicized society that I think that would work 10 years ago. I don't think it would work now.
Why not?
Because everything is politicized in our society. My dad probably grew up in Ireland, and in Ireland, there's stuff like a Protestant shovels with his left foot on the shovel, and the Catholic shovels with his right foot on the shovel. And once you hit a certain critical mass, everything is politicized. For example, if you meet a person, it's relatively easy to know their politics within 5 seconds. How they dress, what food they choose to eat, what car they choose to drive. And I was really hoping that COVID would be a moment to unify us. No. Exact opposite.
Right.
I was hoping that the foreign policy issues in Israel or Ukraine would unify us. No. 10 years ago,
How was it? Yeah. Okay. Sorry.
10 years ago, all Americans would probably be behind Ukraine. Now, find a single political issue that's not politicized. The only one I can think of is geopolitical rivalry with China, where Republicans or Democrats don't like China. But that was a relatively recent shift.
Yes. Interesting.
Yeah.
That's so quick, right?
Yes.
Before Trump, when coronavirus happened, he was talking about coronavirus in a certain way. He would say, oh, he's being racist against China, xenophobic, whatever. And soon after that, it's like both parties started to align against China.
Yes. So I think I have an answer to that. One of my buddies, he worked for Monsanto in Southeast Asia for like 10 years. And so he would go to Thailand and Burma and go to rural communities and he would give them genetically altered crops to increase their yields. And so he traveled all around Southeast Asia. I have another buddy who's an anthropologist in Cambodia for years too. It's funny, this is a tangent, but he lived with native peoples who said that magic is part of their daily lives. They see magic as real, it's something that's completely obvious to them. But what my friend in Southeast Asia said is that around 2020, Southeast Asia became a cheaper manufacturing spot for China. And so American companies from around that point and up to now have been moving factories out of China to either Southeast Asia or to North America. So for both parties, there was a class interest thing going from we need to have factories in China to make iPhones to we're going to make we're going to split iPhone production between Thailand and America. And so both parties changed when it's stopping America's trade interests to work with China.
Where do I want to go? What were we talking about with
We were talking about civil war. We were talking about the kinds of like economic stuff I look at.
Oh, yeah. Bill Clinton, the triangular theory. What, do you have any examples of some of the things that he did or said?
I don't know for Clinton himself. I can talk about other Democrat policies. So Lyndon Johnson was genius at this, where he was able to get Northern Catholics and blacks. Civil rights was an issue like this, where civil rights could unify black voters with Northern voters. And it was done at the expense of Southern rights, which is why the South is no longer Democrat. But Trump has done a lot. Like, it's something that
I thought that was Kennedy.
It was a two-tier thing.
Do you remember the blue bomb?
So
Kennedy's blue bomb, where they had the preachers go to all the churches?
yes. It was a two-tier thing where the civil rights started with Kennedy and it ended with Johnson, where Johnson passed the bill itself that ended Jim Crow. But Trump is a great example of triangulation because I see all the different factions on the right, and the right has nothing that unifies it. The right has religious fundamentalists, it has monarchists, it has fascists, it has libertarians, neocons, boomercons, etc. And so the right is currently triangulated around disliking the left. So the only thing that unifies the right, and the right's willing to ignore all of the vast differences inside its coalition, because it's triangulated with unity against
Prominent.
Yes.
Let's say, it looks like Trump is going to win the next election as long as he doesn't get whacked. If he does win, there's a possibility to reverse all this and find a way to unify.
So I think there is a possibility to delay it 5 years. I think there's
Delay it. You don't think it's going to be a delay?
No, this is going to happen. And this is going to happen no matter what we do. I think we could delay it by up to 5 years. I don't think that's likely. And I think there's no way to stop this. We're way past this point. It's like, for the Titanic, once you see the iceberg, you're already dead. And the reason I say that is that we have lost a tremendous amount of flexibility. Where we're at the point where the Republicans and the Democrats in power have their incentive is to start a civil war because it's easier for them to get reelected by starting a civil war than to not have a war. Because we've become such a polarized society and we've lost strategic flexibility. And strategic flexibility is wiggle room. And as an example of this, we're such a polarized society that actually this is a great way to get to one of the important topics here. One of the biggest triggers for these kinds of conflicts is a budget issue. And so English Civil War started with a budget issue. The French War in the 1500s started with a budget issue. The French Revolution started with a budget issue. So the budget just keeps on bloating and bloating and bloating. And then what happens is that one side refuses to agree to a budget because they think themselves, if I agree to have another concession to the left, then my people will no longer vote me in. If I start a civil war, then it'll create this sense of urgency that people will want to keep me around. It's the same reason why every president who started a war in the last century got reelected. And
sorry, I was going to say, if you look at the two presidential candidates right now, and you figure out who's behind them, you have on Donald Trump's side, Peter Thiel. On Kamala Harris, Joe Biden's side, you've got the what's the guy's name? Ex-CEO of Google. And those guys are very close. Not too close. Can you find names the guy that the Google executive Eric Schmidt and Peter Thiel. Both of them very close. Yes, both of them who represent the United States in the Bilderberg Convention, and each of them being the major funder of each party. So it seems like it's more of it's a house of cards, right? It's a uniparty divided. That is its function is to just divide the masses and keep us dumb.
I've heard this argument before. I don't think America is a unit party. I think Europe and Western Europe and Canada are unit parties. When you look at Britain, where the Tory party is to the left politically of the most left-wing Tory vote. The Tory party in Britain is to the left of the Democrats in America. And Canada's the same way, but we would not be a youth party if Donald Trump won. We would have had an electoral system where Donald Trump would never become the president because the Republican establishment disliked him. And it's often common before these conflicts that the elites have shared alliances with each other. Before the U.S. Civil War, northern industrialists didn't want there to be a war because they were dependent on Southern cotton. Before the American Revolution, lots of the most wealthy merchants had a lot of trade ties with Britain. But then you hit a certain critical mass where it's not doable. And
You know, what do you make of the very, very top of this pyramid? Like we're at the base of it. At the top of it, you got Eric Schmidt and Peter Thiel, and they're buddies. They're hanging around, flying around the world together. One of them's funding Trump. The other one's funding Kamala. What is that? What do you make of that?
Guns matter. Money matters a lot less.
Hold on, I get too hot.
And then the Clinton negates men. And so, once the guys with the guns make a decision to do something, everyone else's hand is forced. And so the people with the real power in the U.S. now are the military, where if there's a war, a civil war, the most important faction is, so the people who wield force and wield power, and indirectly wield force are politicians, indirectly it's the military. One of the worst things that can happen to a society is the military loses faith in civilian governments, and then the military acts out of its own self-interest, and that's why so many countries in Africa or South America or Southeast Asia are grapples. And I think the most likely option we have for a war is something like this. So this is a scenario where it would force those kinds of people's hands. And I still want to get to the metrics I used to predict this war. Force whose hands. So I think these are my top scenarios for things that would start a war. The first is an election where both sides have said that they did not respect the results of the election. That's where it gets really risky. What happens is that let's say Kamala Harris loses this election. I heard a Democrat senator just say that if they lose the election, they'll find some technicality to throw my votes, which is insane. Who said this? Let me pull up my phone.
You can probably Google it.
No, I have it on
Was it a Democratic senator?
Yes, I texted a friend about this yesterday. It is Jamie Raskin.
Google Jamie Raskin throwaway votes.
He said they come from 14th. I might be misunderstanding it, so hold me accountable if I'm wrong, guys. But I still stand by the sentiment. And so, first thing, election issues. Neither side.
There's a video. There you go. This qualifying Trump. That's Facebook.
Yes,
Try that one right there. Raskin closing. That's 3 years ago. Just go to the Facebook.
So this is another dystopian thing where Google is massively controlling search results.
Oh yeah.
And I think I'm being shadowed. But
really,
yes.
Your videos are fucking huge on YouTube.
Thank you. They're not doing as well as they used to. And I still feel blessed to have the channel, but I know what the algorithm looks like. And so if the algorithm operates at a certain angle, then if the algorithm operates at a certain angle, I assume it continues growth at a certain rate. That's stopped. Remember Richmond, north of Richmond? It was a country song about how being in northern working class America today was hell. And it got 7 years. It sparked a discussion. I don't think the technocracy wants there to be viral conservative things. And YouTube's pretty good to me. And all my videos are monetized now. We have an ambassador of YouTube. I have no complaints about YouTube itself, but I definitely have another company, Google, is messing with results. And
yeah, I saw Elon tweet the other day that you just search for Donald Trump and pulls up Donald Duck. Then I tried it and it worked.
So what I've seen with this is that I looked up the day of Trump's assassination. Was Trump assassinated? Nothing comes up first page. I had to go to Fox News. A week ago, I did the same thing. It's the same issue. There have been videos that have gotten millions of views, which, for example, the Columbia protest. The Columbia protest Colombia, New York City, Colombia, South America. The Colombia protest is one of the scariest videos I've seen. It had millions of views. I can't find it. The guy who lit himself on fire in New York City. His confession. You can't find that confession anywhere. It's his confession. So he was basically communist stuff, saying I'm doing this for the revolution. So I have two buddies where I will text them and I will send it to you after the show.
It's communist manifesto.
No, the 14th Amendment.
Oh, gotcha. Steve, you can't find it anywhere? Do you remember what website it was?
I saw it on X.
It was on X. You can do it, Steve. We got faith in you. I think the pandemic really was the biggest magnifying glass.
Yes, exactly.
All the social media in general.
Yes.
How they censor stuff. This is it. August 5th. That's not good. I mean, it's got to be President. Jimmy Raskin is correct. Section 3 of the 14th Amendment could not be more clear. Look at the video. Click on it.
And slip away from you very quickly. And the greatest example going on right now before our very eyes is Section 3 of the 14th Amendment, which they're just disappearing with the magic wand, as if it doesn't exist. You know, it cannot be clearer what it's stated. And so, they want to kick it to Congress, so it's going to be up to us on January 6th, 2025, to tell the rampaging Trump mobs that he's disqualified, and that we need bodyguards for everybody in civil war conditions, all because the 9 justices, not all of them, but these justices who have not many cases to look at every year, not that much work to do, a huge staff, great protection, simply do not want to do their job and interpret what the great 14th Amendment means. And I'm glad that Sherlin's creating a new censor so we can bring that.
Yes. No, I watched a different video of the guy himself talking about. So this is a video commenting on another Democratic politician saying that they would do. So it's the same topic, different video. The fact that we can't find the original video, that should be a statement in of itself. But we were talking about the things that could trigger a war. So I said the number one thing is an election issue. Because when you look at these kinds of wars, the thing that causes it is the one side asks another side for a concession and they refuse. And a nation is often like a marriage, where there's a marriage in the right way. And in a good marriage, they call it the bird method, where if your spouse says, hey, look at that cute bird outside, and then the other person is interested in bird, that's one of the best predictors for a healthy marriage, because it signifies that the other person is willing to carry a little sacrifice for the other person. And we are way past this point in marriage. And Brian Long's got a really funny skit about if American politics is a marriage, and it just completely dysfunctional. And so one time that happens is elections, and that requires one side to handle the power. The second time is the budget crisis.
Oh yes,
if an election wasn't in play, I would say the budget crisis is the top predictor. But there's an election so close, I think that nudges it out the top result. So it took us 250 years to reach the amount of debt we had in 2015. We have doubled that debt since. And that's something where we have more debt than the entire total GDP of the country. And that's horrible. This is one of those things where it's just, this is one of those things that we really, really need to talk about as a society, but we don't. And it's, in my mind, there are 5 different things that we really need to talk about as a society that we're going to kill us. The budget's one of them. This is the era of the most money printing ever in history, and no one notices. And that's actually one of the biggest predictors of these kinds of crises. Because once the government prints money like this, it means their destiny. So, election issue, budget issue, third is foreign. And so let's say if there's a war with Iran, and let's say the deep state wants young American men to fight for a war for Iran. That's not going to happen. The patriotism. So a war like that is another great predictor. And then beyond that,
the war with Iran thing's interesting.
Yes.
Because it's really Israel and Iran. but we're getting directed. We're sending, which I don't disagree with sending battleships, because that's deterrence. However, it's interesting that they're not retaliating to any of these, the killing of the political leader of Hamas, and I think he was a field commander of Hezbollah, in Lebanon, and either they're waiting for a strategic retaliation to be 6 weeks, 6 years from now, or Russia and China went to them and said, hey, let's play it even keel. Let's be the same ones here when Israel looks like the unhinged, maniacal fucking rocket, people lobbing rockets into Iran. If you guys play it cool, then we can make the Western world look like psychos.
I put an 80% shot there's no war in Iran. I think it's high chance it doesn't happen. And the U.S.'s Middle Eastern foreign policy is probably something we shouldn't have. It's a remnant of when we were dependent on the Middle East oil. And now the U.S. no longer is one of the biggest oil exporters in the world. And so there's no real strategic reason to be involved in the Middle East. America, in my opinion, I used to be more interventionist. Now I'm pretty isolationist because I just don't think we can afford to do that with our internal issues. It's bureaucratic politics often get captured by weird special interest groups where the people who are involved in the Middle East, like the various defense contractors, the local governments, they all have a vested interest for America to stay in the Middle East at the expense of America as a country. And the way Iran works is that they are pretty desperate as a government. They're not in a good place. And their population hates Israel. So they get propaganda boosts by just hating on Israel and threatening war. But they're not actually incentivized to have a war because they're not. It's a lot of show to make the regime look strong, but I don't think they're actually in a place where it makes sense for them to do so, because they're a very disliked regime. If they're arming young men to fight other countries, they're really arming young men to rebel against their government. And so foreign war is number 3. Number 4 is Black Swan event. And the Black Swan event is another deceit of that term for random historic event. So COVID's a Black Swan. It just hit us. And I know authors who predicted that we would. There's a very smart author who actually predicted that we would have a coronavirus pandemic in the 21st century. But was that bubble? 90s. It's Vaclav Smith. He said coronavirus. Yes, he said that some kind of coronavirus because he was looking at SARS. No, it can't be 1990. It has to be early 2000s. He said there's a pretty high chance that SARS shows up in a new form, and that's what coronavirus was. And because if you look at history, if you want to look at a century, the bet that there will be a major war in a plague is close to 100%. For each century, the chances that you won't have a major war or a major plague, they're very low. You shouldn't bet money. And so Black Swan, the events in Britain are fascinating, and they're really one of those dominant things, where in Britain you see a bunch of dominance following very quickly. How closely do you follow the British riots? Okay, they're one of the most interesting political events recently. I'd recommend.
Can you break it down for me so I can?
Yes, I was going to do that. And if you guys are interested, you should watch my friends the Lotus Eater podcast. They're basically the British Daily Wire. I don't know if that's an insult or a compliment. And so they have like a 7-part series on the British riots. And they do a great job of breaking it down. But so what happened is that, as I'm sure a lot of you know, Britain has been taking a lot of immigration, and statistically, the vast majority of British people don't want said immigration, but the British Unit Party does. And so the Conservatives won this huge victory in Britain, one of the largest in British history. And guess what? The Conservatives then imported in the most immigrants in any regime in British history by a significant margin. Why? Because Britain's been Britain for its whole history has been run by this tiny aristocracy, this tiny elite It used to be the nobility, then the rich, and now it's the managerial globalists. And I think they're partly crazy, and I can explain that as well. I think they're partly crazy, but I also think that they also hate the British people, and they want to replace them. I think it's legitimately one of those things. They want a cheap labor force and a docile population, so that they can. One of my friends says that the elites want to Mexicanize the Western world, where Mexico is it's a country where a small elite can do whatever they want, and most people are stuck in poverty. And massive regulations mean that the big companies can run everything because no one could compete.
Or the elite are basically business people.
Exactly. And so you can see why an evil elite would want that, because it's inside their own self-interest. And they don't contextualize it that way, but Mexico is a country where the elite can do whatever they wanted for centuries, and so it ends up in a similar place. And so I think they want that there. So they claim to want the world. So look at the World Economic Forum is fascinating, and I think the elites want it here too. The World Economic Forum is fascinating because in itself it's not a powerful organization, but it's a good weather vane for what powerful people do think. Where U.S. like Biden, the guy who runs the World Economic Forum, Klaus Schwab, he had a speech with Biden where he said China is a great model for the Western world. And so they just say stuff like that, or they say stuff like, I mean, I'm sure a lot of you know the eat bugs, live in a pod, you'll learn nothing. This is stuff they said, and so the human mind is very good at rationalizing, and there's a wonderful book called The Elephant in the Brain, and it's a book of how humans rationalize bad things in a nice lens. And so people make up ideologies that rationalize whatever they want. As a way to, if for make it holy or good. Where the Nazis wanted to genocide Eastern Europe, so that they made up an ideology with that's moral. The left wanted to kill the rich and take their stuff. They made an ideology with that's moral. And so for the left types, for those leftist globalist elite types, on paper they say that they want an advanced modernist, basically automated gay space utopia. Yeah, I mean, it's basically true. And then there's a term called gay space communism. It's Star Trek, yeah.
There's the title of this podcast, Gay Space Communism with Rudyard Lynch.
Yeah. Thank you for pronouncing my name correctly. Very few people do it the first time.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, how do people pronounce it?
When I was growing up, people called me Rudyard a lot. So I had a teacher call me Rudyard for 6 months, and then she learned my real name in February, and then she stood up in front of the class and said, "Hey, he's Rudyard. He's not Rudyard."
Rudyard. It was like spelled Rudyard.
No, yeah, I was 15 at the time. I found that as I grew older and as I grew more famous, people went to greater effort to pronounce my name correctly.
You said you're the only Rudyard in America besides one black woman in New Jersey.
Yes, there are 2 Rudyard Lynches in America. There's me and there's a black woman in Irvington, New Jersey.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
There's a Danny Jones in probably every zip code that exists.
Yes, exactly. And so we were, so on paper they say that they
Gay
want
space communism.
Yes, exactly. On paper, gay space communism. In reality, and this is the thing with communism, communist delivers the opposite of what it says. It wants to liberate the working classes. It turns them into literal slaves. It wants to create, for a lot of the Cold War, communist societies were more unequal than capitalism. And so communism achieves the opposite aims of what it sets up. And so they're going to say they want that. But in reality, they're going to push for this. Like, the people who push for progress the most will make society the most criminal. It's a strange paradox. The thing they're actually going to get is Mexican. So British wives.
By the way, speaking of gay space communism, what do you think of that Olympics opening thing where they tried to recreate the Last Supper? The blue guy who's supposed to be Prometheus or something?
I think so. So I forgot the Olympics happened until it happened. And it's funny, we're like, that's what's happened to legacy institutions, where we think of a single legacy institution people like. I mean, it's crazy to think that the UN would fall to degeneracy like that.
See that one right there?
Yeah,
that's the Jesus we deserve.
That's hilarious. I mean, so, the West has just been consumed by suicidal nihilistic decadence and degeneracy. And wokeness went through this interesting evolution from 10 years ago, being an ideology that supposedly propounded minorities and women and gay people. And then it just evolved into this. I have no idea which demographic this helps. I have no concept what black dude in Camden, New Jersey is being helped by this.
Right.
And so what it is at this point is just a rationalization for suicide. And it's crazy that I was very much surprised that wokeness was popular outside America, because you'd think that it exists inside this very... So why does Finland care about Black Lives Matter? There are Black Lives Matter protests in Britain or Finland. Most of Europe has basically no black people. The black people they have are recent. Their police aren't armed. So why does America
black people in France.
Yeah, but it happens even so in countries that barely have black people. So like Sweden, and we forget that Britain doesn't have like that many sub-Saharan Africans. The ones that are there are very recent. And so why does this American issue of cops shooting unarmed black men in America, why do Europeans or South Koreans go to protests about this? It's because they've been so culturally Americanized. And it always shocked me because wokeness only makes sense in the American cultural context. Only in America can you say that the divide is white versus black. In Europe, it's Protestants and Catholics and different ethnicities. And it's just ridiculous that the whole Western world is falling for this.
And I think the biggest problem with this, like what we're talking about, gay-based communism, I think the correct term should be trans-based communism. Because what the problem with that shit like that, like you see on the Olympics, right? Meanwhile, these fucking Olympic athletes are getting robbed. They're not getting paid jack shit for what they're doing, and all these people at the top are making all this money.
Yes.
But what they're doing is they're dragging your average gay and lesbian people through the fucking mud with them, because they're taking something to the most ridiculous extreme and making it mainstream. And these normal people that are just living their lives, whether they're gay or straight, a lot of gay people are Republicans, they're getting dragged through it, being automatically associated with these people, and they're ruining it for everyone.
Agreed. Yeah, I don't have any beef with gay people. I don't dislike them.
And they're building a barrier to what they're doing. What those people are doing right there, whoever designed that whole thing, they're building a barrier in society.
Yes, I can very easily explain what's happening. So one of the best books I've read in my life is The Leviathan and Its Enemies by Sam Francis. And it's a book about how the bureaucracy controls modern civilization. And so what the bureaucracy does is it picks issues that can't get solved, and then it asks for infinite funding for it. So picking an issue that can't get solved is the way to have perfect bureaucratic growth forever. And so poverty in Africa, black ghetto communities, the hysteria of Karens, these are never going to get solved.
20-year Afghan wars.
Exactly. And so that's what's going to happen. And so with something like this, the thing is, the bureaucracy has no responsibility. If you're a medieval lord, if you're an industrialist or manufacturer, you're responsible. No one's responsible for what bizarre executive branches do. So it's all these people trying to get funding to push their own work. Professors, bureaucratic. There's all these organizations where it's all these people trying to get more funding. And so they push something to the point of absurdity, but they're not responsible for the absurdity. And so it's this weird incentive structure the left has, where they're and also one of the weird things with the left's moral code, and this is something I talk about in the anthropology of the left, is that their entire moral code is do you make the revolution? If you push for the revolution, if you push for the rights of disenfranchised people, you're a moral person. The left doesn't have frameworks. It doesn't have a concept. Here are the 10 commandments. Follow them. Here are the 7 ways to virtue. And so, yes, exactly. And so the left gets stuck in these hurricanes where everyone is trying to signal their loyalty to the group by being crazy there, and they have no moral framework to assess themselves. So over time, you end up with ridiculous stuff like what we just saw, because everyone in the organization is benefiting from being ridiculous, and no one is responsible for it to not be ridiculous.
How much of this stuff do you think is covert influence? Or how much do you think is foreign influence, covert in other countries like China or Russia? Have you seen the famous interview with the Russian
Yuri
agent,
Bezmenov?
Yuri Bezmenov,
Yes,
talking
yes.
about infecting the institution.
Yes.
Can you find that? Find it. Just type in Yuri Bezmenov interview about American universities.
Yeah, Yuri Bezmenov is great. I'm going to make my first reaction video ever reacting to his videos. And my father and I have had a debate ever since I was in high school about is the left is it driven by a cabal or a vortex? Is the left just grassroots populist force driven by like people on Twitter, or is it this secret cabal like the World Economic Forum? And the answer I've gradually come to is it's a combination. Where, and so this is something Sam Francis also
The
said.
second one's the 2.6 million views.
This is something Sam Francis is very smart about, where Sam Francis wrote this book in the 90s where he said the left is divided between consensus liberals and the left. The consensus liberals are the UN, the consensus, the science trademarked, Reddit, Steven Pinker, rationality. And so the consensus liberals are the mainstream left, and then you have the new left. And the new left is, they are like Mother Goddess, their intuition, Mother Nature, de-industrialization. So you have the radical left and the moderate left. And so they play this game of good cop, bad cop, where the radical left says we're batshit insane. The moderate left says, hey, everyone else, to stop that insane thing, you should give us a tiny step for progress. And so the radical left and the moderate left play this game, where the radical left says something crazy, then they move the Overton window. And then after that, the consensus liberal makes one step ahead. And so the cabal is the consensus left, and then the vortex is the radical left. And so I think the left is a combination of a lot of things. Since COVID, I think it's become more cabal. I think the left was more grassroots in like 2014, and then it became more like elite management. And I think so. I know a lot of Yuri Bezmenov. I've watched all his videos because I've been wanting to make a video researching. And the scary thing about Bezmenov, and I'll explain a little bit for the audience, is that he was a Soviet expert. This was made in the 80s, where his job was to weaken foreign countries, where the communists, most, like 70% of their intelligence budget went to hurting the cultural countries, not for spies and languages or that stuff. And they've got it down to a science, and it's all stuff that's literally happened, where they make people not trust their neighbors. Make sure that the biggest thing he talks about is religion. Really? Yes, the biggest thing Yuri Bezmenov says is the worst thing you can do to a society is kill its religion. Because he said the Soviets knew that if someone is religious, you could never break them and make them weaken the society for communism. And if they aren't religious, you can't corrupt them. So that would, if you watch his 1 hour lecture,
If you break their religion, you can't weaken their society for communism.
yeah, so if you watch his 1 hour video towards the end, the last 10 minutes of him saying the number one variable that stops society from being taken over by communism is religion. And so that's, for example, why you don't have communist parties in the Middle East. Or why the Bible Belt is less communist. And so he goes through a variety of things. So he says, make sure that people are dependent upon the government in school. Make sure people can't trust their neighbors. Make it impossible to have authentic capitalist interactions where, let's say, I like this guy, let me hire him. You got to have a bureaucrat in between absolutely everything. And you have to distort reality. And one of the things Bezmenov says is fascinating is that he said, you want to be in a place where a person, if you take them to the gulag in Siberia, they still think communism is good, where they can't see reality and they can't see what's from left or right. And I think that's why they're trying to push trans, because once you get people to agree that men and women are the same and there's no difference, you can get them to believe anything. Because the difference between men and women is so primal that if you can get someone to agree with that, you can get them to agree to anything. And the thing with Bezmenov,
Just the science, bro.
exactly. And so he is terrifying, and having looked at his prediction for what would happen versus the reality, it all fits. It fits to a terrifying degree. I know I've given like a dozen different places for your audience to go, but this is one of the more important ones. And the difference, though, is that and this is something I can see from reading Soviet history versus our current history. Where I was reading Solzhenitsyn history, and you can tell that there's a lot of similarities between Solzhenitsyn's left, and Solzhenitsyn is a guy who was playing in the Soviet group, in our left. one important difference, though, is that Yuri Bezmenov talked to the demographic called the useful idiots. And the useful idiots were like American professors, or gay people, or feminists. And they were these people who,
in Soviet Union?
no, in America.
In America.
Yes. So Yuri Bezmenov said that in America, there's this, in the Western world or the whole world, there's demographical useful idiots. And useful idiots are delusional leftists. They push left.
He said gays were
Yes.
useful idiots?
Yes, he said that literally. It was a different time. So he said, like, basically the new left. Like, he says environmentalists, gay people, Afro-racists, and it's funny.
Well, right. They're being used
Yes.
for a political
Yes,
ideology.
yes. And so he's,
Political.
yeah, he covered this more in the 1 hour video where he says towards the end of it, those who will get shot. And if you look at the Soviet Union, those were the people who got shot. The Soviet Union was one of the least feminist states in the 20th century. It was one of the least gay-friendly states. It was an imperialistic empire. The Soviet Union was socially conservative.
More so than Afghanistan?
I said one. Afghanistan's the most, but as industrialized countries go, the Soviet Union is more socially conservative than America on a variety of things.
Right.
And so they shot all those people, something like the Gulag. The one difference in Yuri Bezmenov and our timeline is the useful idiots won. You can see that in the left is horrible at power politics. The Soviets were strategic geniuses. They were so good at manipulating people, making a culture of terror, growing an empire. And the thing that really gets me at our left is our left has no strategic sense. They always shock me.
Right.
The problem with the left today strategically is that,
But neither does the right.
the right doesn't have strategic sense. The left
In
is
general.
yeah, the right in general does not have strategic sense. The left is off 1,000 miles away. And let me give an example of
I don't disagree with that.
Yeah, let me give an example of this. Is that the left, the intellectual structure of the left is that if you are a white man, a straight white man, you have no incentive to cooperate. Because no matter what you do, they're going to push you down. And this is something that really shocked me. That I thought, if the left really wants to win, then they have to create an incentive for white men who are 40% of the population to cooperate. And they just don't do that. And at the same time, they can't control the behavior of the people at the top of their caste system. That being like a black trans Muslim. Because the black trans Muslim is a good person no matter what she does. And so you can't control her behavior. The white guy has no incentive to cooperate. And there's no way that the left can be strategic because they're so it's an ideology where hunting is morally bad, let alone fighting. So the left has done none of their. The left has no concept.
Working out makes you a right wing.
Exactly. So it's a culture that hates strength. It's a culture that hates toughness, masculinity. And you think if you guys actually wanted to win the game,
It's not a kinetic war. It's not.
exactly. Which is why I've said multiple times that the left would lose a war with the right. And
Right.
well,
Depending on right, isn't the military a huge
let me get to this. Okay. I'll touch it next. Yeah, I mean, so what I can see from that is that the left doesn't really they haven't been planning strategically. It's just very emotional, gut level reactions, and they don't really have a concept of. They don't really have a concept of how hard the game can get. No one in the left has a concept of it could be a physical game. It's all optics and propaganda. And most of the left is ego protection, in my opinion, and so the people involved have their guilt assuaged. To get to your point on the war,
and a great example is what happened in Chaz.
Yes. Yeah, that's hilarious.
You articulated that beautifully.
Thank you.
So I think basically they ran out of food, so all the people were taking all the food, and they were like reaching out to governments like we need more supplies.
Yeah, exactly.
They got taken over by a SoundCloud rapper.
Yeah, so there are things that I see on the left that are worse than any conservative propagandist could make up. And this is one of them where Chaz was a conservative revolutionary state in Seattle. The local government was sympathetic to it. They didn't do anything with it. They let it exist for I think months. So within the first 12 hours, they ran out of food because again, most people were taking time. They had no system of government. And like all communist societies, they immediately became a dictatorship run by a Saudi and it's just it's insane, and it's comparable to the Colombia protests. And I brought up the Colombia protests before because they're one of the most terrifying things I've seen.
Why? Let's get about it. It's so terrible.
Yeah, so these are kids my age, so I have a pretty good concept of what they live through.
So early 20s.
Yeah, I'm 23, and they're like 21. And so I have a pretty good concept of what they live through. And when I grew up, there was so much anti-Holocaust programming. There were like 7 years talking about the Holocaust being bad. And I don't think that's a bad thing. But they were immediately saying, from the river to sea, Intifada, which signifies genocide against Israel. And so they immediately jumped their programming the second that they left the cradle. And then secondly, they were, the left has spent 60 years arguing about why they're not communists. What I saw in Colombia throws that outside the window, because I can speak communist. Communists use certain jargon and phrases, which means different things to their people than the rest of the world. So they dog whistle each other. I was hearing all these communist phrases, because people in Colombia were saying stuff like, we must destroy the imperial core, and you must always have the revolutionary hearts, and we are all revolutionaries for us. They were talking like communists, and they secured a sacred space where if you weren't a communist, you weren't allowed to go. They were marching in ranks, they were chanting words together, they were acting like a cult. And I saw this videotape of this girl talking at the Israel conflict.
How many of those kids were with folks?
So stupid. I think a handful. I think the rest are a sheep. I know this girl, and I think Israel's a complex issue, and I'm open to a bunch of different perspectives on this. But she said, if I see a Zionist in front of me, I will. If I see a Zionist in front of me, I don't know how I could stop myself. I'm not a violent person, but if a Zionist were to get in my way, I would feel compelled to just hurt them and kill them. And I thought, and her body language was insane. It's like they were looking at a serial killer. It's just horrifying. And from this, I looked at these kids are almost over wealthy families, and they've been on the elite track their whole lives. And these kids clearly want to kill you. And to know that this happens to the elite in the next generation, and know that they're this far off in lava land, that just terrifies me.
Yeah, it's like the sophisticated society that we see is a very thin,
Exactly.
very deep layer of communism.
Agreed. That's the lesson of the 20th century.
Where are we going with this? We're talking about Chad.
So, we were talking the military.
The military.
So, about over 80% of the scenarios are going to be in the White House. The less than 20% odds, the advantages the right has are that most of the military kills conservative.
But the military would have to break away from the state.
Yeah, so I don't know how the war starts, and
It could have started with a bullet hitting Trump's head.
yes, definitely. That was one of the trigger points that didn't happen. One of the trigger points that didn't happen. So the scenario where the military sides with the left is the right is very clearly defined. Where the left's biggest strategy is baiting the right that has it. The left acts so annoying that it incentivizes the right to break with the left and to kill the left. If the right launches a revolution, it's very clearly illegal. Thankfully, our military is loyal to the Constitution. So if the law demands that the military crush the rightist rebels, they can do that. Then the left can use that as a policy to basically crack into the rightist traitors. That's the one scenario where the left wins. The other scenarios, the right's advantages are most young men I think 2 or 3 to 1 tilt conservative. The young men to fight, and that's youngest among fighting age girls, those are college age.
That are not in the military or in the military?
Both young men as a demographic in the military tilt conservative.
Right.
And also,
But fighting age doesn't mean you're trained.
no. So if there's a war, our military will rapidly grow in size and get conscription. So I'm looking at both the military as a demographic and the demographic of men that get conscripted. And my friends in the military have told me that of the men who actually fight, the conservative tilt is even more. And it's the military statistics. It's in the military statistics, what happens is that the left, the military is still demographically conservative, but the leftists there tend to be like logistics guys. The guys with the actual guns tilt even more conservative. And in conflicts like this, the upper brass of the military tilts left due to political appointments. But that's a pretty normal thing with revolutions. However, the French or the Russian revolutions, the top of the military were political appointments, while the military is sympathetic to the rebels. And then what happened is that the men kind of decided their colonels or their sergeants over their generals or admirals, where the mid-level and low-ranking officers are the people that the men trust. They're identified.
The people next to each other.
Exactly. And those guys the officers tend to be more conservative than the mid-level officers. So military would tilt conservative. Young fighting age men tilt conservative. The conservatives control all of America's. Please keep in mind it's a rural atmosphere. So
Yes.
the conservatives control all the electricity, all the water, all the manufacturing, all the roads. The conservatives have a single coherent geographic territory. Where if there's a civil war, they'd probably pick the capital in Texas, and the left is only 5th naked city states. Even on the East Coast, you could split apart Philadelphia from DC, from New York City, where the left is all these city states, and no one on the left wants to fight. Where if you hang out with young left leaners, you realize it's a culture that has done everything it could to not develop a culture of people who want to fight. They hate masculinity. And the only way the left could get troops if for a war like this is hiring mercenaries. So I actually think the push for illegal immigrants is partly a push to get a cheap labor force that they can pull troops through. I think there's I think that's like one consideration of sex. I don't think that's the predominant consideration. I think the predominant consideration is stuffing the ballots and getting a cheap labor force. And I think that there are probably 100 people none of us know about who have a tremendous amount of power. And it's probably, I don't believe in cabals, all right? I don't think there are meetings where everyone meets up and they talk about this is how we exploit women, this is how we take over the world. I think there are often shared class interests that push a goal among a bunch of different people who don't know each other, who are pushing toward the same incentive structure. So back in the Middle Ages, the nobility could treat peasants like trash. That's not because all the nobles met up in the same room. It's because the nobles all had the ability to do so, so they were acting independently toward the same goal. I think that's what's happening where, like, the governor of Gavin Newsom, I think he's making a calculation here. I think there are branches of the executive bureaucracy who are making the calculations. I think it's a lot of leftists looking at the same picture and then coming to the same conclusion.
Again, I wonder how much of this stuff, how much of the policies that are happening and the ideology that people are getting brainwashed by, social media, TikTok, YouTube, whatever it is strategic, yes, psyop from another country like China or Russia.
Yes.
Trying to do this, something they've been working on for decades.
I couldn't give you a number, but I don't have the data. I think it's more than that. And I think it's also a psyop by our government, but I also think corporations do a lot more psyop than anything. An example of this is when I was a teenager, I couldn't believe Snapchat streaks were real. Because I heard people say,
Snapchat what?
Snapchat streaks. So a Snapchat streak is let's say you have a friend, and so you send each other a streak every single day to keep it going. You send each other a photo every single day to keep it going. And even as a teenager, I thought to myself, this is such an obvious marketing tool for Snapchat. Like, I thought whoever developed this is a genius, and then no one else saw that as a teenager. And like, how do you not see that? And so I think there's a lot of that going on. And Kamala is the easiest example, where no one likes Kamala. If you poll Democrat voters, I think very, very few people want to help.
It's amazing how many of them online you see sort of
Exactly.
it's really insane. And then you read, here's something I noticed recently.
Yeah.
About a month ago, you can see a post on Instagram about Kamala or Biden or whatever, a mainstream media likes publishing something about Biden or Kamala, or something shitty about Trump. And you could read the comments of those things, and the comments were just like, basically like, you guys are idiots.
Yeah.
Like, nobody was, in the comments, for what it's worth, was agreeing with that post. They were saying, like, you know, how the fuck could you say this? You guys are, you know, whatever. You know, huge corporation. Who's the guy who owns all the media? It was Rupert Murdoch.
Yeah.
Leaning more right than left. Now, in the last few weeks, in the last month or so, I'm reading comments on Instagram where an overwhelming amount of the comments are like pro-Kamala, pro-Biden, and it seems like that happened, like a switch happened.
What you're seeing is what I'm seeing. That same thing scares me. Where no one's really calling it before. Now it's this giant AstroTurf control. It's this giant AstroTurf narrative. For those who don't know, AstroTurf is a cool word for when an organization tries to artificially create like a ground up movement, populist movement. And so I was seeing all the Kamala TikTok dances. Because, like, I know a lot of girls in the demographic that will be doing this, and I know that they don't give a damn about it. They like Michelle Obama, they like I don't know, like various other leftists, but not Kamala. And there's evidence that come out that they're paying content creators to put out pro-Kamala messages. And I have no doubt of that. And the whole, how immediately, the Kamala branding is terrible, and how immediately the weird brand came out and the Kamala brat brand. So there are two memes came out of Kamala in the last week. Both memes are stupid. Basically saying JD Vance, Kamala saying JD Vance is weird, and saying Kamala is part of brat girl son. And those are just terrible. And I think the algorithms are controlling this more than any of us believe. And they're pushing these kinds of narratives. And I think, I mean, if you look back in the mid-20th century, where, you know, the top feminist was paid for by the CIA, Gloria Steinem. The feminist movement was paid by the CIA. Then a lot of governments around the world were paid for by the CIA. Then the entire modern art movement was made by the CIA. They paid off all the artists, the modernist art movement, because it was a way to show that capitalist culture was created. If you look it up, like Andy Warhol, all of those artists were paid for by the CIA.
Can you find something about that, Steve?
Yeah, this is public information. Look up Gloria Steinem CIA, Andy Warhol CIA. And so they were doing all that stuff. The top anthropologist in the 60s, Margaret Mead, she was paid for by the CIA. All of the news stations were controlled by the CIA. This is all stuff the CIA is publicly released. This isn't a conspiracy theory. This is stuff they've released that they've done. So if that was happening in the 60s, what are they doing now?
This is Googling Andy Warhol CIA.
Yeah,
The CIA fund modern art.
Artist backed by CIA was created in 1947 and began funding the U.S. funding and using modern art as Cold War weapon. It focused on the works of Jackson Pollock and Robert Motherwell.
William de Kooning.
To gather intelligence about the Soviet enemy.
I might be wrong on Andy Warhol, but they named literally every online artist.
So, yeah, the CIA fund modern art.
Then the other thing is Gloria Steinem.
Though it appeared to be an autonomous association of artists, musicians, and writers, it was a fact a CIA-funded project to propagate the virtues of Western democratic culture. CCF operated for 17 years, and at its peak had offices in 35 countries, with dozens of personnel.
Margaret
CIA,
yeah, she was the biggest feminist of the 20th century, of like that time period. Same thing. Margaret Mead ruined the field of anthropology. She was funded by the CIA.
Why do women take their husband's name?
She ruined the field
Yes.
of anthropology.
So
what was the goal behind that?
From, like, let's say 1950, from 1960 until 2010, the field of anthropology went forward, where they believed stuff like tribal peoples were feminist, they believed that tribal peoples were peaceful, they had sexual liberation, that they were just these tropical paradises. And it plays into the left's intellectual narrative that human nature is naturally good, and then conservatives and social values corrupt good human nature. So that's what the field of anthropology believed for 1960 to 2010. And then the evidence has come out to be the exact opposite. If you study tribal peoples, most of them have a male death rate in war of 20 to 40% every generation. Women, some tribes treat women good, none of them are feminists, some of them treat them very badly. They're not equal, like, tribal paradises. And so Margaret Mead went to Samoa, and she wrote about how the local Samoans had a culture of free love. And then the thing is, the local Samoans, they were playing a prank. In Samoan culture, if a young woman sleeps with a man before she's married, she was beaten to death by clubs. And upon a woman's marriage, her vulva is publicly checked by everyone in the tribe to see if she's still a virgin. So the culture is the exact, and this is the thing we used in the 19th century. And the CIA was, because the U.S. government had been run by people who had in place a slight reaction bias since the World War I. And so they were doing all these things. If we can use the field of anthropology, we can push social values that make sure the U.S. government has more power. Because if you think human nature is good and naturally perfectible, then you think the government should do social engineering. And that's what the government wants, because social engineering gives them power.
Well,
Yeah. And it's one of the best books I've read is War Before Civilization that released. And it's a study of every single tribal group in the world, so that every tribal group in the world has war. And it breaks the myth that tribal people were peaceful that predominated from 1960 to 20. I call it the Blue Pill era. Other parts of the Blue Pill era are that women are the same, genetics has no effect, that we're all blank slates. No one thinks that genetics has no effect on people anymore. We know genetics influences how fast you drive, what political party you vote for, are you religious, do you listen to music. And I've read 4 books written by socialists that say this. No one in the sciences thinks that genetics doesn't affect your life anymore. But this was something that academia covered up over the Blue Pill.
yeah, that's great. I've never heard that before.
So this is something because more so than history, the only field I could, even more so than history, the field that I know the most about is anthropology. And I was saying that before we started the show again, over the Blue Pill era, which is what I call 1960 to 2010, the degree to which the field of anthropology lied about the human condition, it's one of the worst things in human history. And I don't say that lightly, where it lied across a vector of things, and it just completely fucked up the data. Where, for example, they said that humans are inherently peaceful. They said that there's no genetic differences between people. They said that most societies are egalitarian and feminist. They said that free love had no consequences, that religion was oppressive, that social class, basically everything previous societies had used for all of time, whether social class, whether ethnicity, whether social values, war, that all of this was completely ridiculous and unneeded. And they also thought that humans were naturally rational, where lots of human values exist to instill some sort of order in people. Where, for example, lots of world religions, like Islam, has people to fast for a month. From a purely psychological basis, fasting for a month, it builds delayed gratification. And so they thought stuff like that's completely unnecessary. And so there was this huge, complete blackballing of the social sciences in the second half of the 20th century. And it's insane that you had loads of people with very high IQs with lots of information, and no one broke through this lie until the last 20 years, where the data we have in genetics now, it's going to change the data we have about genetics, it's like an atomic bomb. So over the last 10 years, we've proven that biological race exists without a shadow of a doubt. And this is something where I know 5 PhDs in this topic, and they all say that the people, that once you look at the data, there's just literally no argument against biological race. Where they found
Can you define biological race?
So, it's biological race is that there is a demographic group that are white people. And on a genetic basis, Middle Easterners and whites are the same race. So that there's this demographic. If you look at it in a genetic chart, different races cluster in different areas. And then they also, the real question of our time is how much does race affect? And I'm more so on the less scale of people on this topic than the more, where some people think that, so for example, ability to process milk, that's the easiest thing. So white people can drink milk, or very few. White people and some black people can drink milk, and very few other races can. Black people have a certain allele that lets them process milk. Asians have certain alleles. Diet is one of the things that varies the most by race. And then the real question is how much does it affect? But it's not just that. That's been proven. Social class is also found to be genetic.
Social class?
Yes. So this is one of those things where they find that class, and I would need to see a lot more studies on this topic before I jump on it. The ramifications of this are so huge. But social class is as genetic as height. So they go through family lines over history, and so certain like people, if you drop a rich person and a poor person 100 in a random country and they own nothing, you will see people end up in similar social classes. And this is one of those, with all these results, I'm scared of how they're applied, because the second people think race, sex, gender are biologically innate, you know people will take it too far. But this is something that's been proven. And even something I really, really want to stress is that even on an individual basis, the genetic differences are huge. So how fast you drive is genetic. What music you listen to, what clothes you like to wear. And there's crazy stories where you take identical twins, people with the same genetics, split at birth, and they have chilling similarities. So, for example, there was a pair of identical twins. They married a husband with the same name. They named their dog the same name. They have similar interior decorations. They go on vacation in the same place. And so these are people, same genetics, split up at birth. Genetics can go into very, very granular details. And we found that almost every single trait, it's half genetic, half cultural. That's one of the weird things that genetic data where you think, why does it work out to be genetic that to be 50% that much? But they've consistently found that for almost all traits, that genetics drives around half of it. So this is one of those things that's very politicized, where you have people who basically, so she's a physical anthropologist, she's not a geneticist, and so anthropology is not a hard data science field where they're not actually looking at, so what the argument she's making here is that you can't find people who are pure of any given race, where race tends to be a gradient, right? Where, for example, if you want to look at these scatter charts, white people cluster in a certain area, Indians in another area, Asians in another, but like Pakistanis are a gradient between white and Indian. And people who work in this field, Razib Khan, I know him personally, he's the biggest person who studied this field. Kierkegaard has also studied this field. Edward Dutton has. There's a bunch of authors where, the problem with anthropology today is that it's all literary. So these people say that race is a social construct, and because this is how the left uses logic. The sun is a social construct because different societies have different ideas about the sun. Thus, you can change a social construct, thus it doesn't exist. So we have social ideas around gender, thus gender is a social construct, thus we can change people's genders. It's the left's underlying philosophy. And so I've taken a course in gender studies. I've read books about leftist philosophy. This is what the left literally says. They say that they believe that the elites can control reality. Because they say that everything's a social construct. So if you want to change reality, you just change people's think about it. And that's just insane. And so the argument people make for these sorts of things is that there's a social expectation about something. Change the social expectation, change the reality. When I took a gender studies course, they said, if we train women to be basketball players, women would be as good basketball players as men. That's literally something, I read this in high school. And that was in a textbook. That's insane.
Isn't it true that I read this somewhere that in societies or in empires when society gets obsessed with gender, that's like right with us.
Yes,
that's true in Rome.
Yes, that's something Camille Paglia talks about, where there's certain archetypes of human behavior that we see repeated again and again. And an empire in collapse is ruled by harem girls, eunuchs, and bureaucrats, much like our empire. The harem girls are the pop stars, the eunuchs are transgender, and the bureaucrats are the executive department.
Yeah, there was eunuchs and transgenders all over ancient Greece.
Exactly. That's some pretty impressive historical knowledge. Where like Caligula would have guys cut off their dicks that he had been saved with.
And how much have you studied ancient Greece? Like I'm talking about classical period.
So I know a lot about it. You could ask me about any part of it.
It's interesting. I've had a couple people on recently who talked about the genesis of Christianity.
Yes.
And how it came out of the Roman Empire and some of the mystery cults that were going on over there in the Eleusis.
Yeah.
And the use of basically in the classical times how plague, famine, and hand-to-hand combat were the main sources of death with people, right? People were dying all the time.
Yeah.
And drugs were also ubiquitous back then. People needed drugs just to get through the day. And it's just interesting how when it comes to Christianity, it seems how there are so many parallels with Christianity and some of the mystery cults that were going on back in the day. Like with we get the concept of dying and rising gods, that came straight out of Eleusis and some of the pocket cults that were going on back then. But then you have at the same time, when you talk about Christianity today, you have Bible scholars and people that basically study the Gospels, right? So they're only staying in this bubble of the Gospel. They're not really paying attention to what's going on outside the Gospel. They're not true classicists. That's why you have classicists that basically laugh at Bible scholars, saying they think they're ridiculous because there's a study like it's so counterintuitive that you can be a biblical scholar when 99.9% of biblical scholars subscribe to the religion, ascribe to that religion that they're studying, right? So there's an inherent bias built into it.
Yes. Do you know Brian Moore-Reshko?
I do.
He wrote a great, and I read in his book. He talks about disputing classicists and people who study the Bible. This is one of the biggest issues in modern academia: the segmenting of fields, where there are conclusions that are obvious to reach if you're a polymath, but that due to the segmentation of fields, it doesn't happen. And academia actively punches and pushes down anyone who tries to work across fields and develop branching.
Yes.
And so I believe this belief that the Eucharist used to be a psychedelic. I've seen the evidence myself. I'm very much behind it. It's the only way it ends up. And
it came from ergot. It's an alkaloid that grows on, it's a fungus that grows on rye, and they take an alkaloid from it, which is ergot, which has the psychedelic, and they consumed it as a drink. And people traveled from, I think, Eleusis started in like 1600 BC, and people would travel from all over Europe every year, I think in September is when it was, to go and participate in these rites.
Yes, exactly.
And this is what's attributed to capacity classicists. They will say this is directly correlated with the explosion of art and intellect, like the scientific method, the idea of democracy, and then progress through time, take the time machine, go up, go up, go up. You get to about the 400s. You have Christianity basically burning down Eleusis, and that coincides with the beginning of the Dark Ages. Christianity takes over. And then you have, we'll keep going till about, I think it's like 1400 AD is when you have kind of like the Enlightenment. And it's just, it's interesting how, you know, Christianity kind of correlates with the Dark Ages and the suppression of all this stuff, the suppression of philosophy and overall intellect and that kind of stuff that was happening in society.
This is something where I disagree with Will Restream, where we have records as late as the 1100s of the Eucharist being a psychedelic. We have records from local France of them taking the Eucharist and being a psychedelic. So I think it went on significantly later. In his book, it cuts off of the Dark Ages, and I think it's a correlation, not causation thing. Where yes, the early Christians were very intellectual. They burned down libraries, they took down the universities, but I think, if you look back a few centuries beforehand, Rome was a dying society. And our era is, there are civilizational cycles in the last 2,000 years that are really like the Portuguese down where modern Christianity, and I am a Christian, I say this in all honesty, modern Christianity is cut. Like, it's completely cut off from what made it great. And what do you think made it great? I think the period of followed was an area of such a waste of history. And you can read the time period where it was just a horrible time period to live in. People would see the academics of the saints come, and then they'd start spazzing in joy. Or you just have these holy men who do magic, and you can tell that this is something that happened to people, and it was just, their entire lives changed. It was just something of such profound spiritual beauty that we can't even understand. And the thing is, these people weren't stupid, these were very well educated. People knew rationality, and they were like that too. And in the Middle Ages, the Catholic Church is still one of the biggest wonders of science today, but the 1300s,
It's the biggest wonder of science?
yeah, the Catholic Church is still one of the biggest wonders of science, and that was true in the Middle Ages, where Galileo's research was funded by the Catholic Church. The Catholic Church invented the scientific method. The scientific method was invented by monks in the 1300s.
The scientific method, I thought, was invented by the early classical Greeks.
No, the Greeks had rationality. They didn't have science. Where science is an arbitration method where you run a test, and based off the results of the test, it determines, based off the results of the test, it determines which of these results are right. No, that was invented in the 1300s.
Can you Google that? That's Google.
Yeah, so
what was the scientific method invented?
it was the 1300s. A lot of it was English monks like William Wellcome, and
Sir Francis Bacon, 1561, 60.
Of course, this is what Google says.
no, it was. I've read a couple books on this. It was 13 and 1400s. Like William Wellcome was a big figure in that time period. Roger Bacon. You can look up Roger Bacon. Roger Bacon in the 1300s.
Put it on the Wikipedia.